on the Cold War.
Do we still have you here, Brian?
And we're talking about Brian James McLeod.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I'm here. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, should I repeat the question? Or did you hear it?
Oh, terribly sorry. I just got out of the shower. I didn't get it. Could you repeat it, please?
Yeah, no problem. I listen to Maria report in my shower as well. So my question is that you served in Canadian Navy a long time ago. So I imagine the similar situation would happen 40 years ago when you were in service. Friendly to United States, to NATO, to Canada, country is attacked, and Russia is blocking the ports of, let's say, I don't know, Finland or Sweden. Those were always NATO friendly countries, I think. What would you think would be the Navy reaction from NATO countries such as Canada, United States, and Great Britain? It's just, yeah, like a retrospective to what is what is happening right now. I know it's hard to compare Ukraine to Sweden and Finland, but still, what would happen 40 years ago.
Yes, pure speculation here. In as much as it would have applied to a NATO member, of course, the same principle for Article 5 applied then as applies now, and anyone who believes that it would not be implemented is living in a fool's paradise. They might change the parameters, or at what point what rules of engagement you then utilize, but as far as Article 5 is concerned, it would be implemented. As far as a friendly country which is not a member itself of NATO, I really don't honestly know. They would certainly then, as now, support them as much as possible, but you are limited under the NATO Charter in the degree to which you can get involved and what sort of rules of engagement would apply.
Maybe, Constantine, I guess maybe was your question more about the mechanics of like how to break a blockade? Is that your question, or did that answer your question? Go ahead.
So it's let's say, yeah, those are two things that, one aspect is political that Brian is addressing pretty well, but the second part is would be more like military. What would be, how to deblocate ports back in 40 years ago? How would you, let's say it's a NATO country, how would you see this happening?
Well, if it was a NATO country, a blockade is already an act of war, is already an act of aggression, and all NATO members would take whatever measures necessary to deal with that threat. I mean, there was, at the time, I had executive officer on my ship could remember the time during the Cuban Missile Crisis, and not many people knew it at the time either, but it didn't strictly, I don't know if it didn't strictly involve NATO, but I do know that most of the Canadian naval assets all put to sea under emergency steaming orders at that time. So we were keyed up as well. Every time you go to sea, even in peacetime, for exercise purposes, you do so still with the mindset, at any moment you get the word the balloon goes up, you're right over onto a war footing. You're prepared for that at all times.
Thank you for answering that. Cheers.
Welcome.
My great uncle was on the Bonnie during the Cuban Missile Crisis. A lot of people don't understand that the quarantine went straight up, like from the Caribbean, straight up the U.S. East Coast, right up to Newfoundland.
Yes, that was my understanding as well. That we were very much involved, although not really showing up on the radar as such on an international level, but we were certainly involved.
Well, I'm almost done in the kitchen here, and hopefully I can get some news we can discuss. But Battlemoose, you got anything for me until then? Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going to go over a couple things I had here. One of them was it started out as a lark last night, and it's turned into a full-on Maria report and Benjamin Wittes operation. So this Sunday, we are going forward with Operation Plant Back Better. And this is going to include everybody who would like to get involved here on the Maria Report, and in conjunction with Benjamin Wittes and his various social medias. And for those of you who don't know, Benjamin Wittes is the fella that projects the lovely greetings and whatnot onto the Russian embassies with and now he's got like an IMAX projector or something like that, and he projected the war crimes onto the Russian embassy in Washington D.C. about a month ago. So in the meantime, him and a bunch of his buddies went out and they planted sunflowers across the street from the Russian embassy. And these things took, and they actually grew to be like 4 feet tall. And we don't know for sure, but we suspect that the Russian staff members went out and ripped them out. So they're going back this Sunday and planting sunflowers all the way around the Russian embassy. So they're going to it's their project encirclement. So they're going to encircle the embassy in Washington D.C. with sunflowers. We are going to do this concurrently with everybody in the world, and we're going to try to plant flowers either around or potted in front of every single Russian consulate and embassy in the world. So in that regard, we need everybody's help, because we have a pretty wide reach here. Like right now, we have 314 people in the room and probably several thousand listening off Twitter. What we need you to do is go on to Wikipedia and just look up Russian consulate, or go on to Ben Wittes's Twitter homepage, and give him a like and retweet him, because he is a friend of the space. We had him on earlier today, and he kindly posted a list of all the Russian embassies in the world. I did put up a link, and it was all the embassies and consulates in the world, but then you have to go look up the city that you're in and see if you have a Russian, or let's not forget the Belarusians, because they need some flower power as well. So we're going to start at about 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on this Sunday, and go to your local consulate, Russian consulate or Belarusian consulate, and either plant some flowers like across the street or in front of there, or lay some sunflowers, at their doorstep. Or we even had some people down in Mexico, because apparently the Mexican embassy in Mexico City is heavily guarded by police. So they are going, and it's a bit of a concrete jungle around there. So what they're going to do is they're going to draw sunflowers on the sidewalk with sidewalk chalk. So, if you're going to do that, make sure that you check with your local bylaws and make sure it's all copacetic, because we don't want anybody to get in trouble, especially not for sidewalk chalk. That being said, we're not condoning any destruction of property. We're not condoning any harassment or chucking of the said sunflowers at anybody. We're not up for that. We're going to make a statement, and we want to make a statement worldwide. So what say you, Maria Report?
Aye, aye.
We applaud, and we're gonna take part of it.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's what Battle Mist is saying is important, right? We're all just a bunch of regular people, and we have a very clear moral problem with what Russia's doing, and we want to make that known to them, that this isn't, some government that's opposing them. This is just regular people, literally all over the world, who have, have taken a stand against what they're doing. So, thank you, Constantine. Go ahead.
No, I wanted to say just it's if this is absolutely great, and to see this happening as a Ukrainian, I just I can applaud. I say thank you and take part of it.
Россия! Ура! Смотрите, ну какая богатая страна! Поднимаем России знамя! Это наша страна, богатая наша! Мы танцуем!
There's it's not a consulate here in Edmonton, but it's a what do they call it, like a consulate reserve or something like that. It's a dude in an office, right? It's literally an office in a strip mall that with a nondescript door. But when they come out, they're going to have a surprise of maybe several hundred sunflowers waiting for them on the outside. That's what I plan on doing, anyways. I encourage you to be creative, not destructive. Let me say that again, not destructive. And by all means, if you would like to go and possibly get some loudspeakers or download, Pink Floyd Rise Up. And that was their latest tribute song. If you haven't heard it, you should probably go listen to it. It's a tribute song to Ukraine, and blast that at the consulate within working hours, of course, because we don't want anybody to get in trouble for noise complaints. And if you plan on making having a couple hundred of your friends there, and the police show up, maybe have a carafe of coffee on the side, and offer the ladies and gentlemen of your local constabulary a coffee. I'm sure they would appreciate that. The last time Ben projected projected onto the embassy, the Secret Service in Washington D.C., they're the ones that protect the embassies. So the Secret Service actually came up and talked to him, and because they were exercising their American amendment rights, the Secret Service basically backed off and went to a corner, smoked a cigarette, and watched them do it.
Yeah, absolutely, Battle Mist. And yeah, we just want to reiterate we want people to express themselves within the boundaries of what is legally permissible, and as long as you're doing that, we think it's within everyone's right to make it known as a citizen of any country how you feel about Russia, and we think this is a great activity to let Russia know how just a bunch of people feel about what they're doing in Ukraine. So yeah, it's a great idea. Thanks, Battle Mist.
I almost forgot, Joseph. Please take pictures. Take pictures and post them and hashtag #PlantBackBetter.
And I had maybe one question for you, Battle Mist. If one were to want to procure a large number of sunflowers, do you have any advice? Where could people get a bunch?
Walmart. your local greenhouse. I plan on taking my neighbors. They'll never know. They're gone for holidays. I'll say like the rabbits ate them or something. I don't know because I don't know where you are, but I dare say, hit up some greenhouses. I understand not everybody has the money, and I don't really think you should be spending a lot of cash on this because if you're spending a lot of cash, it would probably be better served if you just sent it to mariaid.org and it went to buy some tangible items for Ukrainian troops. But if you can get even some of those little silk flowers from a rummage like sunflowers from a rummage sale, or like Value Village or Dollar Tree or something like that, by all means, I'd spend like $5 and just to go make this statement. It is an important statement, and you may think you're not doing much, but I'll tell you, somebody that works for the government, everything that happens around a government facility has to be reported up the chain of command. So all these Igors and I don't know what the female version of Igor is, but all these Igors, they're all orcs, so that are sitting at their desks. They have to staff that up to old Vladimir there. So, they have to write out reports and staff that up saying, hey, these protesters, and it would be nice that if they had like 100 and something reports come in on the same day saying, the world says no more.
Women? Where's it all gonna go?
Definitely, and we know that Benjamin, who's, as you mentioned, projected evidence of Russian war crimes on the embassies in DC. The next time he's shown up, they've taken preventative and precautionary measures, and they've changed the way they do things. So we know that somebody somewhere had a meeting about this, and they had to dedicate time and resources and energy and embassy staff and salaried man hours to coming up with countermeasures to deal with Benjamin's antics. So it's time well spent, I think. Wouldn't you say so?
Yes, absolutely. And I have to reiterate, no property damage, no, nothing like that. Don't be painting the consular's car, blue over yellow. As much as that would entertain me, we don't want, especially here in Canada, where we don't have a very large foreign affairs footprint. We don't want them to take repercussions against foreign diplomats working abroad, because that's how petty Russia is, and that's what they would do. So, we're going to take measured steps. So like this is very much a measured protest. And everybody in most countries in the world, you have the right to protest. So we're going to be, as Mal said, I aim to misbehave. If anybody gets a reference.
I do know Battlemace, but I'm looking at a Russian fire engine that is on fire, and I'm at a loss for words. I'm sorry. Finance, are you around? I need a moment to process this.
I am around. Battle Moose or Constantine, as our two military gentlemen on there. I'm being told by our lovely listeners that there might be something going hot in the Black Sea right now. I was reading up on financial news and coughing my brains out. So if you two gentlemen could go take a peek and see if there's anything going on there, I much appreciate it. We have a couple people requesting to come to the space.
I miss John, man. I could always just be like, John, what happened? And he'd just explain it. But I'll try to cobble something together, Finance.
I will say that in financial news, what's going on is, interestingly, the Financial Times is reporting that Ukraine sounding an optimistic note that they're trying to actually they're gonna try to actually ship some grain out of the Black Sea, despite the failed cruise missile attacks on the Odessa port. So the article had about as many details on how demining is going to work as the actual grain deal did, which is to say none. But it was interesting that they actually wrote an article that said that quoted Ukrainian government officials. Maybe I have no idea. It's something to watch. Look, if it's something that can be pulled off, amazing. Oh, the great thing about the article is it actually put numbers on how much this affects Ukraine's government's budget, and it turns out it's more than I had estimated, because I guess given the way grain works in Ukraine, the shipments themselves would add $1 billion a month to the Ukrainian government budget, and for the size of their budget and the gaps there, that is not pocket change. That is some real money that would really help sort of the situation for their government financing. It clearly wouldn't close the gaps. It wouldn't get us to balance or anything, but that would move the needle a little bit. So that would be nice if they could do it. And obviously it'd be really nice for all the people who want to eat that food. Unfortunate consequences of a genocidal war is that there are a lot of people who normally eat Ukrainian grain. Many of them live in Egypt, the Horn of Africa, the Middle East, Sub-Saharan Africa. And when they can't get their grain shipped from Ukraine, well, there are other places to get foods in the world, but it's going to raise the price. And, if you're talking about a country like, say, Ghana, where the average person makes $5 an hour, that's the average wage, that's not a minimum. If food prices go up, that's a real issue for them. So, also, at the same time as Ukraine is actually saying they're going to try to do something, I don't know if that's just trying to call Russia's bluff or if there's actually something in the works. No idea. Sorry. The Russian foreign ministry is putting on a whole dog and pony show in Africa, trying to say that the problem with grains not reaching Africa and food prices going up isn't to do with the fact that they're in the middle of a genocidal war with Ukraine and are shooting at everything they can. No, it's because of Western sanctions on Russia. Yeah. So that's also going on at the same time. So this grain story that I thought would be totally over because Russia took under 24 hours to renege on their own grain deal appears to still be going in some sort of fashion. So I'm just watching this with curiosity right now. So as our military guys try to figure out what, if anything, is going on in the Black Sea, if things are going loud, if things are sinking, if things are just sort of staring at each other angrily. At the same time, there is apparently people still trying to do something or other to make grain hit the market and work.
And someone has asked about what's happening in the Black Sea. I've checked out, a couple of sources, and it appears that Russian strategic bombers are active around over the Black Sea at the moment, and they're shooting the missiles at Odessa. There is nothing confirmed yet, but those are right now the speculations that are happening. I hope that's not true, and I also hope that they're going to be intercepted. Those missiles are going to be intercepted by Ukrainian air defenses, but it's usual. They use open frequencies to communicate between them, but they use encoded language to do that. So that's usually how it's detected. I don't have yet the audio recording of it, but that's the reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Constantine. And yeah, I guess I got some breaking news, I guess, which is that the Georgian Legion just posted a tweet that if you guess the correct date of when the city of Kherson will be retaken, or the operation begins, maybe, you can win a Georgian Legion patch. So get your guess in now, I guess.
Air siren
Constantine or
alert
Battle
update.
Moose,
Michael
isn't that a pretty
all clear.
is that
This
that not a
message has been
dangerous place
generated
if
with
you're a
municipal
Russian
data.
strategic bomber to be? Like, isn't that contested airspace for them?
I would say so. Black Sea's a pretty big place. I'm just looking at the Ukrainian live map right now, hoping that they posted something about it. And if they're way way down in the southeast, they're pretty safe there. It's there's nothing that could reach out and hit them. But if they get in close to like even Sevastopol and whatnot, if I was in one of those big expensive Tu-120 bombers, I wouldn't want to be operating around there. It's one thing to lose a MiG, like a frog
update.
foot or something like that. It's another thing
clear.
to lose a
This
bear
message has been generated
or
with
a
municipal
swan.
data.
So, answering the question about if that area is contested, it's not. The strategic bombers, they shoot from really far. They can shoot like I don't know 700 kilometers away, and Ukraine definitely cannot reach them from Odessa. So they feel absolutely uncontested over there, unfortunately.
If I was in a MiG-29, I'd take a run at it.
Well, that's one-way trip.
I'm a one-way trip type of guy.
Then we need you. We need people like you.
You know what? They'd name us.
Just get a flyer.
I am looking at this drone that was shot down way up by the Belarusian border in the far east, and they said that was it here? Ukrainian military shot down 2 Russian drones in Valin region. 1 person killed, several wounded by debris. And I'm going to assume that this drone was probably operated out of Belarus, because that's quite the trip.
Yeah, it was operating from Belarus, probably, just like they shoot Iskander missiles, same way they can launch a drone, and it's probably was hunting for the depots in the eastern Ukraine. That's where it's happened. There are some lots of actual ammo depots, storage facilities, and probably it was looking for something related to that. And it was loaded, and when it was shut down, it exploded.
Welcome to the space, Martin. Please mute your mic when you're not talking. You can raise your hand with the little heart at the bottom, and then all the way on the right is a little hand. And we were happy to take your question right now.
Sure thing. So I would just like to just bring up one specific thing that I think you guys would find a little amusing. So I was just looking over, and this is from the Institute Study War, their daily update. And they're talking about essentially some gains the Wagner Group it was a town basically southeast of Bakhmut. And this is town Novoluhansk. And apparently they have been trying to advance on this town as early as May 25th, and they finally took it today. This town is, I brought it up in Google Maps, is 900 meters from the pre-war line of contact. They've been trying to take this town for 2 months, and they just took it today. So I just thought you guys would find that a little amusing.
Wait, which town are we referring to here, Martin?
So this is Novoluhansk. So this is, if you bring up a map, it's basically around 20 kilometers southeast of Bakhmut.
So that's the town across there is
yes, it's right by the reservoir.
A lake. Yeah, reservoir, and it's been contested. And there were reports, as I understand, that Russian troops were inside of it, but I don't think there is much left of those towns at the moment. I'm not sure that is that information confirmed, because I have not seen yet the confirmation, other than Russian reports saying that we have troops in it.
I would say most sources consider it contested right now. Constantine, was that the question?
Yeah, my question is: it contested, or they completely? There is 100% evidence that they have full control over it.
Yeah, to my knowledge, it's contested. But Martin, I don't know. Do you know any more information? Yep. Guess not. Anyway, yeah, but as I know what area he's talking about, Novoluhansk. It's near Svetlodarsk, right? It's sort of on the other side of the lake there. And yeah, as far as I'm aware, at least according to Deep State Map and a few other sources I use, it's sort of like contested. I mean, Russian soldiers are definitely in the area, but not. It's not considered, directly controlled by Russia as of this time, to my knowledge. But I'm certainly not an expert. I don't really follow the day-to-day in terms of the movements.
Stormer HVM з'явився ще у 97-му році, і його основною відмінністю від інших ЗРК є відсутність радіолокаційної станції. Огляд повітряного простору здійснюється всеракурсною оптичною станцією із системою розпізнавання цілей. Наведення ж відбувається за допомогою прицільного модулю.
So another listener is PMing me, who doesn't wish to come speak, who is sent me a picture of the Ukraine budget and is sort of asking some questions around, well, shouldn't we be sending them some cash and not just bullets? I would say that we are sending them some cash, some of which is loans, some of which is grants and gifts. And it's not just America, though we are sending the bulk of it. It would be nice if more countries pitched in here. We could also send Ukraine. We could, instead of just freezing 240 billion of Russian assets that are currently frozen in friendly central banks, we could seize those assets and hand them over to Ukraine so that they could then not have to worry about a governmental bankruptcy while fighting the genocidal invaders. And, we would at least have the karmic justice of Russia having to fight against their own cash. But that said, there is no way I sadly have to repeat this all the time, and it's just because of the frustrating situation of having to discuss the finances of a genocidal friggin' war all the time. There is no way that Ukraine can balance her budget while Russia controls over 20% of her territory, is busy taking down more than an apartment building a day in a major city like Kharkiv, is raping and pillaging everywhere it goes. And, currently we're discussing whether or not strategic bombers are trying to fire at the port of Odessa and hoping that Ukrainian anti-air defenses can pick it up and stop their major grain facilities that feed the entire world. It's something like, give or take, for certain commodities, there's something like 5 to 10% of world exports of, certain soft commodities. I think for wheat or barley, they get over 10%. of global exports. That's a pretty big number on the global export scene. Like that's a large number for one country to be exporting. So when that's all going on, there isn't a solution that balances your budget. About half their economy isn't working. The numbers range from 45 to 60%. This is due to a range of huge amounts of internal displacement. Again, the large amount of Russian invaders, the large amounts of stolen and destroyed stuff, the fact that, like 5% of their country has just gone to war, right? So there's all sorts of staffing issues. It's even higher than that. The percentage of Ukrainians in some sort of territorial defenses or armed forces actions right now is very high. So that's what's going on with their budget. But every bit helps. If they could get this significant increase in, governmental capital and people get food, that would be great. If they can't, then they can't. I don't have another comment. The problem here is a military one. It's not a financial one. Like, people, like, this isn't a war about the money. This is a war about Russia doesn't want Ukraine to exist, right? So, this is what this is. Ukraine is doing the best it can with the shit sandwich that Russia has given it. And, she's going to just do her best. And we're here to support her from now until, hopefully we're going to have a Marine report, coming to you live from Mariupol one day, in the liberated city of Mariupol. But we are sadly not there yet. We're sadly not to a place that can happen yet. And until we are there yet, there's going to be Ukrainian lives on the line, and there are going to be people suffering, from tremendous hardship and casualty. And we're just going to support the country while the situation is what it is.
Air siren alert update. Kharkiv, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Welcome to the space, Ben. I see your hand is raised, sir.
Yeah, I have a question for Konstantin. I'd asked this question a while back, and since he's from Kharkiv, I just would like to hear his thoughts on it. Right before this current phase of the war started, I read an article that was stating that Kharkiv would be, at one time, was very Russian friendly, but at this stage it would be almost impossible for the Russian army to take it over.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
It held true. Just wonder, from someone who lived there, what made, I wish I could find the article again. I could never locate it, but I just curious, what did he know to write that?
Okay, so I will, yes, I'm from Kharkiv, and it was, a pain of my life starting from 2004 when I, actively joined the political life in Ukraine, that Kharkiv is indeed, so many Russian agents work there there are so many agents, so many, money is invested into brainwashing the Kharkiv population. And there was indeed a huge support, and by huge I don't mean it's like 80 or 90. By huge I mean it was
this message has been generated with municipal data.
30%, 35 people who were friendly towards Russia and negative towards Western and let's say free world, not Western. And I lost friends because of that. People I went to school with, I just had to depart with them. Some people, we grew up with, when I heard their political opinions, I just told them, no, you're destroying you're destroying the country. You're destroying, you bring the war. And that was happening before, a long time before this war has happened. So for me, without any ability, and I've tried to, to convince them, I just, had to say, no, we're not going to be friends anymore. I don't want to have any connections with you. Of course, if you're in trouble, give me a call, but I don't want to be friends with you. And what happened is in February 24th, I will tell you one story of my friend named David. And my wife is probably laughing right now. She's sitting next to me. and his wife, David's wife. They were like for 8 years. They were saying like Ukrainians are Nazis, even though they're partially Ukrainians. Ukrainians, Banderovцы. That's I'm sure lots of people heard that word. That's a Ukrainian leader back in almost 100 years ago, who were demonized by everyone, but he was just a fighter for Ukrainian independence, and they were yelling that it's like. Ukrainians are Nazis, they're gonna kill everyone, etc., etc. But they lived 8 years with those opinions, making them public, and no one really cared about their opinion because Ukrainians are peaceful people and allow even hostile opinions towards them exist. But when February 24th happened and wide-scale invasion, you probably have seen a video where there was in Kharkiv Russian Spetsnaz moving their tigers through the streets of Kharkiv, and they were countered by territorial defense and 92nd Brigade that on one of the BTR force that destroyed their column, pushed them back, and chase them into the building and destroy them inside. There are lots of photos of that. It's from the early stages of war, and so I've connected with him. And by the time I've connected, he lived really close. I connected with him because he lived really close to that street where it was happening. I was going to ask him like, so what do you think about them now? But when I connected with him, it turned out that he was already a volunteer helping Ukrainian armed forces together with his wife. So that gives you pretty much, a summary of how pro-Russian Kharkiv is right now.
A great answer. Thank you very much. Our favorite Romanian who lives in a wind tunnel, Daniel R. Fire, is coming up. Nobody has the greatest background wind that he does. Welcome back, Daniel. I hope you're having a nice morning there, and I believe it is Romania.
Yes, Finance. Can I ask Constantin something? Constantin, I know you live in States for some time, but one question for you. What happened with Yanukovych party, the Party of Regions? What happened with their leaders? They are still active? I know some of them are collaborators in occupied parts of Ukraine.
I don't know, but
Warmate performs combat or reconnaissance missions. The onboard daylight or infrared cameras provide the highest quality image in all weather conditions. Warmate is equipped with control modules ensuring autonomous operation and support during targeting.
weird name, but they did it so that they would oppose. They would in their name they would have the statement that they're against Donbass. Like there was, the war started in 2004, so it was their opposition to to try and to Ukraine fighting back the Russian aggression since 2014. And they were, they used all those Russian money to infiltrate multiple, TV channels, and because Ukraine is like is a free country, we don't have simple laws that just say, okay, let's just ban this channel because we don't like it. So they were pretty, inventive in hiding their, making it legal and spread their propaganda. And they were somewhat successful. They had probably like 15%, I think, in the parliament or something like that. I don't remember exact numbers. I'm sorry, maybe not 15, maybe 12. But and they were all mostly collaborators, like their heads, the leading part of them, and of course they tried. The locals who were part of it were mostly, they would try to recruit like thugs, or criminal elements to be part of their party, and they were somewhat successful at that. And obviously, when the Russian occupation forces got the hold of the land, of course, those were the first ones to become collaborators, because those are criminals. They don't care about. They don't have any ethics. They don't care about moral. The only thing they care about their own life, their own pockets, and of course, this is a great opportunity for them to rise up. And that's what happened in 90% of the Russian occupied territories of Ukraine.
Невозможно же на протяжении 8 лет убивать людей. И все эти 8 лет мы здесь живем, мы ходим на работу.
I imagine the SBU is with eyes on them, and they will not have easy life continuously. All the political leaders.
Those are the targets, of course. Those on traitors and national security threats. And in the state of war, there is a direct, not order, but capability to eliminate the collaborators like this. So they are the target. They thought that they are, just gonna make their money and, become the, how we call them, Gauleiter, like local, appointed by Nazis leader. But they are liability for Russians and the Ukrainian special forces and Secret Service. Well, we don't have Secret Service, we have SBU. It destroys them behind enemy lines, and you can see that in the news quite often. But unfortunately, it's not as much as I would want to see that. But we're working on it.
Could I ask a quick question of Konstantin?
Yeah, generic and polymath. Let me get our order down straight.
Okay. For you, Konstantin, and any other native Ukrainians in the space, I'm just curious. Since we talked a little bit about history, how is Nestor Makhno and other of the Black Army and the naval revolutionaries, I guess you say, how are they viewed today? Are they viewed as,
I'm sorry. Let me interrupt you. I for 1 second I got disconnected. I didn't hear you. Could you repeat from the start?
Oh yes, I was asking, how do Ukrainians view historical figures such as Nestor Makhno and other revolutionaries such as the Black Army and the revolution of the Navy around that time period? Do they view them favorably, or is it a piece of history they like to forget? It's not important.
So regarding Nestor Makhno, let's say this figure is more like made. I don't know how to, the right word, but it's like romanticized. So it's like, there is a mist of romance around him, that someone who opposed all the governments, and there is some respect to him, but he is more like ideological figure that, no one cares about it in terms of real history of what he was really up for and what he was really doing. So it's like more, it's more like a figure of speech right now, and it's not. It's everyone knows him, but the real history behind him for average people is just some romance that he was a cool guy that was opposing lots of stuff, and you would use you would use him as a metaphor for fighting against any authority. That's how we perceive him, and there is not much more to it.
So
Regarding
like a
Black, yeah,
Ukrainian Robin Hood.
yeah, to some way, yeah, you're pretty close, but so it's not negative and it's not positive figure either. So he's not viewed as a positive figure, because we do understand Ukrainians are mature enough to understand that authority is needed. So you need to have some kind of hierarchy. You need to have some kind of power to survive. You cannot just make it free for all. We have that understanding, so there is no absolutely it's not like, because in Ukraine we think Robin Hood is, people mostly think that Robin Hood is this hero, great guy. Mahno is not a hero, a great guy. He was just a person who was in that time. Maybe he had good ideas, but we Ukrainians do understand that not all those ideas are actually survivable, or it's a utopia what he was trying to push through. We understand that, but at the same time we understand that maybe he had some good intent in his thoughts, but that's about it.
Thank you for the explanation, Konstantin. Polymath, then Daniel.
Yeah, I just had a follow-up question to Konstantin regarding his friends from college days and just before 2014, and that was a great anecdote that you shared about your friend that you got back in touch with. But just generally speaking, those Russian Ukrainians who were pro-Russia, just everyday people. Obviously, this is an existential, obvious crisis for the whole of Ukraine. I'm just curious, how do they explain themselves? As far as, well, I was wrong, or so how do they justify their past?
So there is at this point, I don't think it's anyone asked anything to be justified. There are so many mistakes that have been done, by people in the past. So we're trying to focus more, on what you're gonna do in the future. For me, I don't agree with that. It's my personal statement that what happened in the past should be there should be a retrospective on it, and there should be lessons learned. But at this point, majority of Ukrainians think that, okay, that's fine, you were wrong before, let's get over with the war, and then let's look at it, and then you will have time to explain it. But for now, we're all doing the same thing, and this thing is surviving and fighting back.
Totally makes sense. But I agree with you, there should be some retrospective after Russia's defeated, obviously. But.
Велика Британія передала Україні 6 одиниць зенітного
Yes, probably yes.
HVM для протиповітряної оборони військ на невеликих відстанях та висотах. Elvis Stormer – сучасна військова броньована машина виробництва британської компанії Elvis Vickers. Stormer HVM.
Another follow-up for you, Konstantin, or anyone else who wants to chime in. I've heard references to Ukrainian government making lists of Russian soldiers or Russian people or even collaborators that are participating or have participated in war crimes, genocide, etc. What is the SBU and comparable Ukrainian agencies doing to hunt down those people, if you know anything about that?
No, I don't. That's not my area of knowledge. Sorry, I have some ideas, but those are just ideas with no confirmation, so I would not elaborate on that.
Daniel, how are you this morning?
I'm well, fine, thank you, Finance. Konstantin, in my city, one hill and two city districts are called Mazepa. Here was buried the Hetman Mazepa, but communists 70 years ago destroyed his burial ground, the church, and sent all the remains in Danube. My question is, why I don't hear enough about Hetman Mazepa in Ukrainian figure, like a historical figure?
I don't quite understood your question. Mazepa is important figure for in our history. It's
okay, but all the people talk of anything less about Hetman Mazepa because probably was your first leader who wanted free Ukraine, right?
I cannot say that it was a first leader who wanted free Ukraine, but he was definitely one of the leaders that wanted free Ukraine. He's on our currency as as one of our hetmans. Or if you pull out your hryvnias, you will probably find his face in your wallet. But it was like it's a history. Russia tries its best to defy him, to make sure that he is remembered as an enemy of the Russia, that he is a traitor, etc. But of course they are failing in that, and thankfully, and for us he's a hero. I don't know why you say you don't hear about much. Probably you don't hear much about him is because it was pretty long time ago. Not a somewhat modern history, and it's just people are focused more on the current things that are happening. But for us, it's an important figure. Everyone knows about him, and we all remember Baturin. That's where the massacre happened. That was his fortress that was destroyed by Russians, and with all the people, all the civilians murdered, and it was a complete act of war crime and genocide. And we all remember that. It's embedded in our blood, and that's why I don't really understand your question. But if
it's about, sorry, Konstantin, it's about promoting his figure, because here in my city it's just a coincidence, because he was buried here, and we know who he was, but every other parts of the world don't have any idea about him. That was my question, not about Ukrainians per se. Thank you.
Well, we should work better on making his history famous. That's probably our fault, but once again, there are lots of things that we're falling behind on, but we're working on it. We're not perfect.
I would like to point out, have we discussed in the space today, I wasn't on all day, the joyous list of Russian propagandists that was listed by the Ukrainian government today. I am not not going to shed any tears since they are naming some politicians. They're definitely going to ruffle some feathers with this. That said, these are people who are actually promoting Russian propaganda. I like that they named John Mearsheimer, who claims to be a realist or some sort of other intellectual framework that just seems to be, if we just appease Putin and give him what he wants, then he'll go away, which turns out to be a really unreal approach to anything. I guess he's part of that list of college professors who failed grade school. Leonard. Leonard, sir, did you have a hand up, or were you just waving?
Finance. Actually, I did not have my hand up, but I do have a comment, just a short one if you want, on that very point. Or you can, or go ahead and finish, and I can talk. I can make my point later. Whatever.
I can, if no one minds, I can comment on that list. So people,
Please.
I've seen there is a lot of in the Western media and in the United States circles. There are some people who, who misunderstood this list and started like making, okay, these are like enemy. Ukraine has proclaimed its enemies of the war. No, Ukraine has, its own right. It's a state of war. It's a state that is fighting for its existence, and Ukraine has a right to publish the list of people who Ukraine considers to be spreading Russian propaganda, paid or not, intentionally or by mistake. Those people are harming Ukraine in the world politics. That's what this list is about. There were lots of people, who posted, I don't want to say names, because it's public. You can see it on Twitter or anywhere else. But it's not that Ukraine is hunting them down, calling them Nazis, or like trying to enforce something against them. It's just a list of people who Ukraine considers to be hurting Ukraine and bringing Ukraine, doing negative stuff for Ukraine, purposely or not.
There's nobody from this space on there, is there?
We have not. We are not Russian propagandists. There is nobody from this space who's on that list.
No, we're all on Putin's list.
I would be thrilled if Putin attempted to come up with a list, right? Because given that half of us are anonymous or pseudonymous, and the best picture he has of Battle Moose is a hilarious moose or a fellow that's just trolling them, Russia's list of uninvited guests.
You're going to start to do a coughing fit again. Stop.
I could never speak right now about it. Half the time I'm on mute, or someone calls my name and I'm not talking. It's one of two things. Either A, I can't figure out how to get back to the screen to click the unmute button, or B, and most likely I'm having a coughing fit.
Yeah, for the listeners that are out there right now, I do have to mention that many of our contributors are on the Russian do not contact, no longer allowed in the country. Probably are going to try to give them polonium T lists. Various members like Peter Doran. Peter Doran is never allowed in the Russian Federation again.
I don't know what he will do. How will he ever survive not traveling to Russia?
It's becoming a very lengthy list. It includes every premier of every province in Canada, the prime minister, every federal cabinet minister, and the current minister of finance and the previous foreign secretary has been on the list for about 5 years or more. So it's a growing rogues gallery for sure.
Again, for the listeners, Leonard and I are Canadian, and Canada has the largest population of Ukrainians outside of Ukraine. So most of our politicians are Ukrainian. They're Ukrainian by heritage. So when the war began, even in 2014, that's why the Canadian forces showed up there so fast and started the training mission, because we were motivated, because we literally see the Ukraine as one of the mother countries.
Exactly, and which the forces had actually stayed over now.
Sorry, I was having a coffee fit.
Do you say having a coffee fit, Battle Moose?
Yeah, that's a combination of I was drinking coffee and started a coughing fit because something amused me and it came up through my nose. We got a hand in the audience, and Daniel, you've been waiting there patiently while we natter away. My most sincere apologies. After you, sir.
No problem, Buttermoose. If we talk about Russian blacklist, I remember something. It looks so far away, but it's not. The talk of the soft power of orcs was always in my country something like, the Hermitage, how beautiful is St. Petersburg, and very usual, until 1-2 years ago, was even Kiev put on the Russian cities, and the Kharkiv was remembered because the Battle of Kharkov with the Nazis, not about a great city. And Odessa even is very, very near to our city. Was almost unknown. Nobody go to Odessa for beach, for example. And one thing I am ashamed, and I can do almost anything, even if I push a lot of buttons, because I am a humble public serviceman. My city has sisterhood cities with Sevastopol and Yalta. And after 2014, this never changed. Even if I said we need to do that, it's a shame. We cannot do this. We are still have them in the list of sisterhood cities. And I feel you cannot imagine how ashamed I am for this. Because people are just stupid, or don't care, or they forgot, or, just that. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Hope you're enjoying your morning tornado drink. Donnie, welcome to the space.
Hey, that tornado is like ever present, and it's amazing. Number one. Number two, I just wanted to think, like, if one was on this no-go Russia list, this blacklist, how long do you think it would take for them to be squatting in Red Square? Because for me, I want to get on the list just to prove that I will 100% outlive that list. There is no way anybody on that list will never see Moscow or St. Petersburg if they want to. There's absolutely no way. Everybody on that list is going to outlive that list utility, and we'll be having Canadian back bacon sandwiches in Moscow Square. Thank you. That's all I have.
Yeah, I would note that perhaps this is just another example where I'm a very bad finance analyst for us all, because a lot of people on that list are getting paid way more money to just shill for Russia versus the absolute $0 I get paid to spend massive amounts of time volunteering on this space to support Ukraine. So in that sense, they're much better at being greedy douchebags who are willing to support a genocidal nation for their own pocketbooks. So on that respect, I have to analyze that they are looking out for themselves more than I am. And in that sense, I've made the wrong financial choice in life. That said, I wouldn't make it any differently ever again because, Russian warship, go fuck yourself. With that said, John, welcome to the space. I see a hand is raised, sir.
Thank you, Finance. I've not been able to hop on the space at all today, which is a rarity until just now. Perks of having no Wi-Fi at my house. Anyways, I just wanted to quickly mention in regard to the quote-unquote sanctions list published by the Russian Federation. I would be remiss if I had not mentioned the inclusion of John McCain as of a few months ago onto that list. So I'm afraid that there is at least one individual who will not be able to join us in Moscow at some point in the distant future.
He's a patriot.
Wait,
I
what?
am teary-eyed that John McCain will not join us. Oh, damn it! Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
And it amazes me that they added him onto the list after he was already deceased. I'm pretty sure there was a Canadian government official who was also deceased, who got added to the list as well.
Dude, I hope I do something so great in my life that a genocidal terror state decides to get mad at me when I'm dead. It's a sign you did something right. And for those who may not agree with Mr. McCain's politics, I didn't always agree with Mr. McCain's politics. I can always respect a veteran who served his country, spent a number of his youth when many of us were doing more fun things in the hotel of the Hanoi Hilton, the very inaptly named place where not particularly well kept American POWs were in Vietnam. And, he's then spent his entire life serving his nation. So, with that, whether you agree with his politics or not, that's what a patriot looks like for any nation. And,
I think there's very, very, very few people that don't agree with John McCain's gumption, politics, and even as a person on the left, I love that man. So, yeah, I don't think he'll. Besides the far right and far left, we love that. Like he was good people.
Yep, big fan. As someone who veers to the center, very large fan of Mr. McCain. Leonard, see your hand is raised.
Yes, thank you, Finance. Likewise, as someone who veers to the center, but I cannot help but speak in favor of John McCain, and anybody who's saw him in action can simply cannot avoid having a bottomless amount of respect for the man and his principles. And it should just be remembered that he spent I think almost 7 years in the Hanoi Hilton in Hanoi after bailing out of his Phantom over Hanoi, getting shot down, and he was one of the last people to leave. He was offered exit from the prison early because they were hoping to ransom him because he was the son of an admiral. His father was an admiral in the U.S. Navy, but he refused to go. He stayed, even though he was beat to a pulp by his captors. He chose to stay in his cell until all of his more sickly, more injured, and essentially his entire crew had left, and he was one of the last men out. So that there's an endless amount of respect for that man. That's a nice on the cenotaph, not just an admiral. Thank you, John.
John, there was some news that stuff might be happening in the Black Sea tonight. So Battle Moose was saying there might be some action with some Russian strategic bombers trying to fire stuff at Odessa. You're usually really good at finding out what's going on. So if you could give us a little research, we would greatly appreciate it. JJ, welcome up to the space.
Glad to be here.
If anybody has any questions for this evening, there may or may not be things being fired at the port of Odessa right now. The Russian Foreign Ministry is trying to blame Ukraine and Western sanctions for the fact that food isn't reaching the world. The Financial Times is reporting that Ukraine is still going to try to ship grain out of the port of Odessa. It was so light on details that I'm like, what in the world am I reading? But they were quoting legitimate Ukrainian sources. So you have one very confused finance. Like, half of me just wants to say, are they just like calling a bluff here? But maybe they're legitimately going to be like, no, we're going to put some hardware in the thing and we're going to make Russia fire a missile at the ship to really, or they're not going to. Like, I'm not sure what's going on exactly. I don't know how in the world you're going to get a grain ship insured to actually go all the way to the port of Odessa, but apparently they might try. And Godspeed if somebody does. JJ, I see your hand is raised.
Thanks, Finance. You guys were talking about the banned list, and that reminded me of something that I caught the tail end of a little while ago. Battle Moose was talking about sunflowers and embassies. Can you fill me in on that?
Moose.
Please stand by.
Battle Moose has decided that the Marine Report here should be supporting Benjamin Wittes' efforts at the Brookings Institute to increase the serotonin levels of Russians, because it's really sad and depressing to regularly shill on a daily basis for the revanchist empire that rapes, pillages, and plunders on a daily basis, and try to just lie to everybody you see about it. So in an effort to provide such a serotonin lift to all these people, because they go throughout their day having to shill across the world in Russian consulates everywhere, we figured maybe they could see something that would bring them a smile on their face, and what would make someone happier than sunflowers planted all nearby legally their embassies, consulates, and other Russian outposts in foreign nations.
Sounds like a great plan.
Sunday at 10 a.m. is when Mr. Wittes is starting his action in BC. This is his second go-round of this. Apparently, the first go-round worked really well, and there were really tall sunflowers everywhere that happened to be on private property. And then a bunch of people who were likely from the Russian embassy went and ripped them all down, which is technically illegal in defacing other people's private property, which is, in fact, a perfect symbolism for how Russia behaves anywhere they go. Undeterred, turns out it's pretty easy to plant sunflowers. So we're just going to go after it again. And hopefully all around the world, Mr. Wittes has kindly given us the address and phone number of all of them. I would also note that all Russian consuls are able to be reviewed on Google if you've had a bad experience or feel that your little taste of Russia that you got while being served by the Russian embassy wasn't a particularly good experience. You're more than welcome to leave such a review on Google, and that will just sit there. Don.
Thank you, Finance. So I was taking a quick look through the Twitters, and as far as I can tell, I haven't seen anything concrete regarding confirmed explosions in Odessa or anything related to that. That being said, as of about 4 hours ago, the Russian strategic bomber Voicenet is active, likely Tu-22M3 backfire bombers. Those are their usual cruise missile launch platforms. The last we heard about the Baronet was about 2 hours ago, so it could be they're still loitering somewhere over the Black Sea at this point. There are occasions where they will take off, the Baronet will go active, and then they don't carry out any strikes. I suspect that's a psychological warfare tactic of some form against the Ukrainian population to constantly keep them under air raid alerts. But we'll have to wait and see just for the time being. I haven't seen any info that indicates strikes have been carried out as of yet.
All right. Well, thank you, John. That would be good. It would be a good thing if Ukraine can go an evening without having anyone try to bomb them. That'd be a beneficial thing. JJ.
Thanks. Question for John. For us civilians, what does Baronet stand for, and does he know the history behind it?
So, Baronet refers to the various frequencies that Russian long-range strategic aviation uses to communicate with their ground controllers. A lot of this is you can be picked up with with privately and commercially available equipment, and you can listen in on it to some extent. So that's how we're able to get this info, is there are some very astute people who listen into these frequencies. The reason why it's called the Baronet is that's a reference to the Russian Tu-95 bomber. Its NATO reporting name is Bear. Russia has three types of long-range bombers currently in service: the Tu-95 Bear, the Tu-M3 Backfire, and the Tu-160 Blackjack. And just for the record, I too am a civilian. I have no personal background in this. This is just, it's a hobby, more or less, for me. Just subject matter of interest.
You forgot the White Swan.
Isn't that just the Tu-160?
Well, the Blackjack and the Swan are two different aircraft.
Maybe I got my names mixed up.
I have a Canadian military question for you, Battle Moose. With the incredible politeness of Canadians, when you were just blowing people up on a battlefield, are you still like super polite about it? You're like, oh, I'm so sorry, sir. Like excuse me. Like, as you like fire tank ammunition at them? Is that what you like say in your tanks and things?
No, we all that. It's not like we're polite all the time. We have deep-seated rage, and we just keep burying it deep down inside till it becomes a hardened black ball in our soul. So once every couple of generations, a massive conflict breaks out, and we let out all our aggressions, and especially World War II, where we went out there and we tried to eat the Nazis' souls.
Yes, indeed.
So just again for the listeners, the term stormtrooper is actually a term for Canadian soldiers. And that's what the Nazis called us.
Why?
We used to do some really, really nasty stuff on the battlefield. We were extremely effective soldiers back in World War II, and it was paid for in blood, because we didn't come to the battlefield super effective. We worked at it, and it was it was through engagement. I wish Major Giroux was here, because he can give you the whole history on it. through engagements like early on in World War II with Dunkirk and
Juno Beach.
No, Juno Beach was culmination. Dieppe. Those were, for all intents and purposes, military failures, right? We paid for that in blood. So when engagements like Sicily and North Africa, and actually Canadians were in Hong Kong as well. When those came around, we were pretty battle hardened by then. And when the Americans finally decided to come and play, we were already in the war 3 years by that point.
Yeah, it definitely took us a while there. John, I see your hand is raised, sir. I keep thinking you're a co-host because the way it does my ordering, it puts you right next to me, and you're usually my co-host. But, welcome up this evening. I guess I'm running the show solo. If someone would like to host John to make him do some work, that'd be great. Get some use out of him. Till then, John, you're up.
Your wish is my command.
Please don't. I'm on potato cell service. I will have no Wi-Fi until sometime, hopefully Wednesday. After then, I can resume co-hosting, but my connection is uber unstable. In any case, the things that I wanted to mention were, in regards to the origin of the term stormtrooper, I was under the impression that was derived from the German word Strasstruppen from the First World War. Feel free. I would appreciate if anybody could correct me on that if I'm totally off base, but that was my understanding. The other thing was, Battlemoose, in regards to the White Swan, I just looked it up. It appears, based on what I read, that White Swan is just the name of the Tu-160 in Russian service. NATO reporting name is still, just Blackjack as far as I can tell. Am I correct with that?
I thought the Blackjack, excuse me, was the one with the engines up on the Enfilage. Or is that, no, that's a Bison. Sorry.
Хотелось бы поблагодарить вас и ваших меценатов, и всех тех людей, которые с вами сотрудничают, потому что вы единственный фонд, который выбрал одну линеечку.
I was self-correcting there. No, John is correct. I would. That being said, and Konstantin, if you have any buddies that are in the air defense in Ukraine, if they can bring down one of these strategic bombers, I will buy that debt a case of whatever they drink.
Those strategic bombers are flying 700 kilometers away.
Take the shot.
Okay, I don't. Well, I actually have one guy who's supposed to be there, but I have not kept the contact with him. So I'll try to to convey your message.
When there's a case of vodka on the line, you watch these things fall out of the sky.
I'm trying, the financial analyst in me points out the massive comments of human life, incredible expensive, a single shot of a plane and military. But no, all it takes for one of you alcoholics is to put a little vodka on the line and all of a sudden everything falls. Is this really how it works?
Yep, exactly. You got it down to, you absolutely understand it right.
I just checking that I'm doing my math correct here. I mean, this is a war where the guys you're fighting in Russia seem to think that a $2 million of cruise missiles is worth blowing up $10,000 of grain. So I think that economics went out the window some time ago, and I'm just sort of being amazed at how far the insanity sometimes spreads.
Well, I've seen them. There was recently a video posted with the Russian Caliber, I think it was Caliber missile, aiming at the farm of beehives. So you can imagine their, their accuracy and their strategic calculation problems. But hey, if you had 2 bottles of vodka before you decided, you planned your missions, that's how it works.
Yo, wasn't that long?
Outstanding mission agility, power, and precision make Warmate a destructive and effective tool on the contemporary battlefield. We passionately create technologies of tomorrow because our reality is your future.
Get into it. Prior World War One, they give you a little shot of courage because when you had to jump out of that trench, you're jumping into hell. So no sane person would do that. So you get a little liquid courage into you there, and it makes life a little more tenable.
I just figured it would make having to be stuck on a ship with a bunch of smelly sailors more tenable, but that's just me. John, you're up, sir.
Thank you. Just briefly on the sailors thing, there's actually a really interesting story related to that. So I assume everybody here is familiar with the term of cup of Joe. A cup of Joe for our North American listeners. I'm going to assume that all of y'all are familiar with that phrase, and it's referring to coffee. So where that phrase comes from is the United States Secretary of the Navy, I believe immediately prior to the First World War, was a guy named Joseph something or another. And this individual, he was notable for banning the presence of alcohol aboard U.S. Navy vessels while he held the position of Secretary of the Navy, and then that continued from there on out. And so after that ban was implemented, the strongest drink that a U.S. Navy sailor could have aboard their vessel or whatever vessel they were stationed to was coffee. So coffee became known as a cup of Joe.
That's really cool.
I was trying to come up with some joke about our president and his name, but I couldn't get there. It wasn't funny. So someone can figure that out, and the age of our president and cup of Joe, or there's something to be done there, but it's not coming to me tonight. Sure, someone can pull it off. I will say that he's been great in his support of Ukraine, more so than a lot of people might have expected. We have sent a massive amount of weapons and ammunition, though often here on this space we feel it's a trickle. It's the most that anybody has been sent either since World War II or ever. It's really kind of going to be interesting to see people start to tabulate. Definitely the speed at which stuff has been sent is the fastest ever for this kind of period, especially when we are not personally having our troops on the ground blowing things up. So that's been absolutely impressive, and it's been in one of the things I can say happily about my country and their performance. And I think the same can be said for our Canadian and UK friends, and doubly so for anybody in Poland or Estonia. Especially in Estonia, I think they've sent something like 1/3 of their military hardware at this point, which is just insane. And outside of their huge military and governmental expenditures, the Estonian civil society is sending a massive amount of money and funds on a per capita basis. Like the bankers are doing things like, hey, we'll buy the ambulances. Then the lawyers will buy all the stuff that goes in the ambulance. Then then they'll get the doctors will go buy some cars or something. Literally everybody in Estonia basically is donating money, supplies, whatever to Ukraine, and it's absolutely glorious. So for the number one per capita country, our hat is off to the Estonians for their Ukrainian support. Obviously, the Ukrainians themselves are doing everything they can, But for outside countries, Estonia, Poland, they're really taking the cake. But here in the U.S., I'm pleasantly surprised by how much we're doing. We obviously here would really like to see them hand some ATACMS over, because that could end this war much more quickly. And the sooner it's over, the less people die. And even if you're somebody who, you're probably not listening to space, but if you're somebody who likes Russia, a lot less Russians will die if they lose quicker, because they won't be sent into the meat grinder for another half year or month. They don't care about their own troops either. So, it would probably be a good thing to save a whole lot of life, a whole lot of environment, a whole lot of everything for this war to end on a sooner basis, Ukraine to get to the business of rebuilding her beautiful country in her sovereign territory. That said, we have lots of hands up. I have no idea the order, so I'm going to go by the order they appear on my screen. That's Daniel in a tornado, JJ, then Donnie.
Okay, I think was John before me, but I want to add something about help. We look too much about weapons and forgot about simple things which are very, very needed there. First are fire trucks, second ambulances, then semi-trucks, what are very popular in your country, and of course big trucks, because they need a lot, and I see a lot of Ukrainian trucks in my city, and I think they need a lot of them, and I think they need a lot of military trucks. And I think French, Italians, and Germans send more of them is even more necessary than weapons. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. There's huge amounts of supplies needed. And it is not just obvious military weapons. Here at Maria Aid, that's who we support here at the Maria Report. One of the things we often focus on is earmuffs, as Battle Moose likes to say, as well as tourniquets. A tourniquet can save a life. We've had some very, very sad stories about how surprisingly cheap military combat medicine equipment can save a life from some of our contributors before. And, whether or not someone has a $10 piece of, equipment that can plug up a bullet hole long enough for somebody to make it back to a hospital is often the difference between life and death. So please help support Maria Aid if you would like to donate some drinking or coffee money, or maybe a large amount more. And we are absolutely happy to help people get, into the hands of Ukrainians the things that they need to survive this war. And then we go JJ and then Donnie.
Thanks, Finance. I'm hoping somebody can tell me more about ATACMS. I know that they have a longer range, but I'd like to know what other benefits are there for Ukraine from this piece of equipment.
I keep trying to get John up. Battle Moose, would you like to speak on ATACMS, or Constantine, if you're still awake? I would prefer our military gentleman to speak on it better than I can. I literally can only tell you what I have learned being a listener, sometimes panelist, and sometimes host of this space. We have actual military men who actually understand these things far better than I do. Moose, John, Constantine? Oh, Constantine's awake. ATACMS.
I wanted to say let's listen to your version.
Why don't I have a crying emoji? You just hate me today, Constantine.
No, there is with ATACMS, the idea is that why they're great. It's my personal opinion. Once again, I'm not a military expert. I just, had some military experience. But it expands capabilities, and the idea of them is actually like with any weapon, is expanding your current capabilities when new weapon is introduced. So the capabilities, as the person asking the question pointed out, new capability is to strike 300 kilometers at least, because that's the number range on the Wikipedia, but in reality it's probably a bit bigger. There is a new capability to strike targets 300 to 400 kilometers back into the rear. And considering that there is a lot of intelligence that Ukraine possesses, one ATACMS missile can destroy a building, like a big concrete building. It carries, I think, around 500 pounds of explosives, and it allows you to strike really deep. So the headquarters that are pretty well known where they are can be struck in Donetsk, and in Luhansk as well. Also airfields where the Russian planes do think that they're safe right now. Those can be targeted. Ammunition depots that are deep as well, same for railway junctions. So it gives quite expands Ukrainian capabilities and will allow to cut down to further hinder the logistics, and also it would allow to cut the how you call this, like vertical of the command and control system that they have built, because the headquarters can be struck directly from a very, very long distance. And also it would bring the safety for the crews operating them, because many missions, many of those missions can be completed with what Ukraine has right now, using 120 kilometer range, and without ATACMS, without just normal Gimlers. The pack of 6 rounds together carries around the same explosive payload as one ATACMS, but to strike it, you have to get much closer to strike deep. You have to get much closer to the line of to the front line, which means that you endanger your critical pieces of equipment. So this is also a very important factor for considerations here.
Thank you so much.
Great, yeah. And as to my understanding, the reason why I actually understand this weapon a little bit is that it gets into what I do understand about warfare, which is when we get a little bit into the logistics and operational side of things, because it works more like business things. And ATACMS, because of its extended range, can get to the key rail junctions that would go into places like Sevastopol, which everything we know and have seen is that the Russian military operates far more effectively when it is close to its rail lines. It operates significantly worse the further it gets from its rail network. And an ATACMS long-range weapon can take out, a handful of these can really take out the key rail junctions for total logistical collapse in ways that just couldn't be quickly repaired by the, quite frankly, very capable Russian train brigade. Part of their military, for those who aren't aware, is actually a segmented brigade that deals with their train logistics. It is that important to them that it's their own division. And they are considered quite good at what they do, at keeping trains up and running on time, getting stuff on rail networks from A to B. So those guys are pretty good at fixing things. But if you can make enough big holes at enough important places and turn things like where trains need to switch, load, unload, etc., into piles of heaping metal, then it's going to be really hard to move what they need to move where they want to move it. So in that way, it strikes the Russians where they're absolutely the weakest, which is their logistical network. It strikes the heart of their logistical network, which is their rail system. And it can go deep enough into their territory that it's not just hitting the endpoints that HIMARS can get to. It's hitting them well behind the lines, which creates all sorts of absolute disaster scenarios when you try to start moving inventory across much longer range. They don't have the light trucks to move that kind of material. When they do try to move, huge amounts of material via road. They wind up with major convoy backups, things breaking down. These are not the kind of, because of all their issues in centralization and their total lack of pushing down any kind of authority, they just will not have the ability to do something like organize the famed Red Ball Express. I'm referring to the set up truck line from France to Germany that supplied the Allies in World War II, that we moved a massive amount of material on basically semi-trucks of or not even quite, military grade, light trucks of World War II era across, northern France to supply our lines. And it took a huge amount of men, a huge amount of, material just to get all of our stuff to where it needed to be, right? Because, Russia can have all the artillery in the world, all the artillery shells forever. But if it can't get them to the front of the line where it can fire them in range of the Ukrainians, it doesn't matter. So that's why Atacams is exciting to me. 60% of what the military guys are telling me about what it would mean to take out these key rail junctions. So I'm excited for them. I hope that they would eventually hit the system. If they don't, they don't. I'm not. This is so far above my pay grade, it's not funny. Donnie, then John.
Hey, I wanted to add, so this is a leading question, but I wanted to ask Finance, how much do you rely on Google Trends to use it as a tool to predict or to sense, sentiment in the world that you work in?
I am not an algorithmic trader. I have never been on an algorithmic trading desk. At least the kind of algorithmic trading desk that would use a non-price trend. So the answer for me is never. There are definitely guys who do use that as a signal. We are so far outside the bounds of discussing Ukraine directly that I'm curious where you're going with this one.
Oh yeah, I was trying to discover when the talk about Ukraine being Nazis was first discussed on the internet. I wanted to try and figure out when Russia tried to label Ukraine this way and create this narrative. So I was doing digging, and the first reference, now mind you, this is the first reference in Latin to English, like typed, of Stefan Bandera, was in October 23rd, 2006. The day before, Condoleezza Rice had a meeting in Moscow. So let me say, the first spike in the English language in Moscow of the search term Stephen Bandera happened on October 23rd, 2006. The day before, Condoleezza Rice had a meeting with Putin and Lavrov. So, I'm thinking that this theme was already in place. Their narrative was being built in 2006 to label all of Ukraine neo-Nazi.
Is there a way to upload a photo? Because there's a report on this.
Hey, Jeff, please wait your turn.
Sorry.
We're absolutely happy to have you answer the question. put your hand up. It's a little heart button all the way at the bottom. If you look in your screen next to the plus sign, you click the heart, you go all the way to the right, you can raise your hand. If you want to respond to somebody when your hand is up, we understand that. I'll let you respond when Nightlight's done speaking. You can both DM somebody a photo. That's usually the best way if it's individual. You can also post stuff on your own profile, and just if it's open, which I recommend for almost everybody to have a thing that everyone can go look at their profile so we can all talk to each other. That's what this platform is for. DMs are open. That's a personal thing. But if you're going to just have a Twitter, I say, have it open, let people see what you tweet. And, I think you can post it there and let us know, and people will all go check out your thing. We'll let Nightlight finish. Then Jeff wants to respond. When this little bit's over, we'll go back to John.
Is Donnie? Do you mean Donnie?
Oh, sorry, Donnie. I apologize. I am totally... The hands are up. I'm all confused, man. Donnie, somebody. Just John, no. Donnie, Constantine, Leonard.
My question about Google Trends was leading to how, is this a thing? I'm just okay, so the first time in English Latin letters, Seven Bandera was ever Google searched was October 23rd, the day after Condoleezza Rice met with Lavrov and Putin. So I'm thinking, obviously, her team Googled what they talked about the day before. So that leads me to believe that this plan, and Lavrov is a Ukrainian, so thinking this narrative has been in the churning in the guts of the Kremlin for a very long time. And that's what I was going for. But if anyone has any, talking points on that, I'd love to listen.
Yeah, marketing guys would have a better thought there than most finance guys. So if we have any marketing guys who want to go look at the history, I would love to hear their thoughts. Jeff, you wanted to respond, sir.
Oh, my bad. I think I DM'd tweeted most of it to you, Donnie. But there's a ResearchGate paper I was looking at the other day, actually, that was monitoring Google Trends, ironically enough, and it's all correlated with botnets for, I can't remember the name of the multiple FSB, etc. Cyber warfare, subgroups, whatever they call them. But it's highly correlative that over time, as the obvious or at least implicit intent, the buildup along the border, etc., became increasingly pertinent on the geopolitical world level. Disinformation or subversive campaigns in the cyberspace became increasingly apparent. So I think there is a high correlation to that. I don't know about since inception. I think it's difficult. It becomes a long tail problem, but it becomes highly correlative at a certain point, and that point is months before the beginning of the invasion. Sorry, not the initial invasion, but the large armor, most recent 2024 or whatever it is invasion. Sorry, I'm done.
Yeah, it's a little muddled recently, so that's why I widened my scope, and then I said, okay, well, if I'm widening my scope, there must be a first peak, and Google didn't exist before a certain time, so I said, what's the first time these characters were ever put in place in the Google search terms in a certain region, and that was the day after Condoleezza Rice met with Putin and Lavrov in Moscow. And so my best hypothesis is that their team was, she was given the briefing from Lavrov and Putin about how bad the Ukrainians were, and then her team went directly to Google. It's like, who the fuck is Bandera? So that's my hypothesis. That's my working hypothesis at the moment. But I'm still working on it.
You also have the other possibility, right? Which is they brought up Bandera with them, and the narrative, because of the negatives of Bandera, the narrative would. Bandera is a problematic figure, right? Like he's not a clear cut.
Oh hell yeah. Yeah.
Right? Like look, the guy, I'm Jewish. The guy was highly anti-Semitic, right? I was not welcome, and current leader of the free world, President Zelensky, is not who he was expecting would be leading his country's, fight for freedom, 100 years later, right? Like the dude's Jewish. So, right. Like this is not he's a problematic guy, and it's very easy to set up the narrative in such a way that would really resonate negatively with an American audience. So the other possibility is they brought it up with Condi and team, and they're like, that got such a big response from the Americans, we should start pushing stuff about this, right? So the other's totally possible too there. Anyways, moving to some next hands, Nightlight and then Jeff.
Thank you very much. This is coming up to talk about Atacams here. Working on a Sazerac tonight with a couple ounces of Crown Royal, about an ounce of 90% absinthe, and a couple other good things. So night goes hard after midnight. Anyways, so why Atacams is such a big deal? I mean, it is the range, and that's great. But it's what you can do with that range and the capabilities that it provides. So it does comes in a couple varieties. It has a 500-pound unitary warhead. So that can be, it's based off of, it's not based off of, it literally is the same warhead, but they have in Harpoon anti-ship missiles. Okay, so those, I believe that's a semi-armor piercing missile in the sense of the explosive isn't like a 360 explosive. It's shaped, or at least somewhat shaped, so it focuses the explosive in somewhat of a direction to help core a ship. So it took 2 slightly smaller missiles to kill Moskva. This is the same class of warhead. Okay, so it allows you to do a couple things like take out hard targets. Hard targets can include things like bridges, like the Kerch Bridge. Take out rail bridges. Lots of fun logistics things. It can take out hardened command posts or command bunkers. Might take a couple with that. 300-mile range means you can start hitting airfields. You could theoretically put holes in runways with that, or blow up hangars or maintenance facilities. Okay. The other variety that it comes in carries about, 800 or 900 cluster munitions. So, like, let's say you had, an S-300, S-400 battery where they just lined up all the missiles, tractor launchers in a row with the radar and command posts in neat little rows. I met a couple of those missiles on there. They're not really rockets anymore. They're missiles, and they're maneuverable ones, too, so they do have some evasion capability. They're GPS guided, so very accurate. That can start ripping up your theater level air defense as well. So it enables a lot of things. It really pushes the threat back so far. It threatens enough things that they can't push their logistics back far enough to really be able to support their front line. And just threatening it can be very useful. Being able to threaten things like Sevastopol or Sevastopol there. You blow up the, the fuel, the oil tanks there, or gas tanks that they had there to keep the ships running. You can do that. It's accurate enough. You can hit a ship tied up to a pier. The Ukrainians did that with probably a Toshka ballistic missile and took out a landing ship tank. I believe it was an Alligator class a few months ago, docked in Verdansk after the Russians showed it on TV. You know, it allows you to do a lot of things, and you know, you can't really overstate what it allows. And you don't really need that many of them, but the potential threat of that really forces the enemy to react. So the sooner they can get those things there, the better. But I mean, is it escalatory? Not really. I mean, it's a shorter range system than the Iskander ballistic missiles that the Russians are using all the time. You know, but it does put every Russian that's in Ukraine now comes under threat of that. Everything in Donbass, everything in Crimea. And if they can't shoot down the GMLRs, they probably can't shoot this thing down either. So you have something like a HIMARS, you know, that can usually shoot, usually it shoots 6 guided MLRS rockets. You know, with ATACMS, it can only shoot 1. You can't really tell the difference because it's still patterned with basically 6. It looks like there's 6 rockets in there, but it's really only 1. You know, M270 MLRS carries 2 pods and most 2 ATACMS. Not everything can shoot ATACMS. I believe the M270 MLRS is kind of the primary user with that. I'm not sure if HIMARS is enabled for that, but I mean, I would think that's just a software patch. It's a very useful system. The 500-pound warhead really opens up things so you can start hitting hard targets. And the cluster bombs will just let you reap surface air missile batteries that might have been sitting 100. Government works in strange and mysterious ways, and they are still afraid of escalating things. I don't know what they think it's going to be the next escalation or what they're really worried about the Russians are going to do at this point, but who knows? But I don't think that happens. I don't think ATACMS gets transferred until the British and maybe a couple of allies start leaning on the U.S. to send it, because this thing will shorten the war. You know, it threatens their entire logistics chain. And, you know, GMLRS and so on is hitting the end of that logistics chain for delivery, the kind of like the Amazon warehouse in your city, and then they take the trucks out to deliver it to your doorstep. You know, this is hitting the warehouses that feed the warehouses, the bigger ones. And that you can't replace that. You can't get around that. You know, once that's threatened, you're done. You can either defend against it, or you know, the whole thing collapses. You know, if you fire enough, if you know where these things are. So I think the biggest reason they're hesitant to send them is that they could also send these things into Russia. And there's fear that would cause an escalation, although, you know, the Ukrainians shoot plenty of things into Russia as it is. So I think the difference is that it's an American weapon that would be shot into Russia. And there's concern about that. Anyways, that's what I wanted to say there.
Yeah, thank you very much. Jeff and then JJ.
Hey, can I respond with just my opinion on that last statement?
No, if you do not have a 15-page quoted essay, you are not allowed to speak on this space. Only people who have absolutely researched meticulously every last word they say and don't make any mistakes are allowed to speak. No opinions allowed.
Okay. I feel like that might have been sarcasm, and I'm going to run with it. So ATACMS. So there's a warhead in between, not a warhead. There's a munition in between GMLRS, current HIMARS system, and ATACMS that I believe is going into at least limited production this year, and we could probably ramp up instead of the ATACMS. HIMARS munitions that we're giving to Ukraine right now, which takes the range from 80 kilometers, air quotes, to 150 kilometers. ATACMS will go to 300 kilometers for sure. And yes, it's 1 shot per 6-shot pod, and then 2 shot per 12 6-shot pods for the M270. And you get a 500 to 750 pound warhead instead of a 200 pound warhead. They do have cluster munitions, but so do the HIMARS weapons. Most of the cluster stuff's getting phased out because they have like a 5 to 7%, I think, dud rate, and the United States doesn't like throwing unexploded cluster munitions into fields, especially if it's defending Ukrainian fields, even if they're yet to be taken back. I think it's like, from my perspective, it's death by 1,000 cuts, right? Like, sure, we could hit this or we could hit that, but if you can convince the enemy that they only need to move back 20 kilometers, 25 kilometers, and you hit 50 ammo depots with much, much less expensive ammunition, I think we're talking $150K per round to like $2.5-3 million per round, starting to get into the SM2, SM3, SM6 range of expense per shot. And we've also built only like 2,000 of them. And I think of those 2,000 ATACMS rounds, like 900 of them are being refitted as we speak. So they're strategically important, and I think they're probably on the table, but it's not like a magic wand we can wave and just, rain hay on everything and everyone. I think it's going to cost the Russians more to slowly move all of their frontline supply routes back to more consolidated, fewer and larger supplies within range of a much cheaper missile that we're at least have begun to produce and can produce for Ukraine, hit them there once more with another wave, and then suppose we need ATACMS, then we pull those out, right? I at this point don't think this administration or anyone in this room, or I'm a fucking American, and I say give them whatever damn weapons they need, and if Russia shoots nukes at us, so fucking be it. We went out swinging.
Well, first off, let's be clear. No one here supports nuclear winter. That said, most of us on this space, pretty much every host I'm aware of, says we should give Ukraine every weapon that isn't a nuke that they want.
Right.
And from a logistical perspective, they don't have a supply line once they start getting hit with ATACMS. Like, they can't move their stuff from A to B. It's not they have supply difficulties. Like, they just stop having supply lines.
It's well, and I'm not trying to be not confrontational, but like what's it called? Let's see, I don't know, reductionist or whatever. But it's like the biggest issue ultimately with Russia has always been like not lack of men, because obviously Putin's willing to throw young, untrained men into the meat grinder over and over and over and over. Like, and there's plenty of men in Russia for that to go on ad nauseum. So what are we actually looking at? It's he doesn't even care about his supply lines to the front. He'll make them drive literally fucking Ladas that their cousin got for their cousin's son dying to the front with artillery shells in them. It's the artillery shells that matter. So what do we want to do is we want to take out the first echelon, convince them that we're not going to hit the third echelon, but supply missiles that can hit the second echelon, have them consolidate all of their artillery rounds, future ammunition depots, into the second echelon, hit those with the next range.
Jeff, I don't mean to We're off
All
a
right,
little
I'm
bit
done.
here.
I'm done.
Are you a veteran of any kind? We have a lot of veterans on here.
Nope, I'm not. I just read a fucking lot about this shit.
Sure. Understand. All right. Well, moving on. Nightlight, I believe you are a veteran. I'm not sure here.
No, well, sort of. I did some training and got hurt very early on. Did work as an analyst for a little bit. But you know, like Jeff here, I mean, I've definitely spent a lot of time looking into that because that was what I was kind of expecting my trade to be. But you know, gravity happens. So one thing I would say is, you know, he's talking about the cluster munitions and they're reluctant to use them because, yeah, there is a dud rate with that kind of thing. You know, there's something can be said for sometimes it's a bug, sometimes it's a feature, because then you have to bring up, you know, EOD to help clear an area before they can start doing repairs on something. Yeah, it's savage, but you know, it's sometimes what you have to do. Like same thing, like someone was talking about, you know, those rail crews. You know, you cut a line, and then the rail crews come up, and then you double tap the rail crews. You know, and when someone comes to replace them, you kill them too. You know, because war is hell.
I know I didn't raise my hand, and I apologize, but 100% understand the concept. You know, I mean, you're better off wounding a soldier and waiting for a medic and two of his buddies to try and drag him away and popping all of them, right? Like, that's savage doctrine. I'm just saying that the United States doesn't want to shoot cluster munitions into occupied Ukrainian cities where it is known that there are civilians.
Well, there's plenty of eligible targets that aren't in cities you can drop cluster bombs on. I mean, they are reluctant to use them, but we didn't sign any treaties saying we can't. And, you know, we have a lot of interesting cluster munitions which our planes can drop, but again, they're not something that would be used in an urban environment. You know, it's used for other purposes, like, you know, if you're trying to, you know, take out something like a surface air missile battery or, you know, a motor park or something like that. Yeah, because they're nasty weapons. You know, I mean, it's not a nice way to do business, but I mean, I think I wouldn't say we're well past that point, but you do have to be conscious of you are fighting on your own territory. You know, and people are going to have to come through. I mean, I feel horrible about all these Ukrainian farmers. Like, you see all these fields with all these craters in them, and for every crater you see, there's probably, you know, 5-6 unexploded cluster munitions around there, and they're going to be running tractors over bombs for decades. You know, I don't even know how they're going to deal with that. I mean, they're probably going to have to just cut the topsoil off a lot of this farmland just so it's safe to farm again. All right.
I don't know. All right. Nyla, I appreciate Jeff. Hold on. John has been waiting very patiently and probably wants to speak on the topic. So let's move to our rocket scientist, John, and then hear what he has to say.
Thank you, Finance. So briefly in regards to the cluster munitions discussion, there's two aspects to this. There's the GMLRS, and then there's the ATACMS. I'll start with the GMLRS. So, as originally designed, the M30, which is the cluster munitions GMLRS projectile, M31 being the unitary warhead projectile. The original production version of the M30 contained, I think, 400-ish DPICM cluster munition or sub-munitions, around 400 of them. They had an unacceptably high dud rate on the order of, I think, around 10%. It was problematic. We've ceased production of them, and we've started production. I believe it was currently in production is the M30A2. That was preceded by the M30A1. Both the A1 and the A2, they replaced those 400 or so DPICM submunitions with what's known as a quote-unquote alternative warhead that consists of about 180 to 200,000 preformed tungsten fragments. Idea being that you can get some of these area effects without having to deal with the UXO problem that dud submunitions create. those I believe we're currently producing the M30A2. So we could send those. Granted, I've seen no evidence that any of them have been sent. We absolutely should send them. They would be invaluable in destroying a number of these Russian surface-to-air missile sites, among a number of other targets. So in terms of the M30s, we can absolutely send those without having to worry about a UXO problem. The main issue is we don't have that many M30s. We've prioritized production of the M31 over the M30, so our stockpiles of M30s are much smaller than our M31 stockpiles. In regards to ATACMS, as I understand it, the M30, or excuse me, not the M30, the M39, which was, and the M39A1, which were the original two that had cluster munition warheads with, I believe, up to about 1,000 or so submunitions. All of the units produced of both of those are currently in the process of being converted to unitary warheads. So I suspect ATACMS with a cluster munition warhead is likely off the table, because we currently have all of those slated for conversion to unitary warheads. Specifically the M57 or the M51. So I strongly doubt we will see munition ATACMS, but can send cluster munition Gimlers, the M30s, without creating a massive U.S. property range. That's doable, provided our current stocks can hold.
Thank you for that explanation, sir. Jeff, back to you.
Whoops, sorry, I was on mute. I just wanted to follow up, John, because you obviously know far more about this than me, and I'm very curious. My main question is, looking at the bridge damage from purported HIMARS strikes, and that could be very purposeful on the Ukrainian side, right? As not to damage this critical. Highly advanced fusing mechanisms on, for example, Tomahawks or other missile systems, right? Where it's like you've got the same warhead and it airbursts and high fragmentation takes out troops and light armored vehicles, or it hits a vehicle, or it hits a medium bunkered structure and explodes inside, or it's a bunker buster and it just burrows into the earth, for 10 meters of reinforced concrete and then explodes. I want to know, is that something that the HIMARS rockets are currently capable of? Future HIMARS rockets are capable of? Was it intentional on behalf of the Ukrainians to shoot tiny holes in bridges just to prove a point and accomplish what they needed? Or is this something that we should be looking at in the future to be able to say, hey, if you hit the solid flat plane of a bridge and we're trying to blow up a bridge, explode 3 inches into the concrete superstructure?
John?
Sure. So to your question, Jeff, yes, my understanding is that the Gimlers, they have proximity. They have a electronic fuse which supports a variety of settings. I believe that Gimler supports proximity fusing, impact fusing, and delayed fusing, which essentially delays the detonation to a few seconds. Well, not a few seconds, fraction of a second or so after impact. All of those are supported fusing options for GMLRs, and I believe we've seen more or less all of them employed. We've seen them airburst them against some targets. We've also seen them use the delay fuse against some buildings where you can clearly see that it penetrated the roof, didn't detonate, and then detonated inside the building itself. So we've seen all of these in play. Regarding the whether or not it was intentional in terms of just putting holes through the surface of the bridge without actually completely destroying the bridge and collapsing it, I suspect that was almost certainly intentional. If you look at the bridge over the Inhalets, that was from, I believe, Derivka, that they targeted. That was the most recent one. I think they put, I believe, 6 holes in a perfect straight line, all perfectly interspaced, through that bridge. So it's almost certainly intentional what they're doing. It's to both disable the bridge disable the bridge to heavy traffic to make it impassable to, heavier Russian vehicles, including armor, IFVs, APCs, as well as their, heavier logistical vehicles, as well as to, send a psychological message that, we have the capacity to destroy these bridges at any time of our choosing, and that really, I suspect, will set into the psyche of the Russian troops for the negative, for their perspective.
Thank you, John. JJ, you had your hand up for a moment, then it went down. Battle Moose, welcome back up to the space.
I'm good for right now, thanks. I need to reformulate my question.
Understand. Mr. Moose, how are you this fine evening?
No, it's stinking hot here, and I've gotten into the cider. However, I was going to comment on the HIMARS, but John, by the time I got up, John had already answered it.
So, I'm being sent stuff about there apparently are some drones flying over the Black Sea that some of our listeners are sharing with me. No hard and fast stuff about things going hot in the Black Sea. So stuff might be happening, but we don't have clear data there. Normally, this is around the time of night that I like to remind everybody in the space that somewhere in the Kherson Oblast is a Russian sentry busy being stabbed to death by a Ukrainian partisan. While that may be happening, currently, there is probably somewhere in the Kherson Oblast a Russian sentry being shot or blown up by a Ukrainian regular soldier, too. So I wish them all Godspeed on their trip to hell. With that said, John, I see your hand is up.
I believe there are some things happening in the Black Sea. I saw one report of potential explosions in Odessa. I'm trying to find some more info on that, and it would appear that Mykolaiv has been struck again. Again, Bieltochkas or the Russians deciding to fire off a number of salvos of S-300 surface-to-air missiles, because that went so well the last time when they lost an entire battalion of launchers.
Oh, I have a pretty picture for the nest that was just sent to me by one of our friendly listeners. That it's a picture of all these beautiful. Mr. Yermak has confirmed that Poland has sent an unspecified number of PT-91 tanks to Ukraine, and there's a beautiful picture of all of them on a train, presumably going to our country that we love to support in this war, Ukraine. I just thought I would post that to the nest so we can see what it looks like when a country supports Ukraine and isn't named Germany. See, some people see 3 things, then there's Poland, and that's what it looks like when Poland gives you support. So in the future, I'm sure that people who actually want to have a nice military ally will know who looks pretty good. That said, Vishnyovsky, haven't seen you in a few days. Nice to see you again, sir. Please, what's your question?
Thank you very much. And happy good evening or good night to our American friends over there. I have a question. I read this morning that Zelensky is switching his officer in charge. I don't know if it's a general or of some low rank for the eastern flank due to his unhappiness about the results. And every time when I read something about it, because Russia has this happening quite a lot, right? I get a tiny bit worried, and that's why I'm asking you guys who are more experienced, if this switching of the leaders in charge is something which shows that the operation is not going as good as it should, or if there is some strategic troubles happening, or if that is something just to optimize the current strategic game. Thank you.
John, would you like to take this one? This sounds like a John question.
I had not heard that. So if anybody has any info on that, please send it my way. I'd be very interested in that. They've done some over the course of the invasion thus far. They've swapped around and rotated a few people. They had, I believe, they at one point they appointed the then current CO of the JFO, the Joint Forces Operation, which was the umbrella term used for Ukrainian forces operating in Donbass prior to February 24th. I believe they had transferred the CO for the JFO prior to the invasion to Operational Command North, and he was specifically placed in command of the defense of Kiev. So they have rotated some of these people around before.
Okay, thank you. What I read is that the commander in charge of eastern part is now going to be commander or head of intelligence, where Zelensky currently relieved a commander of his duties. So that's kind of the bigger play that's happening. I'm sorry that I did not remember the names precisely. I'm currently driving in a car. Like later, I can check it up on the news and send you the names if we don't find it out earlier.
Thank you. Yeah, that'd be appreciated. You said intelligence, Chief. My understanding is that Budanov, who's the current director of the HUR, is in the good graces. My understanding is he's been, relatively competent up to this point. So I'm curious if they're tapping the guy that you referenced to replace Bakhanov, who is the now former director of the SBU. That would be very interesting in that case. They're appointing a military officer to that position.
That's that person. So I think it was head of SBU. Yeah.
Well, that's good to hear.
Thank you. Nightlight, I see your hand is raised, sir.
Yeah, thank you. What I had heard is it was the head of special operations in the South. But, as we all know, special operations has a lot of meaning, so who knows? But one thing I was just hearing here, let me get back to that. Let's see. A OSINT account reported about 45 minutes ago. Armed Forces of Ukraine struck 7 places of deployment of Russians. Operational Command South reports. Ukrainian military carried out 7 airstrikes on the locations and deployments of Russian units, 6 strongholds, accumulations of weapons and military equipment, and a command and observation post in Berislav and Kherson districts of the region. Ukrainian military destroyed 48 Russian soldiers, 4 T-72s, 152 millimeter howitzer, whatever self-propelled artillery installation is, and a few other armored vehicles. The command posts of the 11th Separate Assault Brigade of the Russian Federation's ammunition depot in the area of Piatkati, I don't know, whatever, were destroyed. So anyways, if they're hitting command posts, maybe they got a general, but it sounds like they've been busy. So that's a good thing. If it's another general, I might do a shot of vodka.
Yeah, we both support quick ends to Russian generals as well as shots of vodka here in the space. So, enjoy your evening libations, sir. Jeff is trying to come back. He had some issues a moment ago. Let's see if we can get him back into the space.
I will say this, Ukrainian vodka is surprisingly good. I've had a lot of different vodkas. I legit like Ukrainian vodka. It's not, at least the stuff I've been having lately. It's getting harder and harder to find, but it's very smooth. I like it quite a bit. Wouldn't dare mix it with anything.
Jeff, welcome back to the space. We're having some technical difficulties today. You're up, sir.
No worries. Shoot me a DM with the name and brand of that Ukrainian vodka. My current favorite is a Polish potato vodka, but I am wholly open to advancing further towards the Russian front when it comes to vodka taste.
What do you mean the Russian front?
Sorry, the Ukrainian front. I said Russian front because they're the aggressors. I didn't mean
We're not talking about the front here. We're talking about a nice, delicious Ukrainian vodka. What's that have to do with Russia?
Oh, I was sorry. I thought I was making a Poland, Ukraine, saving everybody from Russia and the Russian front.
Although this would be a good time to remind everybody that the city of Moscow has had its founding documents revoked. The city of Moscow was founded by the City Council of Kyiv way back in the day, when the City Council of Kyiv founded the city of Moskva because it was under the Kievan Rus, and that's where things started. So they actually created the charter that founded the city of Moscow. And given the nature of this genocidal war, since Moscow said that Ukraine didn't exist as a separate country, that was what dictator Putin said 2 days before the war started. Kyiv decided to respond with the current Kievan City Council. Felt that maybe they made a mistake about 1,000 years ago, and they have just revoked the original charter. So currently, I would like to remind everybody that Moscow no longer exists as a city. Its founding documents, sorry, they have been revoked. Apologies, Moscow. You're going to have to reapply.
Finance analysis, and for everyone else in this forum, can I ask you guys an honest question? Like, I feel like I'm amongst like-minded peers who, like, how in the fuck? I'm an American, right? And
the onboard daylight or infrared cameras provide the highest quality image in all weather conditions. Warmate is equipped with control modules ensuring autonomous operation and support during targeting.
that angle, and I know there's a lot of history and a lot of war, but like, fuck, look at America and the Brits, and I know it's not like America's cool right now or the Brits are cool right now. Like, we're both kind of crisis of confidence moments, but I just want to imagine that we can all kind of just be like, fuck, dude, like our grandparents like had some beef, but
so like, I will say shockingly that somehow you make me look like I don't talk like a sailor. I think we can agree that the people of the Russian Federation really don't seem to have a concept of private property and ownership in the way the rest of us do. Like, all those great slightly trolly maps of like, this is Russia, and then like, this is not Russia, and this is not Russia, and this is not Russia, and like all of those are absolutely correct, and we absolutely in this space agree with them here. And you are correct that if you are of a pro-Ukrainian mindset, you are in the right space. Pro-Russian voices That is one of the things that is not invited here. I'm just not going to platform you. None of our co-hosts are here to platform pro-Russian voice. Please mute your mic when you're not up, sir. We get all sorts of feedback and problems. It becomes hard to hear the space. There you go. Pro-Russian voices aren't allowed. Quite frankly, part of this thing is an information war. Not saying we need to provide sunny information all the time. You can definitely hear it in my voice often when we get to provide not so sunny information, such as Battle Moose and I got to be on the night that the Russians decided to send a cruise missile right up a shopping mall filled with people in Kremenchuk. That was real fun to talk about. I'm pretty sure we got drunk and it wasn't a fun time. Sometimes I get to report better news, like it's HIMARS o'clock, pretty much always. So, sometimes we get to report fun, sometimes we get to report sad. That's, our discussion is wide ranging. But that said, what we don't have is Russian disinformation, because unfortunately, pro-Russian voices, this is not a situation where there are two sides of the coin, right? When someone reports that the earth is round, you don't get the other opinion on it. When a Russian tells you it's raining outside, you better open your window and check, because it may well be sunny. And if anything's been true this war, it's been the disinformation.
For my own sanity's sake, I have to make it clear, my intention was at 0 points in time to advocate on any behalf other than the Ukrainian behalf. Point blank, period.
Oh, no, all good. No, this was not. I was not a negative for you, sir. I was actually explaining what we do here. You seem pretty new to the space. First time I've seen your face up here.
Yeah, sorry.
Thought you'd like that. Some of our listeners, you might. And I have no mind. I have no problem being very public with what our position is, what my position is when I'm hosting, as far as what this information goes. Polymath. Somebody can
polymath with COVID.
I actually don't have COVID.
I'll just
COVID would
hey,
be
seriously
gone by
get
now.
checked. I'm not making a joke. I'm just be healthy.
Yeah, we're aware. I've had a cough for about 2 weeks. All the listeners are aware, and I get lots of well wishes. It is not COVID. COVID would be gone already. It's really annoying to me. Polymath, you're up, sir.
Yeah, I'll just comment on what you were talking about, Jeff. In 1945, after World War II, every major nation in the world signed the UN Charter, basically ending wars, invasions of other countries to seize territory. Ukraine was a signatory to that. Russia was a signatory to that. The USSR was a member of the Security Council. I don't know why, but Russia currently occupies that seat and is supposed to be a guarantor of the UN Charter. There's a lot of criticism of the United States with Iraq and Afghanistan, but both of those actions were authorized by the UN Security Council. Okay, so what we have now is a criminal invasion of Ukraine. That's the existential threat to the Ukrainian people, genocide, and it's a threat to the world order that's been in place since 1945, and which has led to great prosperity across the planet. We're here to support Ukraine and being at the tip of the spear to end this sort of naked aggression.
З'явився ще у 97-му році, і його основною відмінністю від інших ЗРК є відсутність радіолокаційної станції. Огляд повітряного простору здійснюється оптичною станцією і системою
Something else I saw in the news today was that Gerhard Schroeder was going to Moscow on vacation. He's the former prime minister of Germany who brought us things like Nord Stream 1 and 2 and started a lot of the compromising of Germany. He regularly hangs out with Russians, attends Vladimir Putin's birthday parties and those kinds of things. And he's now in Moscow, or going to be there shortly. So I was wondering if anyone had heard about that, any thoughts on it. None of those thoughts I would expect.
Yeah, I think he should just stop teasing everyone and stay. Like, why pretend, right? I think they'll give him a nice little house in the suburbs. He can be one of their many pet Germans. They'll reserve the one next to it for Olaf when he retires, and he could just stay. I don't understand why he's pretending that he's going to leave in the first place. He clearly belongs there.
Yeah, he was on the board of directors for Nord Stream. Can you imagine that? That would be like George Bush on, basically on the board of directors for a oil pipeline coming from Iran or something like that.
We want to. We've had politicians who clearly had some business interests that were intermingled with their political connections. The real estate deals of our last president, Dick Cheney's deals with Halliburton, etc. But I'm not used to any of our politicians, even the ones that were more scandalous, being on the boards of foreign countries that were clearly state subsidiaries. Like, I don't know if that happened in our country, like, ever. So I'm with you there, Nightlight.
Yeah, I find it highly unusual, and yeah, if they're giving out DACAs in Moscow for German leadership to vacation, Olaf Scholz has a chair there, and frankly, I think Angela Merkel does as well. But then again, I'll stay out of German politics. I'll leave that to the Germans. I just find the whole situation. I've just been tearing my hair out for years watching this, wondering why they don't see this. And it's because the Germans thought, well, if we have enough business relationships with them, they'll never risk that. And it's a very constructivist point of view. And, well, it's a real politic world now. So, really, it's always been. It's just a lot of people don't realize it. But that being said, I do wonder if maybe he's going there either with some sort of compromising information to help out the Russians, or he's perhaps an intermediary that they might listen to. So I think it's something to keep an eye on and see where that goes, because I don't know what it means, but I think it means something. And I'm pretty sure he's not going to Moscow on vacation, because, let's be honest, who really goes to Moscow on a vacation?
Moscow is a great place to be if you're a Russian asset. They make sure to take care of their high-level assets real well, right? So, probably if you're a Russian asset, the level of Gerhard Schroeder or Olaf Scholz, you can probably have a grand old time. They'll line up the honeypots left, right, and center. They'll get those FSB assets going straight to your bedroom. They've got all sorts of nice restaurants for you to go at. I'm sure the government will pick up the tab. They'll fet you with all kinds of diplomats and other kinds of propaganda agents. They'll make sure to provide all the communications hardware you need while you're in the country. Just cut out the need to try to figure out how to bug your phone. They'll just give you your own nicest, most upgraded phone ever. Then they can listen in. It's nice and easy for them. So I think it's probably a really nice, relaxing time. All the massages you can want if you are Gerhard Schroeder heading to Moscow, and that's why he's vacationing there.
Edward Snowden seems to be enjoying his stay.
I was hoping he would take a real long walk off a real short pier, but I'm not that lucky. Charmaine, speaking of Germans, what's your view on your? Pretty sure you're a German, sir. What's your view on your your former prime minister, Mr. Schroeder, having a nice, relaxing vacation? And I use the term loosely there in Moscow.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Yeah, when it comes to Gerhard Schröder, and it was obvious, I joined 3 minutes ago, it was immediately obvious what you are speaking of. And one guy 1 minute before said Russia or Moscow is not the place to make vacation. Believe me or not, or he would have a reason to be there. Maybe he is speaking with someone. Believe me or not, this guy is reckless. He has no moral standards and he likes power. And Moscow is the best place to be for him, because he, in Germany, nobody wants to talk with him. In Germany, there's no managing on a C level, on a C management level, CFO, CEO, whatever, who wants to talk with him. He has no influence in Germany. in February this year, he ruined the last bit of his reputation, since he was not stepping back from his chairs on Rosneft and Gazprom, or I think one of these chairs he's not in, but it was planned. And in an interview, and I would suggest everybody to read this interview. I think it was with the New York Times, if I remember correct. Look at the pictures, how his office looks like, it's his private flat. This guy loves power, and in Russia he is somebody. He once said, if Putin has friends, I am his friend. And he is just a guy who is hungry for power. So believe me or not, he's not in Moscow to talk to Putin, yeah, stop that in Ukraine. This won't happen. And I mean, Putin wouldn't give a shit about it. He never can. I mean, the best for him is just move to Moscow, because in Germany nobody wants to see him. I mean, his party, his former party, the Social Democrats, even they are probably the most Russian-friendly party in Germany, besides far left and far right. They want to kick them out. Because this is not, you can't handle this anymore. I mean, this guy is visiting the country who is starting a war against Europe, against Ukraine. What the fuck is this guy? I mean, and somebody said, I think it was you, Finance, you was thinking about if there's somebody similar in the US or something like this. And I remember maybe I read something about Republicans and Democrats, for example, Nancy Pelosi making stock trading, or her husband with information she just had due to her position. And that's a scandal. But this guy made the whole country dependent on Russia. It started with him before his government time ended. He started with this, and since then it was increasing. So yeah, he should better stay in Moscow. I don't want to see him here, and I think the majority of Germans won't see him.
Can just want a shameless plug for a documentary that opened my eyes a little bit, and I read a lot on Vladimir Putin, but the Khodorkovsky on Amazon Prime. I wish I could send the link.
On YouTube would be Winter on Fire, if you want that one, all about the Maidan Revolution. That would be where we like to send people to give a nice context on the very start of when Ukraine really made a break with Yanukovych and Russianism, and moving towards the current state of affairs, not the war part. Well, to Russia, it's the war part. To the rest of us, it's the being a beautiful democratic nation with human rights and multipolar things. I would thank you for that. I believe our order is Nightlight then Polymath.
Sorry.
Yeah. About all of that. So I mean, they were more or less prior to the war. I mean, very much allies of convenience that didn't trust each other, but nonetheless. And you know, it's not the first time the Germans and the Russians have tried to split things up between themselves. And I always kind of got that vibe on Schroeder. I never something about that guy I never really liked. And, well, I guess I had a good feeling on that one.
I'm sure it will shock nobody that the people doing deals with Putin and compromising their nation's long-term security to do so probably are allied or in their pocket. I'm just putting that out there. As I like to say, I used to play a lot of poker, big fan of the game. And what you want to do when you play poker and you want to figure somebody out, especially if you're playing live. A lot of people, especially when they're newer, like to analyze everyone's expressions and this, that, the other. People lie about that, especially experienced pokers. Experienced poker players learn to lie about their emotional state, learn to lie about how nervous or happy they are with their cards. It's really hard to tell when an experienced player is holding something good, bad, nervous, happy, sad, whatever. You can control your emotions. What you can't control is what you do, right? And this the same is true for politicians, right? You don't listen to what they say, you watch what they do, right? Politicians, the Democratic world over, say whatever gets them elected. And then there's what they do, which sometimes matches what they say and sometimes doesn't. And sometimes when what they do is, hey, we're going to go cut a bunch of corrupt deals. I'm currently in a district where we used to have a politician who, like clockwork, every 2 years was somehow embroiled in a shady land deal for money, right? He didn't really talk about it, but his dad was a politician too, and for like 30 plus years they found ways to enrich themselves via semi-corrupt means. I'm in the States. Look, this is just what happened locally, right? What was he doing? We all knew what he was doing. His whole district knew what he was about, right? But let's go move this to Ukraine. Let's move it to Ukraine, Germany, Russia. When somebody is actively supporting business deals with Russia to make their country's energy supply dependent on Russia, even if it's for a discount, especially if it's for a discount, and you're talking about Germany, whose economy is heavily based around export and manufacturing, then, what they do is what you analyze, not what they say. And when the same guy's, in his twilight years off to a vacation in Moscow, while they're in the middle of a genocidal war, you're absolutely right. He's not there to say, let's make peace. The only peace he's going to push for is the Neville Chamberlain kind of peace. He's going to sound like Steven Pinker when he leaves. For those who aren't aware, Steven Pinker came out today and said, here's a great idea. Steven Pinker's a Harvard professor. They're just proving why Harvard really is not so is great in name, but possibly not practiced. His comment was, big thing. Ukraine, the U.S. should offer to pull all of their nuclear weapons out of Europe and for Russia to stop the war. This is like, my comment to this is, how did someone who failed kindergarten become a Harvard professor? This is clearly stupid. It would give Putin a huge win. And in case anybody missed the memo, Ukraine giving up all their nukes didn't help the first time. Why do we think this would be anything? And when you give a bully what they want, they're not going to de-escalate in the future. They're going to escalate much, much harder. So that said, I believe our order is Polybath, Charmin, Vishnyovsky, but I could be off there.
Yeah, thank you. Best we can do is give Ukraine 500 nukes. But if you are shocked about Schröder, I understand this, but this guy has nothing to do in Germany and has no power here. So I give you, if you are bored sometimes, I give you an advice. Just check for Steinmeier. Steinmeier was the chief of the Chancellor office back under Schröder. He is our president right now. So president is the highest office in Germany. It's over the Chancellor. It's not to make politics, but it's to represent Germany and do something, but not the daily political business. And this guy, and here comes to Scholz, the connection to Scholz, not even are they good friends and from the same wing in the same party. This guy was advised by a guy, an advisor called Jens Plötner. And Jens Plötner is right now advising Scholz. So the guy who created, and it's famous as the Steinmeiersche formula in the Minsk II agreement. But this was designed by Jens Plötner. And the same guy is currently advising Olaf Scholz. So if you ask yourself, and I mean, Olaf Scholz didn't need this advisor to be too Russian friendly. He has problems for itself, but it's still the same guys, and we have ministries with the same people like back then, and that's our problem. We can change our chancellor, sure, and the advisor with them, but this is deep rooted. And it goes back to the time of Gerhard Schröder. I don't know what it is. It is to a certain degree, I would say, and obviously in the case of Gerhard Schröder, it's just it's hunger for power, and it's corruption, and it's greed. On the other side, I think those advisors, because they have no obviously benefit for this, maybe some of them read too much of the Heartland theory, interesting one, but it's outdated. It's I think over 100 years old. It's not not actual anymore, I would say. But in the end, it's basically what it's another description of what Alexander Dugin would say, what needs to happen when Russia and Europe as Eurasia as a continent should rule the world without the US and without anybody else. I don't know what it is, but Jens Plötner at the moment makes me concerned because he's still advising Olaf Scholz, and that's a problem here.
I think the problem is Mr. Scholz himself, Charmin, unfortunately. So I think that, yes, I think that the fact that he has chosen someone like that as his advisor speaks as much about Scholz as it does about I can't pronounce his name well, Jans. I can't pronounce his last name well in German. So you know that I think that says as much about both men as it does about Jans himself. That Scholz has gotten the advice that he wants to be getting in this case. We have a lot of hands up. I believe our order is Nightlight. Polymath was waiting. He's supposed to go next, then Nightlight.
Thanks, Finance. Just to follow up to Charmaine, what is the current status of Germany's support of Ukraine financially and also with armament? I just keep hearing stories of it being lots of foot dragging, things not being delivered, broken promises. And so what's the current status of that, and what is the German public's reaction to it?
Charming. Well, in general, there is a decision made by the parliament that we support Ukraine that involves heavy weapons, as we call them in Germany. I think we invented this term because our government made love to make this difference between light weapons and heavy weapons and offensive and defense weapons. This is all bullshit. But this decision was made already 3 months ago, maybe older. And here it comes to German bureaucracy and German processes. So whenever the Bundeswehr, the military of Germany, or the military industry in Germany wants to export something, especially in a country where it's war, who's at war, then the German Security Council needs to approve it. Right now, we know of the announced aircraft defense system IRIS-T. It was announced to arrive in Ukraine at the end of the year. I would say it will be delayed. I will bet a lot of money on this. Right now, this was approved by the Minister of Economy, Robert Habeck, from the Greens, and it has to approved right now in the German Security Council. But Olaf Scholz will go on vacation for 2 weeks. I mean, this is laughable within a war, but I think he will waste time. When it comes to general support, I mean, or stay at the military support, the first 3 Gepard arrived yesterday. Announced were 15 for middle of July, so we are 1 week late. And in total, 30 to end of August. In general, there is a public list because the pressure in Germany was high. A public list on the official website of the ministry showing what Germany did with military aid and what we are currently still supplying and what is announced. I can tweet it later and then put it in the nest. This is up since maybe 2 months or 6 weeks. This is something newer that was not there from the beginning. Some things surprised us. Some things we did know from the press. But overall, it's a catastrophic failure. All the planned Ringtausch were not working. So in my opinion, what the government was to try was give away all the Leopards, give away all the Marders in the so-called Ringtausch. So the receiving country will give Ukraine, for example, T-62s or whatever. And Germany have not the pressure when Ukraine comes up and asks, hey, you have those Marders, you have those Leopards, can we have them? So they wanted to get rid of them. And this is failing. So I hope for chapter 2 of getting enough pressure on Olaf Scholz and his government to give this direct to Ukraine. That would be the best part. When it comes to financial aid, this is in general no problem in Germany, you would think, and I would give you right. In Germany, money is not the problem. But then it comes to our Minister of Finance, Christian Lindner, who is from the Liberals, Free Democrats, and his party is based in their economic view from the Austrian school. So he don't like debts. And he was concerned, and due to this, they blocked over 8 or 9 billion support from the EU for Ukraine, because he was concerned about on the EU level shared debts. So I don't know the current situation there. Is there anything else? Humanitarian aid? Yeah, I think this is probably one of the fields where Germany is not failing that hard. When it comes to the German public, and I discussed it yesterday here, but I will give a quick repeat. It's frightening silent in Germany, and I think it has a lot to do with the communication strategy of Olaf Scholz. Whenever the pressure is high, he announced something big. For example, the Gepard wasn't even something Ukraine was asking for, so this was back then a huge announcement. When he announced the IRIS-T system, I mean, this is a system so modern, not even the German military, the Bundeswehr, has it in storage and use. So every time the pressure gets high, he announced something, but his announcements are coming always down to one of 3 of these criteria. Either there is training needed, so he can waste a few months, or there's preparation needed, waste months again, or there's a problem with the ammunition, or it needs a software update or whatever. So everything is just, we can't send you this right now, give us a little bit time. And then it needs months, and maybe in some cases over half of a year. And I think he is hoping for some end of the war, whatever it is, ceasefire and frozen conflict, or whatever. He's just two recent polls about would you support Ukraine still, despite possible raise of energy prices. 77% said yes, and the poll also showed from which party the people are. So the least support came from the far right, the AfD, Alternative for Germany, Alternative für Deutschland, and the second least support came from the far left, Die Linke, but still 50%. So in the left, the party is rotten down to a Moscow asset, but the voters, I think, 50-50, because they are seeing, hey, they are dying humans, and it's still, I would say, a left position to care about this. And but it's increasing, and yesterday someone asked me after the space, hey, have you some good German hashtags for me? I can read about it. And I said, oh, it's actually, no, it's daily changing, depends on the situation, on the person. And believe me, you won't read that. So I gave that person some Germans who are pro-Ukraine. So this is hardly pro-Ukraine bias, but I don't follow the Moscow idiots. I don't follow them anyways. And there's some days there's this huge discussion, for example, with the former Ukrainian ambassador in Germany, Andriy Melnik. After one interview, he said Bandera was not that type of a guy, yada, yada, yada. And the German, in general, the German Twitter, when it comes to politics, is dominated by far right and far left. The middle of the society is not good represented there. And it's hard to, I mean, there's always a huge difference between the real life and what people are thinking on the street and Twitter. But when it comes to Germany, it's hard to tell, because it's, like I said, it's frightening silent. It's like there is a huge part of the Germans who are thinking, can this war please be over? I'm scared. I'm scared of high energy prices. I want this war over, maybe for good reasons. I don't like people to see them dying. But there's not, if you think of a scale from 1 to 10, when it comes to pressure on our government, we are at 1. That is, and we fail, and I include myself, on organizing. You won't see protests big enough to set our governments under pressure, like at the beginning of the war. But these were protests not for pressure on the government. These were protests to show the Ukrainians, hey, we support you. We see this. We are against Putin and what Russia is doing there.
Yeah, thank you. Battle Moose, it's very late for you, so I'm gonna go to you first.
Oh yeah, buddy, I'm dying here. So I just want to ask Charmin, because it's come up in discussions fairly recently, and near and dear to my heart because I'm Canadian. We had a general that just came back from Ukraine, retired General Rick Hillier, and he pushed a package to Parliament here in Canada that basically said, would be disbanding our fleets of Leopard 2 tanks and all our M777s, about 300 LAV vehicles, armored personnel carriers, and sending it all to Ukraine, including our entire stockpile of ammunition, less the current year's training cycle. And we would just go ahead and buy new. The only thing that's holding us back is the proprietary rights on the Leopard 2s, because they're German, and Germany could stop that transfer. There was quite a bit of talk here about Canada gave the turbines back, but they leveraged against Germany that, okay, you can have the turbines. However, we get to send the Leo 2s to Ukraine. And there's an awful lot of activity going on here in our armored corps.
Wow, interesting. I mean, I should definitely read more international press because there's not a single article reporting on this. I know the situation with the turbine, and it was quite a situation with. I mean, Germany was basically harder and put more pressure on our allies and friends and partners within the last 5 months than pushing pressure on Russia. It was just disgusting. But if it's true, it could be interesting, but because it's right what you're saying, we put clauses in our contracts that Germany has not only the first approvement and disapprovement right in the German Security Council to make that export, but once it's exported and you would say, hey, no, it's Canadian stuff, you don't have the right to send it again to another country. So. And we saw the situation. I don't know the current state of the Leopards from Spain, but currently there's no reapprovement of the German Security Council for anything like a tank to send it in Ukraine. That's the current state, and this would set Olaf Scholz under pressure because he was the first one, or not he, but a staff of his Minister of Defense, Christine Lambrecht, who claimed openly in the public that there is an agreement within NATO that we don't send Western-made tanks. So this will set him under huge pressure because this is actually at the moment his best excuse.
Well, it would be interesting if we see Leo 2s show up on the battlefield, because they would just eat through the entire T series of tanks of the Russian tanks. They would just eat through them like they weren't even there.
They are made for this, and it would be sad if you have something who's made for something and it never comes to use.
Indeed,
that is an incredibly German statement, Charmin.
I know.
Battle Moose, if there's anything on Twitter and open sources about activity in Canadian armor, we would love to see that posted, personally. I would love to get to some of our hands. We have 3 very patient people with their hands up for a while. If you guys are good for the moment. All right. Vishnyovsky, Polymath Nightlight.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to this very shameful person, Gerhard Schröder, for a second, and maybe Shaman with both, he can help me there. But my perception as a neighbor of the Germans, my perception of Gerhard Schröder is that I think he is pretty useless and irrelevant at this point, I would say. So whatever Schröder does, if he goes to Moscow, if he goes to some party with Putin, I think it's utterly unimportant what he does. I think we have in German language we have a saying, ist der Ruf erstmal ruiniert, lebt sich's gänzlich ungeniert, which means as much as once your reputation is destroyed, you can actually do whatever you want because it doesn't matter anymore. I think we are at this point with Gerhard Schröder, similar to this basketball star from America. I think it's Dennis Rodman, right? Whose best buddy is with Kim Jong-un. I think I would see Gerhard Schröder at that level, and I'd be more scared of Olaf Scholz and his advisors because they are more insidious, right? They pretend being Ukraine's friend. They communicate, hey, we are here to support Ukraine. We condemn Russia. But behind closed doors, they might be doing something else. I'd be more concerned about them and keep the eyes on them and their ball game. As of Schröder, I think we can happily ignore him. He's some celebrity that's trying to capitalize on his last bit of fame in the very dubious and appalling domain. Yeah, that's my point of view.
Finance, can I step in for 30 seconds before Poli can speak?
I will only give you 29 seconds, Charmin, not the 30.
Okay. So first, guten Morgen nach Österreich. So good morning to Austria. Yeah, I think you are absolutely right. Gerhard Schröder is useless, with one exception. He is useful for German society right now to realize how far this went back, this dependency, and for the question for the German public and the German opinion, what happened there. And it was not only, two private companies making deals. This was highly corrupted and on state level.
Central control system. The unmanned platform can be deployed for operation in under 10 minutes by a single user.
Yeah, clearly Mr. Schroeder's time in office has left a trail of corrupt questions and so much smoke, there's got to be a fire. We're going to move on to Polymath, who's been waiting super patiently.
Yeah, I'm. Thank you, Charmaine and Vishnayak. I really enjoyed your comments, and it's edifying for sure. It's a mystery to me why Germany is taking this position, and I mean, it's not a mystery, but it's appalling to me as an American. I mean, the United States pushed for reunification of Germany and stood by Germany during the Cold War, and when there's an opportunity for Germany to really step up to the plate to stand for freedom and democracy, it's, and I know it's the current government, it's failing, as you were saying, Charmaine. So I really hope the German public really wakes up and kicks these fools out of office, Scholz, and it's just disgusting to me. And Germany, I mean, it's powerful, it's rich, it's a big part of NATO and the EU, and it is just I don't know, it's like off in the corner, just twiddling its fingers when the world needs it to really step up and take leadership. So thank you for your insights that you shared.
You're welcome, sir. Polymath, I believe you're a lawyer. Do you know anything about, say, the law around seizing assets of a foreign central bank? I would love to ask a couple questions there.
It would be pure speculation, but I'm happy to entertain the question. And it just depends on what jurisdiction. So where are we talking about?
The U.S., which has about $200 billion of central bank assets from some douchebag country named Russia.
Great question. And I'm probably not going to know much more than you know on the subject. I would think it would take an act of Congress to do what we all want, which is to seize the assets and transfer them to the government of Ukraine. Otherwise, it's going to be frozen for a number of years. Maybe there's some litigation that could take place that would take years. The Ukrainian government can sue for damages against the Russian government to pursue damages. In theory, actually, I don't know if that's possible, but it certainly should be explored. But apart from an act of Congress, it's not going to happen overnight.
Yeah. Are you aware of anything going through the courts that could, say, provide that kind of legal mechanism by which things could be seized right now? Are you aware of this is just beyond my thing. I don't generally follow court cases. As a someone who's in the finance world, we sort of look at them after they happen.
Yeah, I haven't heard too much on that front at all. I've heard some rumblings, but I can't speak to specifics. So I just cannot say.
Марьяна самый мощный народный депутат Украины. Официально я заявляю, мне пиздец. Я теперь рою окопы. Безуглая разорвала Тищенко, боевых генералов. Меня вообще на 0 умножила. Все, там русские, тут безуглая, бежать больше некуда. Заказчик моего похищения Кирилл Шевченко. Ветер в хату, жизнь ворам. Глава Федерации бокса Украины. Получил контроль.
It's causing all sorts of problems in their pipelines. The gas is not flowing the way they'd like, and so they're reducing the amount they're sending to Germany by 20% in the hopes that Olaf Scholz will find new ways to pressure Ukraine to surrender. This has worked so far, not at all. It has worked to make Olaf Scholz look like a douche, but it has not worked to actually get Ukraine to surrender. I really want to know what it feels like if your name is Olaf Scholz and you're busy licking Putin's boots like all day, and then he just kicks you in the face while you're doing it. Like how many times does this have to happen before you decide that maybe you should turn around to your friends and do something different with your life? I don't know. Anyways, Liberal, welcome back. Nice to see you, sir. I see your hand is raised.
Hey, Finance. Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment along along your lines of Schroeder and Olaf Scholz. I think that watching what's going on, France and Germany are clearly the dominant European powers. And if you think about it, Ukraine has taken on the quote-unquote second strongest army in the world, and they've proven to be resilient. If you think about Ukraine, it's a country that has wheat. It has a strong IT, a strong IT contingent, some of the best engineers in the world. They have fossil fuels, they have coal, they have gas, they have oil reserves. They have a massive terrain as far as the country goes. And I could, when Ukraine wins this war, I feel they will be the center of Europe. And France and Germany are going to shudder in their shadow because Ukraine has proven itself to be fiercely independent, pro-democracy, maybe more so than Schroeder would like to admit. And I think that the tepid response, 6 Caesars here, well, we're not going to do this, we're not going to send M270s because they have to be reprogrammed, and all these things that Germany has done to slow the possible stop of the flowage of gas from Russia, and it's happened anyway, despite the turbine that Germany pressured Canada to turn over. It just feels like the dominant power in Central Europe will be Kyiv and Ukraine. So that was my comment.
Yes, certainly the center of power in Europe, as far as military power goes, is shifting heavily towards the east, though not to Russia. And Poland, Ukraine, the Baltic states are clearly gearing up to be more militaristic democracies. Finland has already been there. They're just a very small population in a very large territory. So there's only so much military might you can have when you have so few people. That said, good luck trying to attack them. They fight very well for how few people there are, and they're really good at shooting things. So our hats are off to our Finnish friends, and they also provide a very good roadmap for what a democratic, non-aggressive, militarized nation looks like, with strong norms and pretty good life for their people, who takes care of wide range of religions and wide range of different sorts of views and people in their society. They don't really talk too much because they don't like having neighbors within 10 miles of their house, but that's the Finns. With that said, Polymath and then Charmin.
Yeah, I would just follow up to comment on your comments, Liberal. I mean, Ukraine's 10, 20 years away from that kind of power and influence in Europe, but it's really great to see the Poles, the Baltic states supporting, and some of the Scandinavian states too, really supporting Ukraine. I totally agree with you, Finance, that the center of power is shifting east in Europe. And from what I hear about Poland and their transformation since being a Eastern Bloc, Warsaw Pact country decimated by Soviet domination, that's going to be a great model for Ukraine to emulate in the years ahead.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Zelensky himself made the comment about Ukraine's future might look more like being a big Israel. I personally think that would be a strong model, but there are many people here who politically aren't fans of Israel. That's fine. I would point everyone to the nation of Finland, who their only major enemy on their borders happens to also be Russia. They don't have, people aren't as politically, they don't have the same political problems and issues that people often have with Israel. So I would point them to Finland, which also has, again, the democratic norms, strong militarization. They have conscription, because Finns understand that, they never know when their nation might just be invaded by a bunch of schmucks who are coming from right next door, who seem to think that Finland should be part of Russia again, which clearly the Finns don't believe should be the case. And they have fought for the right for independence once, and they would, if need be, do it again. So yes, absolutely. Zelensky is looking at that direction as well. It will be interesting to see what sort of policies Ukraine pursues in a post-war era. I've been on this space saying I think it is highly likely a draft will be likely, mandatory military service for at least young men in Ukraine after this, simply because, when you're a society with an existential threat on your borders, that often becomes an important part of your culture. The Swiss still have a mandatory draft, and let's face it, Germany hasn't really been a risk to them, nor Italy, nor France for basically since World War II, but they still have a draft, they still have democratic norms, etc. So this definitely could become something to look at. It also tends to have in democratic nations, not the kind of nations that run their militaries like Russia, but in democratic nations and modern armies with decentralized command structures, tends to actually be really good for entrepreneurialism and business. Again, both Finland and Israel and Switzerland all have pretty strong entrepreneurial and tech communities in their own ways. Different industries, obviously, for all of them, but there is a lot of tie back to the military itself, military training and thinking, as a good way to sort of get your population on board. So that's absolutely a good model, something I'm looking at on both an economic and cultural side. Charming and Polymath.
Yeah, Finance, you missed a very important detail on as you reported on the reduced gas volume to Nord Stream 1. It was reduced on 20%, and you read it this morning, but it was reported yesterday. Immediately after the first international reports are there that the first 3 Gepards arrived in Ukraine. And what we're seeing here is that Putin plays little games with Germany here. Imagine you have a dog and you want to teach him what is good behavior and bad behavior. That is what Putin does here. Every time Germany stepping down and acting in Russia's interest, you will see, and that's the reason why Nord Stream 2, besides of the obvious interest that they have to earn money as well, isn't cut off completely. It's used as the trick or treat for Putin directed to Germany. So we sent the Gepards, and immediately the gas volume was reduced. When it comes to Ukraine and the shift in the center of Europe and maybe then in future the European Union. I mean, this is more likely than NATO membership of Ukraine within the next 10 years. It will be funny for Germany, and I repeat this all this time. Germany's economy is based on exports. 36% of our exports, of our GDP are exports. So we rely on peaceful, prospering, democratic world. That's the simple fact here. And it's a huge strategic failure of our government to not realize this. And I will say that much. Have fun within the EU with Poland, for example, and the rule that every country must say yes or no to new legislations and to new laws. Because I think Poland's second most favorite hobby will be in future, besides something related to Russia, bullying Germany with some vetoes and make them their hard life, because it was already not very liked in Eastern Europe and in Poland and other countries that Germany was so dominant within the EU. I mean, the EU is a little bit designed like this, that Germany and countries like France would be a little bit over dominant, but this will be interesting to see. And this is a strategic failure of Olaf Scholz. I have no problem with this. I would support. Yesterday I said it before, when it comes to military regards, that Poland will be the new center and the new most important partner of the US in Europe. I think it makes totally sense. There are obvious reasons within the society. Poland is not as pacifistic as Germany is. That's not a bad thing. It's not that Poland will be an aggressive state. It's just they are not delusional about who's the enemy. And I think this will be interesting to watch this, the downfall of the German and French dominance within the EU.
I think as far as their EU dominance goes, the economic picture matters a lot. Germany and France still have massive economies, and I'm not seeing those completely fall apart. But the military is shifting. The growth of the economies are shifting. You're seeing higher growth rates in the east of Europe, so it's definitely going to be less of a pure German domination in the way it has been. At least I would hope so. I think we will see. It will be an interesting thing to monitor. Liberal, thank you for your patience.
Thanks, Finance. With respect to France and Germany and their economic dominance over the EU and being the most prominent force in NATO, Europe, I think a lot of that is weapons relevant to Russia. So they sell a lot of like optics and very high-end equipment. And if these sanctions are to continue, then that power will diminish. I know we were talking about Finland earlier, and I wanted to ask Finance if you were familiar with the term Finlandization during the Soviet era, and how that correlates with the Russification of like regions like Kherson, Mariupol, Donbass. It's like the Soviet playbook with a different branding. If you could speak to that. If not, I'll follow up. The Finlandization was the Soviet era doctrine imposed on Finland to try to make them embrace the Soviet doctrine, and it feels like this is exactly what we're seeing in southern Ukraine and eastern Ukraine.
Well, I would say so.
Yes, no, yes? Yeah. Come on, Davai. Go on. It's gonna be tight. Holy fuck. We're not taking the whole... Sabachka? Davai, Davai, get the fucking dog. Okay, how about this? What? Women?
And claim that these are Russian territories. Any attacks on these conquered territories are attacks on the Soviet Union or now Russia. And it seems like this is happening again, decades later. It sickens me, and I can't believe that as a free-speaking people, open society, this is still happening right now.
I would say that it sickens most of the people who listen, participate, talk, or help on this space in any way, shape, or form, that what's going on right now. And that, what is upsetting you is upsetting all of us. We have a number of new speakers. Peter B. was stuck in limbo for a while, so I will go to him, then Tom, then back to Polymath.
Hey, good evening, everybody. I just want to thank you for being in this space. It's great to be here once again. I know I was just listening and everybody was talking about Germany, and the SDP can just get bleeped. There's zero strategic thinking that is going on within that party right now in Germany. And it is an egregious assault on the German name, basically. It is incredible what is being allowed to happen by Scholz. And now Schroeder going to Russia, what's he going to come back with? A bunch of nothing? Empty promises? What is that? It's mind-blowing. Mind-blowing how incompetent this leadership group has been to the world, not just to an American, Canadian, someone in France, someone in the Netherlands, all of their neighbors. It's the incompetence of the highest sort. And I know it's been said before, and I'm probably belaboring a point that's been flogged. But, what is going to move them besides votes? And unfortunately, is there a forecast on issues or votes within Germany that will see the SDP go down in flames for their extreme incompetence? Because they're trying to support large, small, medium businesses right now that used to export to Russia, and now they're still trying to keep that kind of quasi thing afloat, and it's just not going to work. It doesn't work strategically. It is absurd to see on a daily basis them get burned and burned again. And so I'm sorry. That's my comment. That's my rant. I got to stop right now. Thank you so much for your patience. I appreciate you all.
Peter, I totally appreciate what you had to say. I would say, sadly, it could work if nobody gave a rip. Right? They've been playing this game. Can you please mute your mic when you're not speaking, just because otherwise we get feedback issues? Thank you, sir. Look, Germany's been playing this game. They didn't stop doing it with Chechnya. They didn't stop exploring into Russia with the 2014 invasion of Crimea. They certainly didn't stop with Georgia, right? That Germany has strategically sort of decided that this can work as long as the world just doesn't care how monstrous Russia is. And that even when they do care how monstrous Russia is, that they don't blame Germany for it, right? And it has worked, sadly, for years for German industry to massively support the holes and the Russian military industrial complexes built on the backs of German high-end machinery. And strategically, it has worked for them for years. And it is given, if that's the equilibrium you're looking at, you would expect exactly what we see. Huge amounts of compromised, if you will, politicians, compromised businesses, strategic dependence that people are going with, possibly even over democratic desires. There is a sort of equilibrium here. What makes it stop is when enough people, like all the Germans who come to this space, say, we're not putting up with this BS anymore. There's a different way we're going to do things. The other thing that makes it stop is when Russia causes so many friggin' problems that it's no longer reliable as a partner for this, shall we say, economic gain, right? Like the musical chairs can stop if the person you're working with is going to be a big enough schmuck, which they're doing. With that, welcome up to the space, Domin. We have a couple's hands up. I believe we have Tom next, then Polymath.
Good morning, guys. Can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, okay. I'm just driving, so sorry if there's some background noise. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the whole Germany thing because I don't think there's a complete lack of strategy on their parts. I just think that maybe the strategy they've got is quite poor. I think what Germany is trying to do is think about business and industry, which is its strength, rather than military power, which is something that it's not been focused on since the end of World War II. I think that what Germany are anticipating is that 5, 10, 15 years down the line, Russia is still going to be there in some way, shape or form. And they're going to want and need to have some sort of business relationship with them. So I think, unfortunately, what I think Germany's strategy is to try not to anger Russia too much so that they can have a business relationship with them and carry on buying their gas. Now, I think that's stupid militarily and morally wrong, but I don't think it's a complete absence of strategy. I do think there is a method in the German madness. I don't think it's a lack of strategy. I just think that it's perhaps a poor strategy and a morally kind of quite repugnant strategy.
Yeah, self-preservation.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, right. I have so many hands, I don't even know where to begin. So I think we're going to go Domin. Adrian.
I just want to note something, Tom. West Germany was a huge military power during the Cold War. So it wasn't after the Second World War that they got kind of dismembered. It was only once they started cashing in their peace dividends in the 90s and early 2000s that the Bundeswehr declined in power. In the 70s and the 80s, Bundeswehr was absolutely a massive land force in Europe. and I have to say this because Axel's not here, and somebody needs to channel Axel. That is just one minor thing, Tom. Beyond that, I agree somewhat. Germany definitely is looking forward to a future where they still want to do lots of business with Russia, and that is very reprehensible.
Well said, and much faster than I said it. Adrian.
Hey, morning from Bucharest, y'all. Good evening to the Americans and Canadians. I think I made this point before, but I wanted to pick it up again from what Sharman said with the relationship to Poland. When our countries, I'll just speak from Romania's point of view, when we joined the EU, we joined because we were corrupt hellholes and we wanted free travel, we wanted equal opportunities in Europe, we wanted these economic benefits, and we reaped many of them, indeed. Although there are several problems that I've mentioned here before with our relationship to the EU. But there was always this feeling that countries like Germany always have the economic advantage and always take the benefits, and any major decisions taken by the EU for the EU will generally be in Germany's favor, France to some extent, Italy. So we in the East already felt like the poor cousins of the European Union. And I'm really not exaggerating this, like this is how we felt. And in this current context, when we see, and a lot of people are also and I think a lot of people in Greece, we don't have many Greeks here, are thinking about the economic crisis in 2010, when Germany basically told the Greeks that they should make sacrifices if they want to, if they want to overcome this. So Germany was the daddy telling people they should make sacrifices for a better Europe. And at this point, Germany is not willing to make those sacrifices. Their government is flaky. And I think long term, it's definitely, I mean, it already is not seen very well by Eastern Europe. Long term, maybe not in this future election cycle, but maybe in 2 or 3 election cycles, we will see a consolidation of the East against Germany within the European Union, just because in this huge moment of crisis for Europe, the country that reaps the most benefits from the European Union basically threw us all overboard, or at least is looking like it's throwing us overboard for cheap gas and to avoid the temporary pain of redirecting their economics and industry away from Russia. So it's my speculation, but I wanted to bring this point of view from Eastern Europe. Thanks.
Appreciate it. And I think, Adrian, there is a lot to be said for that, and it is something that the rest of us will watch with bated breath. The Ukrainianomicon, I think I'm saying that right. You're up, sir.
Okay, thanks for having me. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you.
Okay, so basically my point of view is that on the positive side of things, I can see a shift in what the voters are going to do over the next elections in Germany. We already seen this twice, and I expect this to continue, that we see a shift towards the more transatlantic-oriented CDU party, especially under the new leadership of Friedrich Merz, which will probably would do things quite differently, hopefully, than we're seeing actually under the SPD government. So that's a positive view I have. On the other hand, I'm a German, and what I can see is on the negative side of things is that we Germans are easily distracted from this conflict by other things. We have some topics in the media, public, that from my point of view should not be priority, but they take up a lot of space.
like climate change, like politicians using sports planes, like I don't know, some activists who call themselves Last Generation, who glue themselves to blacktop to stop individual traffic on the street. It's madness, really. Yeah. Also, I think in the German public we have lost sight of what's really important in politics. We have lost our strategic, let's say, base. And I can see this even on Twitter here. And a lot of very successful accounts with a lot of range. They continue as if the Ukraine war isn't happening right now. They focus on environment things, on I don't know, fighting lobbyism or something like this, as if we weren't in the biggest war and crisis that Europe has seen since World War II. And my explanation for that is that, yeah, because we've lost our ways, and these guys, they cannot handle this crisis, this war. They stick to what they know. They stick to what they are sure about, what they can do, and they are not flexible enough to adapt to this new crisis. And even 6 months into this war, this is still going on, and it's getting worse from my point of view. And I'm really frustrated about this, and I don't know what's this going to mean for the future. It's really mind-boggling. What's last point? What's the connection with Russia at the moment, and the strategic, let's say, failure is that yeah, German government over the last 20 years have maneuvered themselves into a position. I think this is mainly driving German decisions at the moment, and I don't think it's or maybe just for a minor part, this is a let's say the wish to do business with Russia in the future. I don't think that's it. It's just that they don't see any other options than to hope for Russia in the short term to deliver some gas. So industrial activity can continue, but it's yeah, it's not. I don't think it's a wish to that Russia is not that important for Germany. I don't think anyone gives an F about Russia at the moment. We can see that our partners in the European Union are economically much more important. We can see this with Poland, with all the Eastern developing or even developed countries at the moment. You can say that they are more important, or should be more important to us than Russia or anyone else. And I think I've talked enough for now. So thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you. Really quickly, I would like to bid you all a good evening. I'm going to transfer over to Doman. Good morning, Doman. It's been an excellent evening with all of you. Hope that everybody in Europe has a lovely day. Hope that Ukraine has a lovely day with everybody in Ukraine not dying to horrible Russian attacks, and that Russians find a way to retreat and or get buried under the soil of Ukraine, either way. But so for all our friends in Ukraine, I hope you're as safe as feasibly possible. And to all our friends here, I hope you have an excellent day.
Good night, finance. I'm going to go to Hans, first to Sharmantvi, then to Peter, and then I think Tom had his hand up. And Ukronomicon, is that your name? Yeah, Ukronomicon. Please hang about. You have an excellent handle. And I also have some stuff to ask to Germans. And luckily we're getting another German. Morning, Axel. Okay, Sharmantvi.
Yeah, thank you. and look at the beautiful account tag of Economicon. It's Sack Scholz now. So Scholz is a Sack. By the way, he's an Arschloch. So enough German insults. But what Adrian was saying about how he felt and how some or maybe the majority of the countries in Middle and Eastern Europe feels like the poor cousin of the EU. I can totally understand it, even from the German perspective. And I won't debate you on this, but I will give you an information and I will see your reaction to this. Can you imagine that people in Germany feel like the same way? People in Germany feel like they are the victims here within the EU, or Germany has to pay for everything, Germany has to do this, Germany has to do this. And they were shocked yesterday, first reports. The EU, so the former German politician, Minister of Defense, von der Leyen, she's the president of the EU, made this... she tried to bring up this law. Hey, everybody in the EU, try to save 15 or reduce your gas consumption to 15%, or about 50%, 15%. And Spain was immediately no, and they are right, because I mean, of course, all these countries will try to save and reduce the consumption. But this was designed to save Germany and to rescue them. But we navigated ourselves in this situation. So people in Germany were like, hey, we are always like this and we save them and this. But people in Greece don't feel like Germany saved them. I mean, I can remember the Greece protesting with pictures of Angela Merkel. Yeah.
This is what I was going to ask all the Germans, right? What exactly did the Spanish, I forget what it was, defense minister, foreign minister, prime minister, whomever it was, what did the Spanish high government official say? He said Germany was living beyond its means. He was literally using the same exact words, the same rhetoric as Germany and German politicians and Merkel were using back in 2008, 2009, 2010, aimed back at Germany, right? He was saying Spain has diversified its energy portfolio, its gas imports. It is not at all reliant on Russia. Why should Spain pay for the bad decisions that Germany made, living beyond its means, relying on this dictator to the east, etc. I think it's just important to highlight the rhetoric, coming full circle later.
Thank you for highlighting that out, because you're absolutely right. It's the same rhetoric. In Germany, it's called über die Verhältnisse leben, meaning that somebody had a living standard who he cannot afford and who is based on, for example, debts. And Germany used this rhetoric as a country who gives a lot about, like some others, Netherlands and Austria, on Austrian economics. It's how we in Germany call schwäbische Haushaltspolitik. So, for example, our former Minister of Finance, not Scholz, the guy before him, Wolfgang Schäuble, he said basically every country in the European Union, hey, you have to save a lot more money. And this was so destructive to some European Union members and their economies, and Germany should know this, because we made this mistake back in the last century when we were in a recession. We saved a lot of money. This worsened our situation, and we did it with Greece, and I remember the situation very well. So we are already receiving the backlash of our high nose, arrogant behavior from the last years, and this will be worse. And Tom was saying an interesting thing about Germany and the and the standard of business here. I say, and I think he's right, but I say it would be in Germany, when we look at the business perspective, it would be in our interest to behave or to act in this situation more like we are doing right now. It's in our interest to end this war, not with a ceasefire, but to crush Russia down, meaning Ukraine must win this war, and we need peace as soon as possible, but peace defined as the victory of Ukraine. For several reasons. I won't go too deep into this because then I will speak for 20 minutes here. I will say this should be our interest, and like Ukrainian mom was already pointing out, there's no strategic thinking anymore in Germany, or not in the position where it's needed, and not in the public. That's a problem as well. We are looking at problems each by each. We are not connecting things who should be connected, like energy and the dependence on energy, and that it makes us vulnerable to certain countries. And this is a huge problem. So it's in Germany's interest. I can't stress this enough. 46% of our GDP exports. Nobody in future will buy our stuff when we will continue with this. Nobody will do this. Germany economy is already facing, besides the war and all the situation right now, has to face several problems. We can't. This is another thing we should end immediately, and it would so easy for us. We are not speaking about give Ukraine 100 billion now or whatever. I mean, the Mardas, they are staying here. They are doing nothing. They are not important for our economy. They could be really not game changer, but they could make a huge impact.
Let's be clear and straightforward on this. Weapons that Germany should give Ukraine, Germany has in storage. And they're not currently in use. Leopard 1s, not currently in use. Hundreds of them in storage somewhere. Axel can give us the details if we desperately need them, but it doesn't really matter. Right, the details don't really matter at this level. Same for the Mardas. They're in storage. They're with Rheinmetall or whomever the manufacturer it is. There's more Mardas still in storage. There's probably more that might still be with the Bundeswehr that just aren't being particularly used exactly. Hand them over. It's not like the Bundeswehr wants the stuff from the 60s and 70s anyway. Easy. The other thing that's really easy, keep the nuclear power plants running, get more nuclear power plants online. And this is really where the Spanish minister was really talking about, even if unwittingly, right? Living beyond one's means, taking cheap energy offline that you already had paid all the capital expenses for, right? Those nuclear plants were built whenever they were built. They're still perfectly good, still running. However, they didn't keep them online. This is the living beyond your means. When you say, "Hey, I have this excellent supply of energy, but I'm not going to use it. I'm going to turn it off, and I'm going to do something else instead." That is silly, and that is a long-term strategic decision that this government is merely following. It's not as though this government has made it, but it has not changed it. It has been the long-term view of many a successive German governments that all of these parties were party to, that are currently in government as well, at different times. So that's just I know clear it up somewhat. Clarify.
Yeah, and if I may chime in. I mean, the previous two German speakers have made this very clear. That's very nice and very helpful. We've been advocating this position since the second week of March here. Fortunately, on this Friday, Mark Nelson and Benjamin Schmidt will come back, but they'll be here together on a panel. Quite literally, a power panel. The amount of ideology and utterly vested ignorance in German politics is one of the key components for this behavior. Ms. Annalena Baerbock, which, I mean, as a party, she and her compatriots are currently being hailed by both the international press as well as even the Germans on the domestic level as the ones who would be acting appropriately. She said last week, Friday, and in her interviews with Bild yet again that, oh no, this has nothing to do with with electricity, with Strom. We are talking about gas. The literal ignorance as to how energy and electricity are being used, and that you can actually, in wartime, very quickly migrate even a large part of the so-called preferred customers to electrical heating, as you should, if your dearest enemy is the one holding the gas pipeline and throttling it, is mind-boggling. We straightened this out here in March. We explained it in detail in March, when the discussion about the energy emergency plan the Germans have as part of the European energy and emergency framework, when it came into being. It is both sinister and stupid. One is reminded of the film Idiocracy's concept, if you think about it.
Hey Axel, I just wanted to say good morning to you and good night to me. I always seem to find myself in the transfer of the space from the US to Europe, and you and Doman always do a great job. I was falling asleep and I heard your voice, and for some reason it shook me. But I was like, I think it's a familiarity, and I just want to say Slava Ukraini, and I think I'm going to...
Heroam Slava. And Liberal, I'm so sorry that you're in the transition, in the twilight zone, but trust me, for every German who is thinking, even basic thinking, and has critical thinking skills, we feel like being in the twilight zone since the mid-90s.
Yeah, well, I was beating up on Germany earlier, and Olaf Scholz and Gerhard Schroeder, and, you know, it's frustrating. And, you know, I was commenting on the tepid response of France and Germany, given that they're the, you know, Euro, NATO superpowers, and the potentiality of Ukraine to become the center of the NATO forces, being the great country that it can be. Their exemplary IT experience, resources, coal, oil, gas, their exemplary bravery. I don't know, but 10 years from now, you know, where will the center of Europe be? And it could very well be Kyiv.
Well, it will be certainly an area of growth, and I believe...
Да, не, ну тогда оно было бы... Это что-то там шипит. Да не, слышь, это не стандарт, это Алексеевка. Фу, не Алексеевка, это где-то вот тут верхняя улица, возле автостанции.
Very classical, liberal, highly innovative or innovation-driven, very rules-based, institution-driven, anti-corruption after quite some time of transition, but heavy-duty policy, a market-driven policy. And that is a small nation. Ukraine, with its resources and its people, can do a lot more. That will not change the center of gravity. It will change the interactions between nations and the terms of trade. It will generate more growth. The problem is that the center of gravity, by pure logistics, capital stock, and location, will remain where it is. And Europe can suffer from a weak and feeble-minded Germany. It already does. The main problem is that the capital stock for both the chemical industry, which is predominant in Germany, predominantly located in Germany, and its high energy requirements, is absolutely vital for Europe. It is equally vital not just to win this war, but also to contain Russia and reduce the flow of money into European diverse politics, reduce the impact of that, I don't know, of Mordor and its stranglehold over the minds of otherwise potentially sane people. We have to shake it off and start thinking and behaving like real Europeans. Real Europeans would bond together and fight. The current debate about, and even the backlash and vengeful vengeful emotions which are coming up, understandably so, in Spain against von der Leyen's ill-fated and completely, utterly silly socialization of German mistakes across Europe plan. They are, of course, understandable, but they show that still the Russian policy of seeding discord is working. If the European solidarity falls for each other as a pure matter of thinking and a pure matter of willingness to work with each other, then the Russians have won. Now, Germany has deliberately, ideologically bent and casually, with its complacency, pursued that plan. They've taken in the sweet poison of Russian money, Russian gas and oil, and the ease of expansion of its exports into China. Europe needs to help Germany to wake up. That's the key element. Unfortunately, Europe is incapable of doing so. It has no institutions for this. And the only people who can do this sit in the White House.
Axel, I agree with you. I will retire to bed. I have to work tomorrow. It's 3 a.m. here in the U.S., 3:18. But I will repeat my belief that there will be a paradigm shift of power in maybe 10, 20 years where Ukraine and maybe even Poland will be the center of Europe. And again, when you think about resources, the heavy reliance of the Ukrainians on IT, which is the future of everything, fossil fuels, a brave fighting force, and their transition into a Western fighting force. They've done this on the fly. They've actually transitioned from Soviet fighting doctrine and weaponry to Western, weapons and doctrine, and they've done it seamlessly. And we're going to see a huge counteroffensive in Kherson, and maybe that's immediate, but long term, my belief is that the future center of Europe is going to be Kyiv, and that's just an opinion. I'm not an expert. So with that, I'll say good night to Domen and Axel, the voices of Europe, and thank you for keeping the space going.
Thank you very much, Liberal. We'll stay in the same time zone, I think. Peter.
Good morning to all you wonderful Europeans. Thank you so much for being a part of the space. Thank you for hosting the space. Thank you, Domen. Thank you, Axel, Liberal, Mr. M, everyone up here who is a speaker, and everyone who is listening. Thank you. One of the things that I had on my mind was what a great buy Ukraine is. And if you have a chance to invest, I honestly would, because Liberal was saying it. The transition is amazing over the course of this country's independence since 1991. It's amazing. And if you were going to give as well and to buy into Ukraine, one of the things you can do is give to Maria. Give to Maria aid. This is the Maria report. You can give to Maria aid and you can have a direct effect. The other thing you can do is speak to your legislators, no matter where you are. Make it a conversation. I know I try to every day with friends, with family, with anybody who will listen about what is happening right now, the egregious Russian invasion of Ukraine. One of the first things I heard on here, I think it was Yehuda, not making a dad joke, and it was him saying, if you had the chance to be in 1938, 39, and to do something against a fascist state, would you? And this is your opportunity. And so that's the thing that really got me. That's not what brought me in, but that's what got me. And I started giving every time to Maria Aid. And then I started following everyone up here, all the speakers, all the guest stars that they have, Chuck, John, like so many. And then earlier today, not Anton, I'm sorry, I can't remember his first name, but a former journalist and veteran of Ukraine's war against Russia. Victor, thank you. Victor K. And it has brought me so much knowledge. And I didn't initially come up here to just German bash, but I am so frustrated with the state of the SDP in Germany. I can't, it's hard to express. And I can't even imagine being a German and living there and being here and hearing this. So I thank you all for being here. That's what I want to say. Thank you to the Germans for being here. Ben, the French for being here, for the Netherlands, for Sweden, for Finland, for Norway, for Poland, for Italy, and everyone else who is a NATO ally over there and who fights for democracy as Ukraine does, and who supports Ukraine's fight against genocide by the Russians. Thank you. You have a great night, folks. I'll see you tomorrow, and I'll definitely listen to you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Good night, Peter. Sleep well. This time we're going to sleep before your birds come out. Let's go on to Adrian.
I'm sorry, I think I raised my hand by mistake and I was on a call earlier, so I missed the entire gist of the conversation. So I'll swing back later. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to Max, and then I want a conversation about, Germany and living beyond their means and stuff like that a little bit. Maybe a bit of a preview of what we're going to do on Friday. Yeah, I knew this is what you're going to talk about.
Sorry, Domen, I remembered. I just wanted just a brief thing on the gas. I remember what my comment was. Just on this gas, like that's ridiculous that the European Union is trying to make all of us skimp on gas, especially countries like Romania that actually have gas resources and have already started to, you remember a few weeks ago, we started pumping gas out of the Black Sea. So, and also our dependency on Russian gas, it could be zero. We do have some, we do buy some Russian gas just because we're part of the European gas market. So it's like for us, it's a bit ridiculous to tell us to skimp on gas, and it's another encroachment of telling the East what to do when Germany is the one responsible for this entire mess. That was my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. I have some theories to share in a minute, but I'll go to Max first. Max.
Hello. I wanted to make some points earlier. I kind of forgot them because it's already like 20 minutes ago. It was like towards the other two German guys. Not excellent in this case. But I will just say this. I mean, of course, I'm completely frustrated with I also blame the SPD for that mostly, that they are not sending weapons. I feel they weren't ready for it. They put a person in charge for the military who's like a grandma. She doesn't know what she's doing, I feel kind of. It was always a position which nobody liked, so it makes sense to just give it to some grandma. It's just the way it was the last years, decades. I feel. Yeah, and the other thing is, I think it's the best government we could have hoped for. Personally, still, they just weren't ready for the war, and I kind of accuse the Ukraine, the German with the kind of Ukrainian name. That he's not watching the Bundestag, because I can't imagine how somebody who's watching the Bundestag would actually vote CDU, because they wouldn't be. I mean, they would be maybe better in the war question, because well, I don't know. They have some potential. Their mouths are really big in saying, "Oh yeah, we would send weapons and stuff." But still, CDU would.
But that's the only thing that counts, Max. I hear you, but that's the only thing that counts.
For
It
right
is the
now.
absolute only
I
thing that
completely
counts.
agree.
Reconnecting nuclear power to the grid in order to get baseload capacity into Germany and help Germans transition over a lack of gas in their own home market over the end of the year is absolute key. Rebuilding
Yes,
nuclear
yes.
power grid to lower energy prices is absolute key, because otherwise,
No. I
yes,
disagree.
you need to lower. Yeah, you may, but I'm
We
telling
need
you,
nuclear for the transcendent to away from fossil fuels, so we have a
yeah,
good
but
system
nuclear is
with
not
renewable
fossil.
energy.
Nuclear is not fossil, Max. That's my point.
I
In
know,
this case, we had the discussion.
I know.
You've been misguided in this regard. Nuclear
No.
is the safest energy source we actually have in transition to nuclear fusion
Yes,
at a later
okay,
stage.
I can agree on that. I can agree on that as well. But,
But it needs to be there, because
not
coal-fired
future.
plants. We're using coal-fired plants because this government and the two preceding governments.
That is also stupid. I
both
agree.
wanted-
I agree.
So
I think we should use nuclear to work with it till we have transcended to renewable energies. Yes.
Well, nuclear
And
is
we should use coal.
Nuclear is
But we should
renewable
also
energy.
transcend away from nuclear, because there's one very nice graph. I'll try to find it sometime. I anyway was actually planning to
Max, let's
make a
park
full round.
this discussion until Friday, if I may. Let's park exactly this discussion. Search the graph, do this, get your question out on Friday when Mark Nelson and Benjamin Schmidt and I are here, and I'll get two more physicists at that point in time as well, and then we can talk about this, because this can be easily resolved, and I'm happy to address it then. But I got to
Are
go
they
into a
nuclear
conference call. I
physicists?
just want. Sorry, Mark and Benjamin will both be here at 12:30 Eastern, which is 7:30 Kiev time, 6:30. No,
Yeah,
7:30
6:30
Kiev.
Germany.
Short time.
Yeah,
Okay.
6:30 Germany
Okay.
on
Got
Friday.
you.
The invitation card will come out in a little while today. We have it ready, I think, but it will be out in about 3 hours or so. And but I have to go into a conference call, so I have to leave you all there. Sorry, mate.
Okay, I'll prepare.
Perfect. And I think this time we'll plan a little bit ahead and collate some stuff in the Twitter thread to put in the nest at the start of Mark's talk. I think this is kind of what we were planning out last time. And then it will be easier for people to follow with the graphs instead of just verbal descriptions of them. So yeah, excellent. Thank you, Max. Let's jump on to Ukronomicon and into Herm. Ukronomicon.
Okay, thanks. But we have this quote that says, "If you're a socialist by the age, if you aren't a socialist by the age of 20, you have no heart. If you're still a socialist at the age of 40, you have no brain." That pretty much describes how I developed in the last 20 years of my political opinion. But that's just a personal view of things. However, what I think is how I see things is that I'm utterly grateful that we have the USA under its current leadership taking the lead in this war between Russia, and Ukraine, and also Canada, the UK, all the big players in the NATO that support this course. And we can really be grateful that these things are the way they are. I understand France and Germany in the last 20 years, they tried to, I don't know how to put it, to create another center of power in Europe, but it was a soap bubble. It bursted in February this year at the latest. Europe is not ready to take this part, and for me, I can only say that as long as we aren't ready to take care of ourselves, and this is what's so obvious, should be obvious to anyone who's been watching what's going on in the world at least for the last 6 months. This is why we need a transatlantic orientation, from my point of view, and forget all these soap bubbles and all these dreams for the time being, because it's not realistic. The USA freed Europe from the Nazis in the Second World War. They rebuilt Germany, and again they have to step in Europe because we are the Germans are central in this. We cannot take care of ourselves. We are like a toddler, and right now we need to be strong-armed again into doing the right things, and that is really that is not something we can be proud of. Yeah, it's really embarrassing, and this course of the SPD that are going on right now, I have no hopes that they even understand the first two things about what's really needed, and that's why I really wish for a different government. Thank you.
Thank you, Kononomikon. See, I'm not German. I don't care about which politician gets to make the decisions, as long as they make the right decisions. And the right decisions right now mean reduce reliance on gas, and the easiest way to do that is to continue using the power plants you already have in use, and send lots of weapons to Ukraine. And I don't care if it's Scholz or someone else. I couldn't care less. I just want them to do that, and stop being a pain, and assume the leadership role that the largest economy in Europe should be assuming. Right, Herm?
Good morning, friends of Ukraine. Good night, friends of Ukraine. Good day, friends of Ukraine in Australia and New Zealand. Hey, Domin. I'm pretty tired. Actually, I had a quick comment on this nuclear power in Europe. It's about to wrap up, I hope. So yeah, I used to be against nuclear power at one point in my life. That changed after I studied more of it, and I'm actually really enthusiastic about the opportunities with the new technology that is currently in development. I was trying to talk to Portland about that offline at one point. Didn't go far, but there's a lot of good things in the pipeline, I would say, in the next 30 years. And just one final comment to that. There's a strategic issue with nuclear power in Europe, especially in France. So what happened, when most of those power plants were built, they didn't anticipate those heat waves we're seeing across Europe. And there's many power plants, especially in France, that have been built strategically in poor places where you have drying riverbeds in very hot summer months and not enough coolant water to operate them. And that can make a significant impact on the base burden that they can provide to the energy grid. So actually, I was more interested in your take on Europe that you wanted to present earlier. So I'm going to shut up now.
Oh no! So I think that's a reasonable point to raise. There were some very suboptimal decisions made by the EDF when they were placing them. You're completely right. I mean, it's kind of like it doesn't really speak to the utility or practicality of nuclear power as such. It's just a question of why did you put the light fixture in the corner of the room instead of the middle of the room kind of situation, right? It's a suboptimal placement. It's nothing to do with the light fixture. It's just the guy who installed it in the corner didn't realize that maybe, just maybe, it'd be a good idea if all of the room got light from that light fixture, right? The really important thing is this isn't a problem generally outside of the hottest summer months. And the hottest, warmest summer months are when we tend to get most energy from other sources, I guess we can say. Whereas it is the coldest winter months where we really need to substitute, especially in this upcoming winter, Europe as a whole, as much of the gas consumption for electricity as possible by other means, right? So simply put, I don't think this will be a problem in come October, November, December, because the riverbed simply will have more water in them, even if a few of them might not currently have quite enough to run a bunch of nuclear power plants off of. Do you know one river in Europe that's really reliable when it comes to water flow?
Dnipro.
I was going to say the Rhine. Dnipro, absolutely. But I was going to say the Rhine, the one that flows past and through Germany, be a very good location. And I think that's also why the new French nuclear power plant is opening on the Rhine across the river from Germany.
They build them always at the border, always at our border.
Oh no, they build them all over. They build them literally all over. It's just that the Rhine is the border between France and Germany, and it's just a really good river. It's an excellent river. It's an excellent river for all sorts of things. And I just find it amusing that the French are building it there while Germany shutting down its own nuclear power plants. Anyway, the real thing, I think, isn't so much the lack of water. It's more to do with if you use water as a coolant in a nuclear power plant, it will raise the temperature of the water, and then the fish don't like the low oxygen saturation of the water. That's primarily the problem. Because when it's already hot, there's less oxygen dissolved in water. And the really interesting thing is gases dissolve better at lower temperatures than liquids, and solids dissolve better at higher temperatures. And it all really makes sense, right? Because a solid, as you heat it up, melts, right? So the closer you get, the closer you get to the melting point. This is the wrong explanation, but it's intuitive and it's close enough. The closer you're going to get to a liquid state, because a liquid state always has more energy than a solid state, right? More kinetic energy in those molecules, and the same goes for a gas, right? You heat up a liquid, it turns into a gas. If you cool down a gas, it turns into a liquid. So the cooler the temperature of the liquid, the greater its capacity to dissolve gases in it. And yeah, it's because of the fish, and we're not dolphins, so.
Yeah, and also, if I may add, also for the operation of the nuclear power plant itself, if the river gets too warm, you need more and more water to effectively cool a power plant, and that comes in conjunction with the lower water levels. That's actually going to be
it's a differential thing, right? It's like if you try to cool yourself down with a bucket of ice or a giant tub of tepid water. Right? If you dump a bucket of ice in a giant tub of tepid water, is going to bring its temperature a bit down. Cool. Thanks, Herm. I hope you join us on Friday, because I think it'll be really exciting. Let's go on to Charmantvi and Libero and Smooth. Charmantvi.
Since Libero was first, I will just comment that, Domen, I am regularly swimming in the Rhine, so don't do this on me. And if it's when it comes to cooling down nuclear power plants, I have a girlfriend with very cold feet, so I will sacrifice her.
Okay, I think that's an excellent idea. If she's a good heat sink in that respect, it's just a joke, obviously, for anybody listening. It was a joke when Charmantvi said it as well, and it's perfectly fine if you swim in the. I don't know why you swim in the Rhine, because down when it gets to you, it's kind of dirty. I mean, if you swim in it, up when it's still lake, what do you call it, Bodensee, right? When it's there, that's fine. But if you swim in it down when it gets to Düsseldorf, Köln, that's a bit odd.
It's the Ganges of Germany.
Exactly. Charmantvi?
Yeah, let Liberal first. He had to
Okay,
set
yeah.
up.
Sorry, I just wanted to know where you were about to swoop in the line. Liberal, go for it. I thought you were asleep.
Doman, I thought I was asleep too. I think I'm going to go to sleep after this, but it's hard to shut the mind down when you're listening to the Myriad report and you're trying to go to bed and there's work tomorrow. So I just wanted to say that a shout out to the ardent supporters of Ukraine, namely the countries America, Canada, UK, the Baltic states, Slovenia, Slovakia, Poland, not mentioned.
Czechia.
I'm sorry?
Czechia.
Oh, I thought you said Chechnya. I was like, okay, that's surprising to me. And notably absent, Germany and France, and their reticence and their tepid, response to genocide. I just wanted to point that out. I don't want to beat up on those countries, but you don't have to take my perspective on it. You can simply look at their lack of immediate support and draw a conclusion. So, but Doman, I'm gonna try to go to bed now.
Good night, Liberal. And don't worry, you don't have to because we have 4 Germans on the panel who are very willing to. Smooth.
Yeah, good morning, Doman and Slava Ukraini.
Slava.
Just listening to what my German comrades already said here, I think that we have to realize that everybody that is on this panel regularly is part of a passionate minority still here in Germany. And so, yes, it's a question of the government, but there's no other government inside or no other political party inside that's going to change the situation in a big time, I think, because, and we have to realize that there is no majority in Germany that would support that. It might be 50-50 at best, but still, and we had this discussion yesterday with Charmant and others, how laid back the Germans are when it comes to, really sacrificing anything than clapping their hands or giving some money. And I think this is something that we really have to realize, because the former government that consisted at least partially of other parties didn't do much either. And so I don't have much hope that any other coalition of government here in Germany would change something very drastic. I know there's individual people like, say, Mr. Friedrich Merz who talk a good talk, but walk the walk. So I'm not sure that there's going to be there would be any changes with a change of government.
Yeah, you can say it's easy to say while you're in opposition, what else you do, right? But then once you're in government, there's more interests and generally coalition partners to consider, and it's a little bit more difficult. That's why I kind of said earlier, I don't care who's in government in Germany. I'm not German. I don't care. I just care about what they do, and I will criticize them on their action or inaction.
And you're totally right on that, Doman.
Yeah, and because I think that what I want to happen is the correct thing to happen, right? In this case, not be reliant on the dictator in the East and give the people the dictator in the East is trying to genocide lots of weapons to defend themselves. Which, I think you're in agreement
on
with
a
those.
light note, just on a light note, when you were talking about the Rhine, I think that's where the people from Düsseldorf and Cologne get their water from to brew what they call beer. As far as I say, as somebody from northern Germany.
What they call beer. So Kölsch is not
Yeah,
good
right,
enough for you. See?
I won't go too deep on specific politicians in Germany, but let me just say about Friedrich Merz. I don't see hope for him because he's burnt in Germany. Alone, his back in the 90s, his vote on not make rape in marriage punishable will cost him any political credit. It is not a position you can be a chancellor in Germany. I don't see that. But if you go away from that topic, don't be fooled by Friedrich Merz, because he was, before the war started, he was the first one who said openly, we shouldn't make sanctions on SWIFT. So he was the one from the group I told yesterday when there was an opportunity to make it clear to Russia and Putin for free. It costs nothing. Say, hey, if you do this, then we will sanction you on the SWIFT system. And he put that from the table right from the beginning. So he was one actor in this, and this was a strategic failure again. But when it comes to German politics in general, I have hope, because right now, or so far, Olaf Scholz is just copying what Merkel did. And what Merkel did was famously called ruling on polls. So Merkel, on the most topics, or basically on almost everything, she was looking at the polls, where's the majority, and was the majority in favor of, and then she did this. So she was not active, she was more reactive to certain situations. And when Scholz is, and he is copying her in other regards as well, when he will stick with this, then it will force him to another behavior, depending on what the majority of the Germans want to do and were showing in the polls. So this is a general hope I have. And then when it comes to our dependency, I have hope, and I know how sad and how bad this sounds. But let's just be realistic. If Russia won't cut down the gas supply to Germany to zero, then I will say it's realistic that we are that we will do this ourselves in 2025. And you can bash us all the time. I'm with you. This is way too much time till then. But I will say next year is not enough for them. At least maybe they surprise me. I hope so. They will surprise me. But I hope that we then see, and maybe, and I hope so, the war then is already over. This would be important. But we are talking as well about the long game here, and how we deal with Russia in the strategic way for the next decades. So I hope that we see another Germany then, Germany was not relying and dependent on this energy from Russia. And like someone said before, Russia, when it comes to general economics and business in the world, I don't give a fuck. I mean, they are not relevant. Take the gas and the oil and some commodities from them, and they are irrelevant as fuck. I mean, someone said Russia is called Nigeria, and yeah, they're basically right. I mean, if you look at how much percent Russia makes from the world economy, it's you can ignore them. You can make them the next North Korea if you want to. And I have some hope in this, but for the current situation and what helps Ukraine the most, I can't stress this enough. It comes to the German people, and we are failing on this. I mean, of course, it's easy for us to blame Scholz. I will always stick with you, and all the other people. It's not only Scholz, But to be honest, German people, ordinary people, we are failing here. I include this myself. Before the war started, I didn't even think about this. I didn't had this in my opinion in my voting decision the last year for the election. We didn't think about it. I think we don't know enough about our partners within the EU, especially Middle and Eastern Europe. We were too arrogant in the past. Huge failures, and now it backlashes, and it backlashes for a good reason. And now it's the time for German people. And this is. It's not done with do you support Ukraine in a poll and you say yes. It comes to sacrifices and actions, and we didn't show them enough. And I hope this will change. And like I always say, or yesterday said already, it's not only the German people. I think that it's easier for the pressure for the German government to change behavior when the pressure from outside is getting stronger. Because, and everybody is discussing this, if Germany puts business interest over everything. If this is true, if you was truly thinking this, and I won't debate you on this, then it would be the best idea to pressure even if you're not in Germany, to pressure your locals like we do in Germany, and we should in Germany, and we should increase and do this more. But you should do that as well and make them clear, hey, put some pressure on Germany. We have economic ties with them. Let them let them know that. Let them be aware of this, and they are not only relying on German Russian gas. This would be a huge help. You can actually help German people, and with this you can help Ukraine. Because when it comes to Germany, it's crucial. It's not only what we can do. It's like I was speculating before. Maybe too many people in Germany in highly positions or advising people in highly positions are fans or read the Heartland theory. And maybe this is where it comes from. And then we should always disrupt any ties between Russia and Germany, not only when it comes to Ukraine, but in general. This is crucial for European interests. And if you are in the US, it's very well in your interest as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Shermanti. Quick note about Matt, according to our Swiss friend. The good thing about Matt is that he was not in federal politics from 2009 to 2021 and was always the anti-Merkel. He also rebuffed all Putin-Versteher, who came out last week, and has now defined himself as the transatlantic guy who is willing to do more than the current government despite his pro-Russian sentiments within his party. He also has the backing of Röttgen, who was one of his rivals as the general secretary. I don't know who Röttgen is. Doesn't matter. You don't have to explain it to me. All dear Germans. Let's go to Polymath, and then to Herm, and then to Mike, and then to Smooth. I think that's what the order was. Polymath.
Great conversation tonight, at least tonight here in California. I know you guys, it's all morning time over there in Europe. Charmaine, I don't know your full handle there, but I've really appreciated your comments tonight. And I mean, what is it that the U.S. can do to pressure Germany, the German public? I mean, one thought that came to mind is, when I buy a German product, I know it's reliable. But, maybe a hashtag German, not reliable, would help start the conversation. But, again, it's been very edifying hearing the German perspective in the space the last hour or so. I really appreciate it. And I'm signing off for the night, so I'm going to drop down to listener.
залізничною станцією із системою розпізнавання цілей. Наведення ж відбувається за
Good night.
допомогою
And yeah, the reason why we're also chipper is because we're all high on coffee at this point still. Herb.
I'm gonna drop down soon too. Yeah, Daman, I still want to listen a little bit before I doze off. What you announced earlier, that you had to say something about the German politics, how it affects Europe and the current situation. And I had the hunch that goes into the German attempt to be so like the European hegemon without having any liabilities, just reaping all the benefits out of it. And yeah, I would be really delighted if I could hear a little bit longer segment of you before my eyes fall into my skull. But yeah, okay. Good night, everybody. Slava Ukraine.
Good night, Herm. And Heroim Slava. I have an excellent question here from Peter, who forgot to ask it earlier. Why doesn't Germany see the carbon debt of a prolonged invasion of Ukraine as being worse for the earth? Peace through weapons to Ukraine, which results in a quicker defeat of Russian aggression and less carbon debt, right? Should be infinitely preferable in that respect. I think that is an excellent question. I often say how there should be a difference of economic accounting within Germany, and a realization that the quicker Ukraine wins, the better it is for the German economy. But I think this is an excellent point as well. The quicker Ukraine wins, the less stuff goes into the air, and the less stuff that needs to be rebuilt, which is also very ecologically minded. And I think that's very important and very key here. Maybe key in swaying some opinions. Let's say, Mike.
Hello, everybody. I had this idea about German policy as Putin is driving down the gas throughput through Nord Stream 1 week by week. I mean, now we are at 20% as of today. At least that's what they're saying it's going to be. 20% of capacity. When we are going to reach a point of close to zero, I think that would trigger a policy change in Germany, since that's the only grip he has on us, right? And that could mean two things: either he doesn't care or doesn't think it would mean a policy change and will drive to zero, or it will mean that he will never actually shut down Nord Stream completely, and he will keep dripping the gas in hope that the German policy won't change. What's your thought on this?
Yes, maybe. So something else interesting happened with regards to gas over the past 24 hours. So yesterday, Gazprom suddenly increased the pressure on the gas pipeline on the border between Russia and Ukraine, the one that flows across Ukraine to Uzhhorod, to then Slovakia and Hungary. They do this. They've done this before. They've done it in 2009 when they did the same with Turkmenistan. So they suddenly increased the pressure in the gas pipeline, and they basically they basically made it kind of rupture, right, because of the high pressure, and that was a big. It basically meant Turkmenistan couldn't export its gas through Russia for a number of months, possibly years even, because it took a while with repairs. So it seems like they wanted to induce the same sort of failure on the pipeline that goes through Ukraine. They didn't. The technicians responded quickly enough for it to have been handled, and it didn't rupture the pipeline. But it seems like they wanted to, induce a failure in that way. to have yet another excuse. I think that's Smooth. Where are you? Come back. I was just going to go to you. Smooth, come back up if you can. And so basically they've done this before, and this would kind of legitimize their, technical difficulties, make it impossible.
Go on. It's gonna be tight. Holy fuck. We're not taking the whole. Sabachka? Давай, get the fucking dog. Okay, how about this? What? Women? Where's it all gonna go? Women now. Sorry, Marushka. These two. Come on, get in. Do we want to assist them?
However, they did, and it still seems to be fine. Let's say. Anyway, right. I think we lost Smooth. Maybe he had something else to do. So let's go to Ukronomicon.
Sorry, can I follow up on that?
Oh yeah, Mike, go ahead.
So you're saying that the strategy of Russians might be to sabotage gas flow in the way they did with this turbine story, to keep up hopes of Germans that they might get gas soon again, or something like that.
A little bit, but also to kind of legitimize their reasoning for why gas can't get delivered, right? Because you know how it is in Germany when it's all very contract based and following contracts, etc. And if they can say, oh no, you see, they already tried it with the turbine, right? Force majeure. We can't do anything. It's technical problems. It's not our fault. You still have to pay us for the gas we're not delivering, right? That sort of arguments. Or we can't bring up our end of the bargain for the simple reason that we don't have the technical ability to, or whatever. So I think in that respect, they're trying to kind of play it up and down. The thing with Russia is they don't have that much gas storage themselves. And with gas wells, if you don't use them, that doesn't help you. So either they would have to just have the gas go out into the atmosphere, which is a ridiculous concept, or they would actually have to shut off the gas wells. The thing is, when you shut off a gas well, you basically have to drill a new one most of the time, as in you can't just shut it off and then turn it on again. That's at least my understanding for most gas wells, at least the type that is common in Russia. And they don't currently have the technical capacity to make new ones, really, because that is something that's primarily in the domain of Western oil and gas extraction specialists, right? Like Halliburton, Schlumberger, and the like. So if they did that, they wouldn't really have a way to restart it again. So they kind of have to keep quite a bit of gas still flowing to Europe because they don't have a way to either turn it off at the source or store vast amounts of it. Because why would they need to store vast amounts of it? They're a big producer. They can always just, get it fresh out of the ground. So I think they're going to keep supplying some quantity of gas to Europe regardless. The question is what quantity that's going to be. And they're going to play up and down with it as they see fit for daily political purposes and to increase uncertainty. Uncertainty is the bane of the markets, right? Uncertainty is what makes things difficult for people and markets. So that's pretty much why. Hope I try to answer it as best I can, but I don't have a crystal ball nor an insight into the mind of Putin, so it's kind of hard to go beyond that. But that would be my speculation at the very least. Ukronomicon.
Yeah, thank you, Doman. I totally agree with what you just said. My expectation is also that Russia will not, at least not for a longer period of time, completely shut down all the gas deliveries. For me, this is I see it like something like the relationship between a drug dealer and a drug addict. And what's the interest of the drug dealer? He doesn't want his customers to go in cold turkey and or find other distributors. Also, and the second interest is let's face it, it's not he's not donating that gas. Yeah, he's making a lot of money of it. So basically, what my expectation is, Russia will do several things. First of all, they will keep gas supplied on a very low level through Nord Stream 1. In the meantime, I think they're going to try and pressure Germany into opening Nord Stream 2. Why? Because that would be a major, let's say, political victory for Russia, because it's a form of sanction to not using this pipeline, which is from a technical side of things finished as far as I can understand, and there's just some, let's say, administrative things that need to be done on the German side. So that is I expect that we are going to see this in the next weeks and months when the temperatures drop in Europe. The gas will fluctuate that comes through Nord Stream 1. There will be technical issues, quote unquote. Obviously, they are not technical; they are only political. And Russia will try to put pressure on Germany to open up Nord Stream 2. And then we might see things like you said, that the Jamar pipeline or other pipelines going through Ukraine or southern Europe, maybe they will shut down as whatever political agenda can be applied. So Russia is going to try and use their gas deliveries as a political weapon, as they are already doing it right now. And we will see increase in this way, because they're Russia is on and out of options. Yeah, this is one of the big, let's say, levers that they can still use. Yeah. So, what's the way out of it? As you said quite correctly, the only thing that we can hope for and do now is support Ukraine and the military, deliver weapons, and we should really have an interest in empowering Ukraine so it can end this genocidal, full-scale war as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Economicon. No, I think your analogy with an addict is very apt, right? With an addict and a drug dealer is very apt here, because it does very much feel like as though Russia is making sure to keep dripping in just enough to make sure that Germany stays dependent, and Germany doesn't make, better decisions for itself in the long run. Seemingly, Dmytro Kuleba, who's the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Ukraine, has been listening to us over the past couple of hours, because just an hour ago he tweeted out the following, and this is very pointed. Putin's gas war against Europe is a direct continuation of his war on Ukraine. Wherever he can bring harm, he will. He will use every dependence Europe has on Russia to ruin the normal life of every European family. The only way is to hit back hard and get rid of any dependence. Which is almost as though something that I had written, and I swear I hadn't. I am not an advisor or a social media subcontractor of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, but it is very much along the lines of exactly what I would have said were I in that position, and he's completely right. Right, so the fluctuations in the flow of gas on Nord Stream 1, this attempt yesterday that Gazprom tried to blow up the pipeline that goes through Ukraine to make that look unreliable, right, and to have another excuse. All of these are parts of this, gas war, so to speak, that is going to go on in parallel to the kinetic war in Ukraine. So, in parallel to launching cruise missiles at Ukrainian cities far from the front lines, and mass artillery bombardment of cities close to front lines, and the killings and the tortures and the mass rapes. Rape is a weapon, crucially, should be highlighted here, in the occupied territories. Right, all of these things are happening in parallel, and all of these things have to be taken as one by the good people farther to the west of Ukraine, and dealt with together. And therefore, the best way to deal with the gas aspect, while also obviously building resiliency and improving your energy picture domestically, is to have Ukraine win, right? Is to have Ukraine win sooner rather than later. And I think the point Peter raised is fantastic, right? Peter raised the point of, let's say, the environment of CO2 emissions. Right? How much more CO2 emissions are there because of the war in Ukraine? How much more will there be because of it? Because, you know, what's a big source of CO2 emissions? Concrete production, cement production, right? Anything that you want to build, that's going to have quite a high CO2 cost as well. So the less is destroyed, the better from that very simple, very trivial ecological perspective. And if I could please ask my German friends here on the space, please tell anyone who supports the Greens that, and please support anyone who supports the SPD that, because you know, everybody knows who the SPD is the greatest threat from, and that is the Greens. And present them both the economic argument, not just the moral argument, because they seem to be immune to the moral argument of why they should help Ukraine with lots of weaponry ASAP, but present them the economic argument of the sooner the war is over, the better it is for the German economy, but also this ecological argument that making sure that Ukraine wins, which is the only morally right choice here, right? Because Russia winning is morally very bad, especially for a country that committed the last great genocide in Europe, or maybe the one before last, but last genocide in Europe that went into the into 6, or hopefully this one will go into 7 figures. Maybe you should stand up against this most recent, current, present one being committed, right? And it's only morally right for Germany to stand up against it, and it's only morally right for Germany to make sure that Ukraine wins, for Germany to support Ukraine. But the rate at which it helps matters as well. And the sooner Ukraine wins, the better it is. And the sooner Ukraine wins, and that can be assured only by great supplies of weaponry, right? The sooner Ukraine wins, the better it is for the German economy, very selfishly, and the better it is for the environment. So let's get all of these interests, which are all the same interests fundamentally, they're already aligned. Let's get them all active. Let's get them all, acted upon by the powers that be in the German parliament and the government. Because Germany is this great economic power, and because Germany does have the resources, and because Germany honestly has some hundreds of tanks and infantry fighting vehicles in storage that aren't doing anything particularly useful right now, and somebody else could put them to excellent use in kicking the Russians out of their country and preventing genocide. And that would be a fantastic use of these old vehicles, wouldn't it? Charmantvi.
Yeah, thank you. When it comes to the CO2 emissions and the argument from the listener, I think it's a good idea to turn the arguments why we should help Ukraine into arguments who were more visible in Germany's interest, because I think the original arguments are already in Germany's interest, but it's maybe not so visible and clear for the German population and maybe some politicians as well. But I think it's a little bit too naive. I think Germany is not. We are really good in double standards or in high morale speeches. And I think if you are listening here on a regular basis and you learn something about how Germany was acting the last decades and is currently, then it's obvious to you that this is the case. So Germany is not over a certain limit, very caring about, let's protect the environment. That's good marketing, and in Germany, it's also the case. But in the end, we are still a high industrialized nation, and this is our business model. And it's a little bit. Like I said, I support the general idea, but I think that's not the turning point we can use. We should do it something different, because I mean the German, if you're turning this like suggested from the listener, this would be a good idea if the Greens were acting different than now. But the Greens are already acting like they should in terms of the interest and the interest of Ukraine, not because of a climate perspective or something like this, just because although they are in the basic pacifistic party, they were invented like
Да, не, ну тогда оно было бы... Это что-то там шипит. Да не, слышь, это не стандарт, это Алексеевка. Фу, не Алексеевка, это где-то вот тут верхняя улица, возле автостанции.
government, and they did this again. This was not the first time. The Greens are not the problem here, so the Social Democrats are more the problem. And I mean, Axel is right when he's saying we are applauding for the Greens here. They still making mistakes too when it comes, for example, to nuclear energy. Although I'm not an expert and a big advocate, because I can't really judge the arguments since I have no clue about it. But they are, from an ideological reason, they are saying, no, we will not talk about this. And I think we should at least talk about it and then let the better argument win. The Social Democrats have no interest in arguing like this from this climate or environmental reasons or arguments perspective, because this would turn the Social Democrats just into the weaker Greens 2.0. There's no interest. They should have their own interest for their voters, and there should be a difference between them. And although they are trying to steal some voters of the Greens, in the end, I think people who think like this and agreeing with all what the Greens are doing and saying, they will always vote for the Greens. So I think there's no benefit in this for them. So I can't imagine this to be easy to operate. I mean, especially because this has to be coming from the German population, and then again we are at the grassroots problem when it comes to Germany. We are not famous for protesting, like for example France. So I can't imagine this right now. But
no,
what
Germantvi, it's all about stacking the arguments, right? It's all about converting a couple of percent of the population. It's all about getting a narrative out. Because if this is a narrative that catches on, around the German media, that it is the right thing, not just morally, but also economically, but also ecologically, right? It's kind of the antithesis, but at the same time, the same approach Russia uses, right? What does Russian propaganda do? It gives 25 different reasons why they're doing something. They're completely internally inconsistent. This is the difference. Ours are internally consistent, right? But they give 25 different reasons that are all completely internally inconsistent of why they should do something wholly reprehensible and immoral, right? And what they rely upon is that, 5% of the population are going to take reason number 1, ignore all the rest. 3% of the population are going to take reason number 2, ignore all the rest, etc. Everybody, it gives everybody kind of like a choice, right? Like a choice at the deli counter of what kind of sausage you like, and this is literally the same. Here, we need to realize that different people have different interests, have different priorities. You have people who are, staunch environmental activists or whatever. You can say, look, this is how bad war is for the environment. Look at all this stuff blowing up, and then it has to be rebuilt again. We know how much of a cost to the environment that is. The only morally correct solution to the war is that Ukraine wins and regains its territory and its peoples, right? Because being invaded is bad. That's easy for most people to agree on, when they don't have to do anything about it. And the sooner that happens, the better it is for the environment, right? And a lot better it is for the environment. Therefore, let's help them win as soon as possible. Somebody else maybe doesn't care so much about the environment, cares about the economy. Say, look, as soon as Ukraine wins, big reconstruction starts. Look at how much business there will be for German companies that make the tools, that make the construction equipment, that make the construction materials, and kind of drive that home and give different people different reasons that they can really stand behind. And the Handelsblatt can run with the, let's charge up the German economy by having them rebuild Ukraine, and for that we need Ukraine to win first. Let's give them, Süddeutsche, Bild, whomever. It's so much better for the environment if Ukraine wins ASAP. Therefore, let's help them, etc. Right? You kind of see where I'm going at, and that's maybe a way to kind of galvanize, not just talk, but galvanize some action. Because when there are things that people already care about and have cared about for years and decades, it is easier for them to then transform that into action. And maybe that is the way. That and planting some flowers around every Russian consulate and embassy.
Domin, what I really dislike about this idea is what it amplifies to the German, how the German people act and think. Even I'm criticizing government and even us normal people, including myself. This would amplify that Irpin, Bucha, Borodyanka, and all these cities, and what happened there, that the genocide is not enough. Not enough to realize there's an interest for us to stop this immediately. That climate and thinking about climate and such matters are more urgent and more important than ongoing genocide. That's what I really dislike about this idea. And the weak point of the idea is that the ones in Germany who you have to, who still are hesitant, and you have to give them some good arguments, are not those people. I would say most of them.
No. Shermantwi, there are two separate things here. There are two separate things. There is what is the right thing to happen, and the German people already agree on what the right thing to happen is. What they don't agree is what should be done to come about that, or what should be done to come about that quickly, or what can be done to come about that quickly, or how important it is for that to come about quickly, right? There's a difference between, in physics terms or in chemistry terms, there's a difference in thermodynamics and kinetics. Thermodynamics are agreed on, it's the kinetics that need to be sorted out, right? It's the rate of change that needs to be sorted out, because that's really the problem. The problem with schultzing around isn't that he does the wrong stuff, it is he doesn't do the right stuff quickly enough. Okay, some of the time it's that he does the wrong stuff. And it needs to be changed into not doing the right stuff quickly enough, into doing lots of right stuff real quick. And that needs more of a drive, and that needs more of an imperative, right? And it's not as though the German people, by and large, don't agree that it's right for Ukraine not to be genocided against. German people are completely happy with the fact that Ukraine should not be subject to genocide. The problem is they don't realize, A, how important it is to do things quickly and what they can do to do things quickly. And once they realize that it's really important to do things quickly, they generally come up with solutions to do things more quickly, and the right solutions that bring about a faster rate of change. I think this is where some strong persuasion would really help. And that's why we're kind of driving this. This is now about kinetics, not about thermodynamics. Everybody's cool with the thermodynamic aspect of it. I hope that maybe makes it more sensible.
Yeah, but I really don't think so. I think there are people in the German population who are still hesitant because they are aware of the pros and cons of supporting Ukraine. And the cons are personal interest. It's the decreasing personal wealth for them. So, and these are people with egocentric perspective on the world who think, hey, I'm a little guy and I'm interested in my life, maybe in my family and the wealth and the happiness of it, and what have I do with Ukraine? I am not there. It's far away. Even these are stupid things and misconclusions because they are not aware maybe of the bigger picture here. And also, even if there's no bigger picture, geopolitical reasons and movements and whatever, it's also not a humanitarian argument, I would say.
People are selfish. Play into the selfishness. They made the selfishness work for the right thing. This is, you're not going to change that. You're not going to change the fundamental attitudes necessarily. What you can change is what the result of those attitudes is, and focus on that, because you won't change people into being less selfish necessarily very quickly. I think that's and you don't have to change all of them. You just have to change enough of the population, but that's not that hard. And B, you need to change the people at the top, and the people at the top will only be changed when there's enough pressure, right? It's not just that people have to agree; they have to want to change things as well. Again, this isn't about what people's opinion is; it's how strongly they hold that opinion, and they have to hold that opinion really strongly for it to then percolate up into governments actually changing things. Sherman, we're going to swing back to you. We're going to go to David and then to Ukronomicon, and we have a couple new people up as well. David.
Hello there. Yeah, good morning to you. So it's really, really interesting discussion, isn't it? The thing that the problem with I guess I say the problem with the change the people at the top businesses and frustration for many people is we all know this is very slow. Right, and sometimes even if there are a lot of people who want to make a change, it then becomes very difficult. I mean, only 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, there were 1 million people on the streets in London protesting at Brexit. Did it do anything? No, it hasn't really. And part of the problem is that, and this is what I see the problem in terms of where Germany stands is the people with vested interests and money are the people who are in control, aren't they? They clearly see that there's a very good reason for them to be involved with Russia, and which is why we end up with this prevarication. And I mean, how long is it before the next German elections?
Long time. They only had them last year.
Yeah, and herein lies the problem. Why people are frustrated, isn't it? And it's a whole long list. Look, because if, as you said, right, if you did the scales of justice, as I call it, and you look at it, and most reasonable, right-thinking people do this. They do the scales of justice, right? So where the environment and CO2 is, what's the CO2 production of this? And they would go, here you are. And then you would do it with the economy, isn't it? You go, no one believes that an extended war is going to be better from Germany than for them spending it now. Or when I say Germany, any country, I'm continually annoyed at the lack of real financial help that we give Ukraine in the UK, right? But everyone, they try and shift it down because they don't want to spend the money now, when we all know that if you've got a little leak, but you leave it 3 years, by the time you get to come and fix that leak, it's a problem. We all know this, but that isn't how people with real money work, right? They see a continual flow of money coming into their account. They don't like any change. And we have many examples. You look at how Europe especially handled, not all countries by the way, but Europe handled COVID. All the economists were clear, right? Lock down quickly and make sure the lockdown is there. Whatever you do, don't just lock down and then come back out and then go back in, come out, etc. But the problem is that business, that doesn't fit in with the business model and the point of people who are at the top, who see people as being lazy and sitting at home and doing nothing. And so we've got a real contrast between the majority of people and then the very few who make the serious money. It's a big problem, and we're a very long way away from being able to fix it, which is why I suspect that many people here are very, very frustrated. And then there's another point is that most of us, if someone's done something wrong, you want to hear sorry, don't you, right? You go, I'm sorry I got mad and I smashed up your house, right? If someone doesn't say sorry, you don't believe that they're actually going to change their behaviour. So things like politicians where they absolutely refuse to say sorry. So Merkel, in the extent where she was asked about her decisions with Russia and refused to say it was a mistake. And all that leads people into and creates extra frustration is because people are thinking, but if you can't accept this mistake, it means you're going to carry on making the same mistake. And the list goes on and on and on. And it's a problem, and it's going to end up with some very angry people. But the problem for Ukraine is, by the time the change happens, it's just too late. Sorry, my rant's over now.
No, thanks, David. Yeah, that's why we need to, pressure them to speed it up.
Yes, no, yes? Come on, давай.
Anything else isn't going to change a whole lot, and that's why.
Sorry. I meant what I was saying. None of this is an excuse not to do stuff, right? But the people that we're currently talking to, so we're in an audience of pretty much everyone here agrees with what's being said. The problem is that how do you change, right? So we're doing stuff, but the people who genuinely think, God, I don't really care about Ukraine, right? I care about the fact that I'm going to pay an extra 50 euros per month for my gas, right? And there are a lot more people who think that than what we actually will admit to ourselves. And that's the problem, is that how do you change those people? Because what they do have is they have the press constantly reminding them of this. So all they're doing is, and this is the media reinforces this behaviour, because the media goes, all these people, they're going to be really poor, right? Look at that. And then there'll be someone who they talk about the separatists in Ukraine, right? Instead of the invaders, the murderers, etc. And all it does is every single little bit gets reinforced. I would suspect that the only time when we're going to be able to put any proper pressure is if the media wake up, but they're not going to wake up because there's a lot of money pushing them in another direction.
Thank you, David. Let's go to Ukronomicon and then Max and then Luis. Hi, Luis. Nice to see you again. Ukronomicon.
Hi, Luis. Long time no see. However, I just wanted to point out something in the public opinion that I think is a little coming a little short in the discussion, and I at least for Germany, I can say what I see is in the public opinion is, at least in some parts, let's say a defeatist attitude. Of course, fueled by Russian propaganda that goes like, Ukraine can't win this, you cannot defeat a nuclear power, whatever. And unfortunately, I don't really have a real strategy to counter this. But I really hope and I expect that reality will do this for us. Yeah, if we see some Ukrainian victories, and I really hope and expect that we're going to see them in the next weeks, like, for example, taking back Kherson or whatever, that this defeatist attitude will diminish, and at the same time, support for Ukraine will have a broader base in Western societies. And just coming back to the points earlier, yes, there's an ecological component. Let's say there are so many reasons why we need to support Ukraine, why Ukraine needs to win this war. But for me, we have in the first place, and there's light years between any next component or argument, is the lives of the Ukrainian people. That alone, to prevent this genocide, to stop this genocide, that is the most important thing, and that should be in itself alone enough for all of us to support them. And then there's nothing for a long, let's say, some light years away. Next topics, issues come into mind, and that is a geostrategic political component, to not let a war of conquest succeed, not in Europe, not anywhere else. We don't want this to be, let's say, a successful way of conducting politics. We don't want to see this anywhere in the world. And make no mistake, if we let Russia have any form of success, there will be copycats all around the globe. That is the next big issue. And then some kilometers down is for me the economic component and the ecological component, and all these things and a lot of other things. All these things, from my point of view, it's clear. From all these components, they are important, and it's the right thing to really help Ukraine win this thing. Yeah. Okay.
It's about how do you get people who care about those other things to also care about this more, right? It's not about those being more important. It's just that some people, right?
But I don't actually. I can't imagine myself staying calm in a discussion with someone who has the attitude that Ukrainian lives, I don't care. But the ecology is so important to me. I get violent high fantasies when I think of this discussion. This is not something I could do and stay calm with. And just two other things from my side, or just one actually, because I have to leave for work now, sadly. I'm really looking forward to seeing videos of the Gepard shredding things in Ukraine. I don't expect we will see this soon because of obscene reasons, probably. But yeah, call me bloodthirsty, but I'm really looking forward to this. And that's it from me. I will hang around for a few minutes and then I have to leave you guys. And thanks for having me. Thanks for all the contributions, and Slava Ukraini.
Heroem Slava, and thank you for joining us.
Heroem Slava.
Max.
Yes, just wanted to add on one point. I think it's a hard minority of people who are actually don't care about Ukrainians. I think most of them are just not good at informing themselves, because it's also, I think, not that easy to puzzle together the picture that actually how much Russia is losing, what they are losing, like watching videos of how many tanks they are losing. I just think most Germans don't have the grasp of that, and you will not get the proper information just by regular television. So that was just the add-on. And the other thing which I actually wanted to say is that I wanted to pick on the mentality that if some politicians are not behaving the way you want, I think it's stupid to always ask for their step back, because politics is already a field where most people, or very, very many people, go there for money and for power. And I think that needs to change. I think politicians need to be better at communicating, talking to the people, and making them understand why are they deciding that way. And I think there are some movements which are going towards that direction. But just always asking for politicians to step back is not helping anybody. And actually, I think it's counterproductive. All I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. That's why you need to. That's why I keep saying, at least, that you need to play to their self-interests, right? And their self-interests are weird, but their self-interests are staying in power. And if you get enough people who are sufficiently passionate about it, coming from different aspects as well, aspects that they're used to talking about, right? Not just aspects that they're not used to talking about. At the end of the day, it's about including all of the relevant parts in the equation, right? Right now, the equation within Germany seems to be our economy matters a lot. That's why we can't, have it all out with Russia, because Russia is important for our economy for whatever reason. Whenever that reasoning is brought up, it needs to be countered with, yes, but the situation with the economy is a little bit more complicated, than actually the longer the war goes on, the worse it is for the German economy as well, right? There are parts that simply aren't being currently included in the equation. The same goes for the environmental aspect, right? People say, oh no, we should do such and such because of the environment. But what isn't being included in that is, having the war continue is really bad for the environment, and the sooner Ukraine wins, the better that is in aggregate from an environmental perspective as well. So you should do all you can. If you really care about the environment, you should do all you can to bring the war in Ukraine about to finish quickly and in a way where Ukraine wins and reclaims all of its territories, because that is the only morally appropriate way the war can win. I think all of those are kind of important here. And it's about building a coalition, not just a coalition that agrees, but a coalition that acts on the agreement as well. And that acts is a really important component here. Luis, and then Smith. Luis?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, my friends. Good morning, an die deutschen Freunde. I was absent a few weeks, recovering in France, and I came back on Saturday. During the weeks in France, I tried to stay out of bad news because I had to. But since Saturday, when we came into Germany, I am a little bit shocked of how the media is at the moment reporting stuff. And just to add one quick point on Mac's appointments, I even go one step further, not just asking politicians to step down. I would go further, and we, the people, should have the possibility to get politicians out of power if they are not doing the things that we demand, that they promised on their electoral campaigns. Not wait another 4 years till their term is over, but if they are violating the people's wish so bad as Scholz is actually doing, we should get them out of power as soon as possible. That is one thing that we should consider for the future. because I always keep saying this. In the near future, we will discover why German government is actually acting like this. There, in my opinion, it is worth what is worth it. In my opinion, there is interests behind it that we don't know at the moment. So I'm looking forward to the moment when we get told what is really going on. And for David, you are absolutely right in what you said regarding the media, because since Saturday I'm trying to get into what is being reported, what was being reported the last few weeks, and I'm only seeing here, especially here in Germany, but also in Portugal, stuff like Russia reduced another 20% of gas deliveries to Germany, turbine stuff, that Canada has delivered the turbine to Germany. But the stories about Ukraine, what we were talking about, or what we are talking about since 5 months here in the space, they are getting smaller and smaller. So people's attention, and like a few of you said already a few minutes ago, that there are people that are more interested in if they pay 50 euros at the end of the month for the gas deliveries. I don't blame them, because the way media is acting right now, I am afraid that the Ukraine war and the atrocities that are going on there are, how can you say that, are being forgotten, because gas deliveries are more important, and other stuff, and that's why we should do more and try to press the media to keep Ukraine war and the rapes, murderings, and everything that is going on there, and the suffering of the civilian people should be on the first place. Look at Bild. I'm not a Bild reader. I only follow the Bild because they are very quick when something new is happening. But look at the Bild front page. You see on the first weeks of the war in Ukraine was
Екіпаж 3 людини. Вага 13,5 тонн. Потужність двигуна 250 кінських сил. Максимальна швидкість до 80 км за годину.
Losing sight of it.
Losing sight of it, but it's also like David said, money interests, and we have to change that. Like I said, I'm just a little bit shocked at what is being discussed right now. The reduction of the gas deliveries is topic number one everywhere on German television, but also on Portugal, and we have to change that again, because the stories that are coming out of Ukraine, you guys know it better than me. I was absent for 2 weeks. Are as bad as since day one, and we don't need to, or should forget that. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. I'm happy to be back. I will try to be a little bit more online in the coming weeks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luis. Smooth.
Yeah, first of all, Luis, welcome back. Good to hear your voice again. When it comes to, and I think that was discussed before I had to leave, when we're going to see that the gas is going to stop flowing over the winter and stuff like that. The crazy thing that's going to happen in Germany is, and that's how weird the German public is, I think, that it's not going to be the majority of the public going to pay Putin on that, but the blame is going to be on the German government. So that's how ridiculous this is going to be, and this I think this is one of the reasons. And for example, Charming talked about it, how the mindset of the German public, or the majority of the mindset of the German public is. So even I think the majority of the Germans here can go nuts about it, but that's the bad reality. And I don't think, as Max was talking about it, that the thought behind it is economic reasons. I don't see that. Talking to a lot of people here, I don't see that they are afraid only of the economic failures, or it's one of the reasons, but I think the one reason behind it is what they call the German Angst. I think that's still one of the problems here, that not willing to sacrifice what is needed to help the Ukraine. And I think next to the economic reasons, that is something that the German majority doesn't realize, that it takes to take some at least some risk about that. And with all the reasonable bashing on Germany, which is Domin, I have a pretty clear opinion about that. The one thing that I don't see here in the space, or more in public, is a waste outcry concerning, we're talking about Leopard 2s or Leopard 1s all the time, but where's the outcry concerning Abrams, concerning Challengers, concerning Leclerc tanks? Currently, there are no Western main battle tanks in the Ukraine, and I would be all for that. But there is a certain kind of tunnel vision when it comes to this part of the topic, that talks about Germany and the German battle tanks, but take the other three great nations here, like the US, the British, and the French, and I'm sure the Americans as well as the British have done much more than the Germans. But I think that's still the one point that is not really fairly discussed, because if you take a look at the if you only take the Leopard 2, and you know that the German army doesn't have too many of them, and that they are not equipped as they should be, but on the other side we know that there's a big number of Abrams tanks that are not in active duty, but that the US, for example, keeps stationed here in Europe. So I think the discussion about that, just the discussion mainly focused on the main battle tanks, should be a little bit more broadened than just focus on Germany exclusively.
So, Smooth, you know what the real answer is, right? There's only 200 odd Challengers in existence, right? There's only a couple hundred of Leclercs that are not in the United Arab Emirates. There's just not very many. There are literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Leopard 1s specifically that are just in store in Germany or with manufacturer, and the manufacturer has said, yeah, we have those, we can have those up, polished up and ready and shipped off to Ukraine. And then the German government said no. This is why there's so much more focus on those. Because,
but you're right on that, Domin. You're right on that. That's why I was solely focusing on the Leopard 2, on the Leopard 1s.
No, I know.
I'm totally with you. And as they said, the Leopard 1s are stored somewhere in Flensburg in northern Germany, which is like about 100 kilometers from where I live. So just give me a signal and go up there and drive one myself to the Ukraine. Not sure if I'm going to arrive there, but hell, I'll sacrifice myself. But I was just talking about the let's say modern version of the battle tanks.
The Leopard 2s,
Leopard 1, I'm totally with you.
No, I know. And so if you go back and listen to everything that we were saying until June, right? Until June, when that article came out in El País, in the Spanish newspaper, that was talking about the Spanish Leopard 2s that were then allegedly blocked by Germany even before the proposal came through. It's very unclear what happened with those. Don't hold me to anything, right? But until June, until that article, on this space, we're only talking about Leopard 1s. And we're only talking about Leopard 1s because we knew that there aren't that many Leopard 2s. And we're talking about Leopard 1s because there's lots and lots of them that aren't in use, and it'd be really easy to ship them, right? As you said, you're someone in Schleswig-Holstein, doesn't really matter where. There's plenty of people like you in Schleswig-Holstein who'd all, head up to Flensburg and just sit in one each and just drive them all the way to, eastern Poland at the very least. Not to Warsaw, further south. And it would be, very easy to arrange, and there's lots of them. There's plenty of spare parts. The manufacturers behind this is why we're talking so much about Leopard 1s. It's also about the structures of militaries. The German military during the Cold War was simply set up for land warfare, right? The German military, unlike say the Brits and the Americans, was never set up for expeditionary warfare. It was always really set up for tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. That's why it had so many of them. And this is where they can finally be used now, because they were made and purchased and designed in the first place to counter a Russian invasion of Europe. Okay, the Russian invasion of Europe not happening further east than we expected it, but this is what they were made for, and this is why we keep bringing them up. Sharmantu, just a second. So,
Domin,
yeah, okay, fine, go ahead.
I'm sorry, but if you buy a bottle of champagne for a certain event and you never drink it, that's wasted. And the Leopards were literally built to fight Russians, so bring them in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Send them off.
Yeah, I'm just sorry to interrupt. And Smooth, maybe we should analyze if we are falling here, or what you are talking, if you were falling for a communication strategy. I shared yesterday something, and this was quoting a Polish official. I don't know if it was Andrzej Duda, but it was basically saying the planned ringtausch with Poland. So it was claiming that Poland never asked for Leopard 2. If this is true, then first Germany or someone in the German government or the media would say this to outrage the German population and pretend like, oh yeah, the Polish guys, they want the newest and best stuff, and no, we can't give them this. And the second one is, it reads like this was not even a real ringtausch, and Poland was to give away the tanks anyways, and Germany was just looking for the next opportunity to get rid of the tanks of the Leopard 1. So Ukraine, when Ukraine comes up and asks us, hey, do you have Leopards 1 for us? We don't have one, and it's not on us. It's really reading like this. So I don't know what's true, but either one is lying. And I'm just asking, who has more credibility right now? Germany or Poland?
Yeah, but Sharmant, you're absolutely right. And to be quite honest, I don't give a cent for either what the Germans or the Polish said at this point, because there's high tensions between the two countries, and so everything that's going to be said either in the press or from politicians going to be taken with a little grain of salt. So I'm really holding back on that one. And just to clarify, I was only not only in the space but also in the public. My point was only about the Leopard 2. Domin, you're absolutely right. I agree with everything you said when it comes to the Leopard 1s. My point was just more general for the space as well for German press and whatever. Let's not talk about the Leopard 2, because therefore, just from the resources, are the same problems as with the Challengers and with the Leclercs. They are simply not there. And if the industry in either country can say, okay, we can build those modern tanks and send them to Ukraine, I'm all for that. But until then, let's at least see that we can send the Leopard 1s, and there's no reason, there's no acceptable reason not to send them. And Domin, as you said, I'm totally with you on that. I was just focusing on the modern tanks.
No, exactly right. And just again to clarify, the only reason that Leopard 2s ever came up was because somebody in the Spanish Ministry of Defense leaked it to El País that Spain might be interested in sending some, and then it suddenly vanished, and then allegations came that it vanished because the German government said, no, we're not going to allow Spain to send Leopard 2s to Ukraine, right? And this is a bigger problem than when Germany first, with the whole Nord Stream 2, gas dependency on Russia, all that stuff that to a great degree, let's say, enabled Russia to go and invade Ukraine in the first place, and then standing in the way of other countries sending weaponry to Ukraine on some made-up reasons, right? This is why, let's say, Germany is bashed, and you know this, and you do it for the same reason. Germany is bashed because it does have a lot of responsibility, both as the largest economy in Europe, but also as the largest economy in Europe that did way too much business with Russia and got itself way too dependent on Russia. And this isn't a government thing. This is a government after government after government after government thing. And that's why, all the Germans, including you, keep complaining over it so much. Quite rightly so. And I'm here to enable you, because that's my role here, to enable the Germans to bash the German government, among many other things. Max.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick point for the democracy, because I think that too many people are complaining, and there are not enough people who are, you don't have to be completely active in politics or want to be a professional politician, but I think more people should just even think about what it means to be a politician, what you have to sacrifice, what your workday looks like. I think more people should look into that, and overall, I would be happy if more people who are not looking for money and power become politicians. So you guys should all ask you the question maybe. And I'm now going to continue work. And thanks for the space. I love you all, even though you have stupid opinions. That's cool. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Good night, Max. Luis?
Yeah. I just wanted to add something to the German bashing. Like you well know, I said it a few times, I live since 33 years in Germany, and I also feel bad if international media and person to whom I talk to are bashing Germany. But I have to admit, and I'm sorry for that, Smooth, that German government is putting the entire Germany in this position. You cannot go 2 days after the war started into parliament and deliver a Zeitenwende speech where everyone was expecting Germany to take a leader role, and after 5 months there has been nothing done by the German government to deliver heavy weapons. I heard about 2 days ago that the third, was it Gepard? I don't know if it was. The promised 30 are not delivered. 3 arrived in Ukraine a few days ago. 5 months. We are talking about 5 months. And we should not concentrate on specific tanks or name of tanks. The other countries are promising and they are delivering. The only country that is not delivering is Germany.
Okay.
So
how about this? What? Women? Where's it all gonna go? Women now. Sorry, Lushka. These two. Come on, get in. Do we want a system? What can we do? No, we've got civilian. Fuck! We good, love. Feel how fresh that is.
The other countries. So we have to change that. That's why I said if you look that the elected politicians are not delivering, you should be able to take them out of power. Simple as that. And put someone in there that actually cares for the raping, the killing, the murdering of children, women, civilians in Ukraine.
Smooth, do you want to answer that?
Sure, yeah. Just because I feel a little bit misunderstood. The German bashing is well qualified, Louis. I'm in no way either criticizing that or negating that. You're absolutely right, and I'm on the same page there. I have my personal vendetta with somebody like Ralf Stegner, who's living just some short miles away, and he was a totally idiot. And So I was just focusing on this one point, and I think Dominus has very well qualified that. And I'm not in any way, shape, or form criticizing the bashing. It's all well qualified, and it's we and the government have done so much to deserve this. So and what the Ringtausch that Shaman referred to is just one of the worst examples of how we can make just idiots of ourselves internationally, and so that's all good. Please don't get me wrong. I was just focusing on this one point, and I don't have no problem with this bashing. I'm happy to join in because I think it's well qualified. And just what Max said, and I think he's gone right now. Don't get me started on have some. Try to walk in politicians' shoes and how much they have to sacrifice. They make good money. Nobody's forcing them to be a politician, as well as nobody is forcing me to do my job. And they get very well paid for it, and they knew in advance what they are looking up to. So don't get me going on that. That's a free decision. And if you decide to do something like that, and you want to be somebody who's making the rules, then you have to live with the bashing as everybody in every single job. If we don't do our jobs, we'll be criticized for it. And if you go on a public stage, you'll be more criticized for that. So don't expect any mercy from myself on that. That's the way you want it to go.
Thank you, Smooth. And see, I really appreciate your attention to detail here, because it is only correct that we, call out the German government for the very specific, detailed, hyper-specific things, because that is the only way that policy gets changed. Broad, unqualified statements do not help in that. It makes it more easy for complaints to be dismissed, and that's why it's very important that we keep it super hyper-specific. Let's go on to David, and then back to Luis. David?
Hi. So I completely understand Smooth's concerns and the rest of it, but let me give you an example of why that sort of thinking is wrong. I mean, so we don't have enough. So this was about 1990. I was off to go and do a diving job, etc., and I needed to get some night vision goggles.
So David, let's make it clear. So David was in the engineering corps of the British Army, and he was a specialist diver and did like underwater demolition and undemolition and the like, right, David?
That and other stuff, right? So I more around the blowing stuff up sort of stuff and other things, right? Most of it, what I did was I could just consider to be fun stuff. But the point I'm trying to make is that so off I went to the stores. Needed to get some night vision goggles. These are the days when night vision goggles in the 1990s they were really scarce, really expensive, etc. So I like to sign out some night vision goggles. Stallman just said, "Oh, sorry, you can't have any." Well, hello. What do you mean I can't have any? Well, we don't have any. Yeah, you do. They're right in front of me. Here they are. They're on the shelf. I can see them. Sorry, we don't have any. We don't have enough. You then start saying, we don't have enough. What do you mean you don't have enough? He said, well, I can see them, yes, but someone might need them. And I'm going, yeah, I need them. We need them to do what we're doing. But what he's really saying is, I don't want to give them to you, and all the other reasons. And this is our problem at the moment. So we say this with the challenges. There aren't many challenges, I know, in the Leo 2s, etc. And we think, well, there aren't that many Leo 2s. But the thing is that we're going, when we say these things, we're saying we need to keep them because something might happen.
This is the something.
Exactly, right? This is the something. What is the other risk? What other risk? Who is likely to attack NATO at this moment in time? There is only one thing. The only clear and present danger is Russia. Ukraine is fighting this war for us, and we have thousands of Ukrainians dying. But we have kit in the storeroom, and the storeroom, the storeman around the West is basically saying, I'm sorry, we might need them. What do we need them for? We've got the thinking is entirely wrong. We should be saying, here's 50% of our stocks. We'll train you. Take the stuff, and what we should be doing is replacing everything. Because guess what, right? So the only people that might be a risk to NATO could be China, right? But we don't have enough equipment if China was to start a war in terms of what we have, and how would we even get it there, right? So the only risk is Russia and Ukraine. Keeping it helps no one. But guess what, right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, how many functional Leo 2s are there? So I know Austria's got quite a few, and a load of the other countries. 300 Leo 2s, and the 100 of our challengers or whatever, which would be 50% or whatever, going to Ukraine would make the difference. And this is the problem, isn't it? We do it. We're doing it with everything. It's like, oh, we don't have the stocks. Well, if we'd have started training the Ukrainian pilots on Typhoons, I think there's about 150 Typhoons. They're the version 1s that they could have been trained on. And all this stuff could have happened. And this is part of the problem. We create these politicians who don't want to give, right? Because they see it as they're giving money away. They don't see it as, in actual fact, what they're doing is aiding the economy of the world. Because, let's face it, if Russia left Ukraine now, the world's economy would start moving away from recession into everything else, into a much better economy. And that's our problem. 50% of what we got should go to them now. There is no need for us to be holding something in the storeroom. And there are many aspects of occasions where people hold things back just in case, when the just in case moment is happening. Famously, the British Army in South Africa is Wandula, right? And the Zulus massacred everyone. All the ammunition was at the back. They went to the back, and the quartermaster refused to give the ammunition out because there was no chit, right? I'm not giving it to you because you don't have a chit, and we might need it another time. Famous massacre. And this is where we run the risk, because the problem is, right, at the moment, Putin doesn't see any action. And this is what politicians are failing. I think they understand. I just think it just doesn't fit in with what they want. Failing to understand that because there is no clear, no, you can't do this. And what we do is we supply excuses that aid the politicians. Should be no, clear and present danger now. If there was I'm trying to think of an example. Yeah, as an example, right? So if in the middle of Berlin, right, you had a huge fire at the Bundestag and the rest of it, you wouldn't go, I'm only going to send 2 fire trucks there because there might be a fire somewhere else, right? And the fire's getting bigger. It's getting bigger. You go, oh, I'll send another 2, right? But I'm still not going to send the rest because there might be fires elsewhere. And then eventually the really big fire happens. You go, well, I'll send a couple more, right? Doing things piecemeal means that, in fact, 10 Leo 2s in Ukraine, all they're going to do is a target because they don't have enough to, in actual fact, use the tactics that they need, right? You have to do it in numbers. And that's the problem we're facing. We just need a change to the way we think, right? We're not saving anything by keeping stuff back. There is no other danger to us. Norway isn't going to be attacking the UK just now. France, well, they're trying to keep the UK out of France, right? They're not coming into
Norway,
UK at the moment, right?
Norway
Yeah,
attacking the UK is more a 1066 kind of thing, right?
Exactly. They've done it, right?
The one up north before that, Stamford Bridge, right? They've done it, but I think we're a bit past that. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon again. You're right. David, I love your call to action. I love your description of it. I've asked our audio guy to please clip it because I want this played on repeat. And it's from such an excellent personal anecdote all the way to a more concrete description, and it's great that it's coming from an ex-serviceman and not just one of us permanent civilians. Luis, I think that you're going to vociferously agree with David just now, and then we'll go to Marcus.
Absolutely. And we should add a couple of things more, if you allow, David. Let's not. Do you know if the German government was communicating everything that is doing, they are not doing, I could go with that, even if I disagree that, in my personal opinion, we should do more to help Ukraine. But please, let's talk about every single day that the German government actually is sabotaging the efforts that people are doing to help Ukraine. Think about the things that were promised and never had been delivered. Think about the offer that the Czech Republic made at the beginning of the war of delivering 100, I think it was tanks or personal carrier vehicles. I don't know the specific name of it. They were asking the German government to allow the export of their vehicles to Ukraine. And it took 6 weeks. I repeat it again. It took 6 weeks to get a simple signature on the paper that allowed it. Think about the delivery of the weapons.
Sorry, Luis, just to make it to make it clear what this was, it was about 50 German-occupied Soviet zone, that is to say, often known as the German Democratic Republic, BMP-1s that after unification were exported to the Czech Republic. They are like 1960s era Soviet technology that they were blocking for 6 weeks. Just to make it absolutely clear what it was. Carry on.
Thank you, Domen. That's why I also said it many times. We have to write this down and keep the chronology of the happenings that the German government, for me, and that's why I said it a few minutes ago, in some time, we will learn why this is happening, because this is sabotage. This is just letting Russians kill Ukrainian people, and I want to know in near future why this is happening and why German government is allowing this. I mean, David, if they would say we have this and military equipment that we need for ourselves, and they communicate that openly, there will be outrage, of course, because we don't need it at the moment, but people would know what is really going on. But think about it. The military industry asked the German government.
Versteht ihr mich? Fühlt ihr mich? Hört ihr mich? Könnt ihr mich hören? Könnt ihr mich sehen? Könnt ihr mich fühlen?
As the normal Russian that is inside Ukraine right now, killing civilians, that doing these things makes him also guilty. And we have to, after this is over and the Ukraine wins, we have to prosecute these people.
Yeah, they need to be held to account, don't they? But I'm gonna finish this a little bit as well to give a different analogy that might fit in. Right? Does anyone genuinely believe that come the winter in Germany or in Europe, whatever country it is, that if people started dying because they were cold and there was 50% gas reserves, they would go, I'm sorry, you can't have any gas because we're keeping it back because it might get cold.
David, sorry, Domen, for interrupting. David, I can answer directly to that. A lot of studied people already came up and said, we have enough gas till next year in the summer. So we have 1 year to replace Russian gas. This is bullshit. What they are telling now that some people might die in the winter because we have no gas, this is absolutely bullshit. It's to keep the people... Of course,
it's just spreading the fear, isn't it? Spreading the fear.
Yes, of course. Many people already... Mathematicians, I don't know the type of guys that already done that. They said we have enough gas till next year in the summer. So you have 1 year to replace or to replace as much as you can. So this is absolutely fair distribution.
Fear mongering, we call it. And I appreciated that. That's what it was. I was trying to give a different analogy and go, if people are dying and you've got 50% of your gas reserves and you're saying to people, but you can't have any gas because it might get cold, then that was just rams home what I've been trying to say. Yeah. But this is all Europe, by the way, and I'm not saying this is Germany. I'm just saying all of Europe should be saying this. Here, have 50% of our stocks. And then, if they need more, we need to give them more. But Europe as a whole needs to start producing more as well.
Thank you, David. I want to highlight two things. First of all, last time the space restarted was right around 24 hours ago. If the space suddenly crashes, it's all okay. There will be a new space on the Maria Report account within, I don't know, probably about a minute and a half. So please follow the host account. That is the one in the top left corner to the left of my face. I don't care if you follow me or not. I'm not here for that. But please follow the host account. That's Maria Report, because that's where the next space is going to start. If and when this one crashes, it might be in 10 minutes, it might be in 1 minute, it might be in two hours, it might be in 24 hours. We're not sure. Twitter technology is a little bit weird like that. That's just a general announcement. Secondly, our friend Max, who spoke earlier, is saying that last winter, the average temperature in Germany was 3.3 degrees Celsius. That's, what is that? That's about 38 Fahrenheit, maybe, something like that. So no one will freeze as far as he's concerned. This is a bigger pattern, and we're not going to go into that right now, but I agree, it should be colder. Let's go on to... Marcus, you had your hand up a second ago. Do you want to still go ahead? If you do, please do.
Okay, hey guys. Greets from Austria, from New Neutral Austria. So, if it comes to Germany,
so you're an Austrian with a Czech name. Okay, very well.
Yeah, correct. My family is coming out of Czech Republic and leaving because the nice Russians had in thought to come to the Czech Republic for a visit in the year 68. Okay. I would just like to say that David and Louis had two important points, which I want to highlight is that what David said, send them all the possible stuff we have to Ukraine, because I think it would be also a quite important psychological point to show our commitment that we stand with Ukraine to the Kremlin. And if Putin will see that we will send all the stuff to Ukraine, maybe he would change also his aims in Ukraine. And the second point is sabotaging Germany. What Louis meant is, maybe you can help me out. What I don't understand exactly is, in my opinion, Germany's industry has to come up to wartime production right now, because we are in the 5th month, and it's a chance of the century for Germany defense industry to make a big. Sorry for my English. To make a really good to sell much of their arms, and I don't understand why they are not doing this. Why there is not a big pressure from the industry on the German government to come up to the situation. Maybe you can give me some info about this, and then I would have a second point with the gas.
So, Marcus, I want to say a lot of German industry actually came up and said, no, we can do lots for Ukraine. We can do it right now. And they did so about, I think, 5 days after the Russians invaded Ukraine on the 24th of February. It was right the last days of February, first days of March. They came out and said it. And they sent, I think, a 45-page document, 40-something page document to the Chancellor, right, to Scholz, and said, yeah, we have all these weapons. They're all ready for delivery. Some of them need, a few weeks, a few months. This is a comprehensive list of everything we have in stock, everything we can ship now, everything we can ship in 2 weeks, everything we can ship in a month, right? And then Scholz just put it in a drawer somewhere. And then a month and a half later, he sent half of that list, the less interesting half of that list, onward, also to the Ukrainians. And then it came out that he held back half of the list, the good stuff. So honestly, the German industry, Rheinmetall, Krauss-Maffei, etc., they're up for it. They are more than happy to supply more stuff. I'm sure that Rheinmetall would be happy to start a 3-shift production because they're in it for making more stuff, because more stuff means more money. And it's honestly the German government is holding them back more than anything else. I think that's really important to understand here. Did you have a second point, Marcus, or shall we go on to Shamantvi and then Dr. Brain and then swing back to you? What do you want to do?
Okay, let's go on. Thanks.
Okay, Marcus, just put your hand up, and we're going to swing back to you. I swear, because I want to hear more from you. Because I'm from just south from you originally, and Dr. Brain's from just south from me originally. So we're having a wonderful north-south axis here. Sharmatvi?
Great.
Yeah, when it comes to holding back the necessary stuff and the needed stuff for Ukraine right now, this is stupid for the reason pointed out by few people here, but it's also stupid because the actual reason for this is that we draw red lines by ourselves. We are always talking about, this could provoke Russia, this could be the red line and we shouldn't overstep this, while Russia is escalating more and more and more, and we should change this behavior. It's on us to let Putin and Russia fear what we may do, what we may escalate, and not the other turn around. When it comes to what Marcus was saying or asking about the war economy, not even Nazi Germany in the Second World War already fighting Russia and France, UK, USA, and North Africa, literally the half of the world, or more than half of the world, had a war economy. So it wouldn't be popular. You want to be that chancellor who declares the official wartime economy. But what we can and should do, and we did it 2 years ago in another regard with the vaccines, Germany was in the second place right after US, invested heavily into the production of a vaccine against COVID-19. And this was the right decision. And it was also not only the financial investment, it was also the guarantee for the pharma industry that whatever will come, we will buy these vaccines. I mean, COVID-19 could have, in the meantime, just vanished, but we gave them the guarantee. And that is needed right now for the military industry, because Rheinmetall won't go into a three-part shift and all the other companies if they are not sure if the current government or the change in behavior, for example, the 100 billion, I'm still not really sure if the 100 billion is still a thing. There was some tricks to it. I won't explain it here in detail.
But it's mostly for
sure.
F-35s, right? It's mostly for F-35s anyway.
No, it's very detailed, explained. The most part goes to the Air Force. It's true, from the 100 billion. But this is, and a second large tranche is going to the German Navy. But our normal investment, there are huge parts for the ground forces. But what I'm saying is, I'm not sure if the 100 billion investment is still additional, because this was announced in the Zeitenwende speech. Chancellor Scholz said, we will invest 2% of our GDP at least every year, and additional because it's a current situation, it's an emergency situation, we will invest furthermore 100 billion right now into the Bundeswehr. But recently, and it's quite silent about this topic, I read this and I understood this more as they will use the 100 billion investment to get on the 2% target of the GDP for the next 4 and 5 years. This is the perfect, it's, if you calculate it, it's the perfect amount of money to come from 1.4%, we are currently at that, to 2%. Then it would mean there is not even initial investment, but I'm not sure on this. But however, the German military industry needs a guarantee. If they have the risk of, maybe the war will end soon and Germany comes back to, who needs a military, then they can't rely on this current behavior, and then they won't get new employees. They won't invest in new capabilities and new facilities, for example. So they need a guarantee, and there's a good reason to give them the guarantee. I said goodbye to the imagination of me or my generation living in peace. We did like this last 70 years when we even call it peace, because there were several wars. But I think we will face huge military conflicts, actual wars with Russia, with China. So I don't see a situation coming within the next decades where somebody is going, we have too much weapons. This won't happen. So give them the guarantee, and they will happy to produce and to produce the needed stuff. It's really important. And Domen, you made a really good point. From the tradition and history of NATO, Germany was designed to be the main supplier of ground forces for NATO. So if Germany's Bundeswehr is weak and small, and right now it is the case, then all NATO is in that regard weakened. We have to change this immediately, because people were fantasizing maybe newer drones will be with lasers and drones and whatever. We still need ground forces.
Yeah, I agree, and those guarantees should come easy because every NATO country pretty much is expanding the defense budget, and that means that more procurement will be happening. Now, if that procurement will be happening from German companies or not is in part also reliant on the German government not standing in the way of countries now sending German-made weaponry to Ukraine, because that will make Germany seem a much more reliable partner than it is now. And if the re-export restrictions are applied too stringently, as they currently are, more countries are going to opt for, supplies from the US or South Korea or the UK or the Scandinavian countries rather than Germany as well. And I don't think that spells good things.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
Welcome up.
Hello. So I had a commentary about previous discussion about gas. So I saw earlier, it was probably from last night news, or it was early today, that the United States
Siren alert update.
And that's because the LNG terminals
full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Functioning at a higher capacity than previously expected. The problem is vastly increasing that still is difficult, and that is because there aren't enough terminals built out like the terminal in Kirk, for example, right? There's a terminal there that you're probably familiar with. There just aren't enough of those and enough capacity in those to substitute Russian gas wholesale. Now, there are a few terminals coming online in northern Germany, which is really good because that will help. And hopefully at least 2 of them should be online by December or so. And that will be very beneficial. An additional problem is that the terminal in the south of Italy, which is very good, doesn't have a big enough pipeline heading north with enough transfer capacity to be as useful as it would be otherwise. So that pipeline still needs to be upgraded. There's an excellent terminal in Sines in the Alentejo in Portugal. But the problem there again is the Trans-Pyrenean pipeline between Spain and France isn't fully built out. And there isn't enough capacity in there because the French and the Germans have basically been stymieing that gas pipeline for over a decade now, actually. And this is funny. Actually, this kind of ties into what we were talking about 3 hours ago, or 2.5 hours ago, about the Spanish and the Portuguese and the Greeks saying no to gas reductions. Actually, when it comes to Spain and Portugal, it doesn't really matter because they don't really use Russian gas. They use gas from Africa, and there's no way for them to transfer gas across the Pyrenees because that pipeline is tiny. So there's no real way for them to transfer gas onto, say, France and Germany and the like. If anything, you should be encouraging Portuguese and Spanish gas-fired thermal power plants to consume more gas and to fill in the gaps in the electricity production, so they can use the African gas burnt in Spain instead of Russian gas burnt in Germany for electricity production. So the overall 15% reduction for Spain and Portugal is actually insane, and it's insane to be imposing that solidarity restriction on them in the first place, let alone it being very politically inopportune for those within those countries as well. So I think that's something to be highlighted as well. Thank you, Dr. Brain. We're just moving further south and east in our trajectory. Right? We started with David, then we went to Austria. Okay, we jumped back up to Germany, then Croatia, now Romania. Daniel.
Okay, after 3 hours of bashing Germans, and after
Come on, you want to do it too?
Oh no, he's not. He's very cheap target, but I have 2 things to say about why the countries which were not in Warsaw Pact are very, very focused and want to help Ukraine. And the western part, from the people to politicians, things are very annoying, with huge exception, of course, Britain and Nordics. The answer to this, I think, is something very interesting, which I don't know how much of the people remembers. Western Europe was very anti-war. It's not about hippies, it's not about movements from 68 in Paris. Is a movement we know was very well sponsored and stimulated by KGB. And when you add to this huge opposition of last intervention war of USA in Iraq, which made it the anti-American feeling become very powerful in countries like Italy and Germany. France is completely other planet on this. You understand why you don't see Italians jumping like Polish people, for example. And I want to add a layer, which, if I remember, I talk with you. Americans know they can't count on Germany and countries like Germany. They know. And that's why they and British provide a lot of military help to Ukraine, and they will do so. But after so many years, when leadership of Germany was bashing USA, and USA asked, you must fulfill your NATO commitments after this war, after Ukraine will win, because Americans are good at war, Germans are not so good. And I know it's a broad brush what I use now, but you know what I want to say. After the war is over and Ukraine wins, will be two different points of attack against Germany and against all the Europeans from the West. One will be from Eastern Europe, all motivation granted, and one will be United States of America, which will press them hard. Because, at one point you must pay for what you do. Imagine what does it mean made in Germany for countries who see what Scholz is doing, Scholzing, and they think that is not enough, because it is not acceptable to see, some company in Estonia or Lithuania buying 100 pickups to help Ukrainian forces, and we talk about Leopard ones which are not delivered or murders. And I don't think Kiev has any hopes of releasing military aid like this. And anything they get, they are thankful and they are grateful for what help they get. But there will be a point when this war will end and people will say, remember Italy, you embrace some fascist party to put in power, or remember Germany when we count, I don't know, maybe not murders, but send us 2,000 trucks so we can get stuff around a country of 2,000 kilometers wide and things like that. Because, you can say, okay, they are anti-war, they are social democrats, any excuse if you want. But imagine Germany sending 2,000 trucks made by Mercedes and MAN and things like that, which are not military at all. But you can put a platform under them and you can carry what do you need to carry. Or things like, sending 1 million helmets and armored vest. Or stupid things like that. All the fleet of ambulances of Bavaria.
Or Rheinmetall
fire
building a
trucks.
training place for the Russian army.
Don't let me start it with Rafael and things like that. But you know what I mean. It's something so simple. If you want to get political points and also don't make your body Putin to become upset, send things they need, and they are very, very, very needed. So I'm pretty sure Volkswagen, BMW, Audi can make a lot of civilian cars. I think all the truck factories can send a lot of trucks there. That is help. Real help. Modular homes. Real help. Generators. Or even diesel. A lot of diesel. But, you know, how David said at one point, 50 euros for a full tank of gas. Imagine 50 euros for me, meaning I eat for a week, and I'm not complaining, because for me inflation is huge, but I'm not complaining. I said, let's help them because this will be over, economic crisis will be over, all will restart, industry will produce, we'll have a happy life. But no, it's been, I don't know. Let's make all the chemical plants in Germany producing with methane from Russia. So that is not nice.
Thanks, Daniel. I'm just going to leave it to Smooth because I think he'll say what I would say probably as a mollifying, as a tamping down measure. So Smooth.
So don't put so much pressure on me, Doman. No, what I wanted to say to Daniel is you're absolutely right. But there was this list of the German Ministry of Defense, and the things you were talking about, like trucks and everything, is something that has been delivered to the Ukraine. Most likely not in the size or numbers that everybody wants, but let's. I just wanted to make sure that we don't get the impression that
how
this
many
has not been done.
Sorry, Smooth. Tell me, how many trucks Germany sent to Ukraine? And close my mouth.
Well, no, I mean, you're absolutely right. As I said, I don't have the list in front of me, but I know that the trucks has been said, that gasoline has been sent. Let me look it up, or maybe Doman still has the list somewhere.
So there were 80 pickup trucks a few weeks ago. You know,
Siren alert
Smooth,
update.
you and I and Daniel,
Dnipropetrovsk
we all agree that
full
stuff
alert.
has been sent.
This
and we all
message has
agree
been
that, as you
generated
just
with
said,
municipal
it
data.
has been sent in sufficient numbers.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'm just repeating what you said to start with.
Yeah,
as
I just
I know
wanted to
that you already
prohibit
agree
the
because you just said it.
impression that this stuff hasn't been sent at all.
Exactly. No, you're right. You know, and you're completely right. Some of it has been sent. It's not difficult to send it. Daniel is right in this. German industrial capacity, German industrial might is astounding, and it really should be
Siren alert
leveraged
update.
for the best of beating the Russians.
Full alert.
And
This
it can be
message has been
leveraged for the best of
generated with
beating the Russians.
municipal data.
We're all in complete agreement on this, I think. Sharmanfi?
Yeah, I totally agree. It was what was being said, and I would like to make a difference draw a line between the people who saying, "Hey, we don't like wars." I think there's actual and legitimate position that somebody is against wars, but we have to separate some people of this, and maybe it's a huge part of it. So nobody says this because the war, I don't like war because of the war. It's about the violence.
Siren alert
People
update.
are dying, people are suffering, people,
full alert.
all the cruel
This
stuff
message
of
has been
humanity is
generated with
happening
municipal
there, okay?
data.
So that's the reason. And now it comes to a famous position in the German public to say, hey, we should end the war as soon as possible, no matter what. And that includes currently that Russia would occupy permanently 20% of Ukraine territory. So it's just a misconclusion that this will end the pain. It's occupation. That's just another way of violence. It's stealing and deleting culture, identity, nationality. This is all violence. So pacifist with good intrinsion or with good
partial alert.
mind.
This message has been
people, I would
generated
say,
with municipal
would
data.
never support this. And I would say you can even find them in politics. I would say they are most and best represented by the Greens. Pacifism is in their DNA, but 2 times in history, whenever it was needed, they realized this is now war and military actions against the bully is necessary. In the 90s against Serbia and now against Russia. And the other ones are just using this talking point. They don't really care about the
Here,
people.
siren alert
And
update. Mykolaiv.
what Daniel
Partial
is
alert.
especially right
This
about
message has been
is
generated with
talking
municipal
about
data.
what we could do, and this is not only the part we could do for Ukraine right now. It's also the part, and that enraged me not the most, because this is a past, and I would like to think about the present and the future, especially of Ukraine. But
Смотрите, как мы богато живем, Россия. Смотрите, какая мы богатая страна. Самая богатая страна в мире, смотрите. А то буду несчастных ни зласти, ни зласти.
Germany, France delivered a lot of stuff as well, and some other countries also. But we are delivering this, and right now it's still happening. For example, with China. We are giving China for their navy, and they're building up a huge navy. And if you look at the geography, you know why it's important for them to have this huge navy, and why the US starts to find allies there, and why they are building up a big coalition against them, and why they try everything to defend Taiwan and many more countries there. We are delivering China with the engine for their warships, for their whole navy fleet. How can this be? If the war wouldn't be there, if Putin didn't invade Ukraine, this NATO summit in Madrid would be all about China, because this was the change we saw before. This happened a few years ago, that NATO realized in the long time the most dangerous enemy could be China. They are challenging our way to live, and still a part of NATO in this time, Germany, is it's like delivering weapons to them. I mean, there's a difference. They always say, oh, it's dual use. You can use it either this way for civilian use or military way. But we should stop this right now. And I can't, this won't get into my mind. And I hope that, I mean, it was actually the right decision to sanction Germany when it comes to Nord Stream 2. This was probably, I'm not an American, so I don't speak about domestic politics, but that was, the first and only good thing Trump did, what comes to my mind, was sanction Germany. And I think about it, it's outrageous if you think about it. You have a coalition. I mean, think about you are in a school class and there's a bully and everybody teams up against him, but there's the one guy who's selling the bully a knife. And this is Germany right now. How can this be? I mean, if people are talking about Germany's responsibility, there are so many factors, and this is just one of them. We literally increase the enemy's capability. I mean, a lot of people don't like that I say enemy, but it is the case.
No, but
Russia
it is exactly the case. That's exactly where we are, right? We have the free world on one side and Russia on the other. That's exactly where it is. Shamantvi, let's do the following. Let's say hi to Axel, who's joined us after his morning meetings. Hi, Axel. We've been doing an excellent job of diagnosing exactly what Germany should be doing or what it hasn't been doing. Let's go to Luis and Aaron and Sojo. And then we will hopefully get Imperius up for a military update of what's been going on in Ukraine and what all Russians have struck with cruise missiles in various parts of especially Odessa, Oblast and Mykolaiv, it seems.
Yeah. Imperius is working hard on it.
Yes, exactly. Right, let's jump to Luis.
Yeah, guys, it's good to be back at it. I really missed it the last couple of weeks. Good morning, Axel. Good morning. And I have the feeling that I have to make some notes to talk about the points that I want to make. But Charmant made a very big and good point right now. Because I also looked at the numbers a few weeks ago and look at the countries that delivered the most weapons to Russia since 2014. Who were those countries? Germany and France. And remember, Russia was already sanctioned since 2014, I think. So there was normally no way to deliver such material to Russia, but it was delivered by Germany and France. And now I'm asking myself, if we are able to deliver weapons to a country that invaded another country so quick and in such mass as they did since 2014, why aren't we able to deliver tanks and heavy weapons to Ukraine since the beginning of the war? So that's why we have to write everything down, and afterwards we have to go after the people that are making such decisions in the government. It doesn't matter if it's Germany, Italy, or Spain, or Portugal, or whatever. We have to go after these people that are enabling Russia to commit a genocide of Ukrainians in Ukraine. And it's not even, like Charmant said, it's not even like about the territory. Because if Russia would say, okay, we take 20% of the territory of Ukraine, and everything is fine, I think the problem is what about the lives of the people that are in these 20% of territory that was taken by Russia? We saw it in the last 5 months. It's torture chambers, it's murdering, it's raping, it's everything that we saw since the 24th of February would take place in this 20%. So it's not only giving up 20% of your territory, it's about, if you do that, you will enable Russia to kill more and more Ukrainians, because that's what they do at the moment. And regarding the delivery of trucks and helmets, I mean, guys, at the beginning of the war, there was a big shipment of helmets, 5,000, I think, to Ukrainians. So something is being done.
Yeah, but the most sarcastic, or what is it? I don't find the real word for it. But imagine a neighbor is coming to you, or I need another metaphor, but think about, you give somebody, you want to help, fire extinguishers, okay? So this implies that he will need to use it. And if we look at the helmets, then it says, from a German perspective, hey, you will need these helmets, so here, have them, have fun, much to sex, bye. This is, I mean, what the fuck? Why helmets? If you are counting that Ukrainian soldiers will need helmets soon, hey, you better should send anything else. I mean, helmets are not wrong. They are literal life-saving. I'm not... That's okay. But what it implies is that, hey, you will need them soon. And then we should act otherwise. I'm sorry that I interrupted. I'm done.
No, I think you're right. And I think David explained this really perfectly earlier. I want to jump to Sojo because she's been waiting for a while. And then David can re-explain his excellent speech from earlier. Sojo?
Thank you, Dom, and good afternoon, all. I have a very sort of lowbrow comment, very simple, really. All this talk of this ingrained kind of pacifism, I just don't buy it. I don't buy the whole anti-war rhetoric. I don't buy it at all. You know, in a way, we are at war, and we have been for quite some time, because our very way of life is being threatened. The world order is being threatened. The whole, you know, international law we need to defend. Because, you know, this could sort of snowball into something fairly bad. In fact, very bad indeed. To be quite honest with you, I don't buy this all, well, you know, we just want we don't want people to die, we want them to stop dying. So, you know, I think it's much more nefarious than that. And I'm sorry, Axel, but I don't have any faith whatsoever that Germany are going to, the German state,
full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Are going to halt their stance, to be quite honest with you. I don't have any faith in that at all. No matter what Lloyd Austin or whoever else puts pressure on them, I have no faith in it. I think there's something a lot more nefarious going on, whether it's an existential thing for the people in power. I don't know, and I don't care. But the fact remains, you know, I'm not a pacifist. I'm definitely anti-violence and anti-war. But I tell you what, I will get more violent than you ever see if somebody wants to come into my home
full alert.
And do anything to my children.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
You know, I think that's the way. I think that's the way we need to look at it. Really, to be quite fair. I don't believe this narrative of the Socialist Party in Germany just being so brainwashed, being anti-war. There's something else going on. And also with France, I'm a little dubious. France is a very big agricultural country, and I think possibly they might see Ukraine as a sort of existential threat, because they will, when they accede to the European Union, after this war is over and done with and they've won, they will accede to the European Union, and there'll be a big competition for France. I don't know what my point was. My point was simple. I just don't believe the whole narrative, this whole kind of pacifist narrative. There's something more nefarious. And,
it's only an excuse. It's only an excuse.
It is. And to be quite fair, I don't know why we spend so much time talking about it, because it's just bull. I did have other points, but I'll sign off now. Anyway, thank you for hearing me out. I'm a little annoyed.
Thank you, Sergio. Very happy to hear you out. Okay, let's go to Luis for 30 seconds on the nonsense that is German pacifism. Then we'll go to David, who explained us again what the collective West should do, or the collective free world should do. And then we'll go to Aaron, who's going to transition us into military matters and hopefully bring Imperius up. Luis.
Thank you, Doman. I think it will take less than 30 seconds because Sojo just said the things that I wanted to say. I'm getting outraged if someone, I'm a pacifist, we should not interfere in this war. Listen, every single one of us is against war. But if you look at your neighbor and see that their children are being raped and murdered, I will take everything that I have into my hands and kick their asses. That's it. So no one should come up and say, pacifism, let's give the other face. If someone slaps you in the face, let's give the other part of it. No, we should step up and we should defend the people that are being tortured and killed right now. And that's it. And everything about pacifism, we should not interfere. It's bullshit and excuse, like Doman said, and we should fight it. Period.
Yeah, Luis, I completely agree with you. The way to achieve peace is for Ukraine to win, and for Ukraine to win, Ukraine needs more stuff. And I want peace to break out as soon as possible, and by extension, I want Ukraine to be given lots of stuff to make the peace break out as soon as possible. I'm a pacifist. I don't want any war,
Odessa,
and for war to be
full
over.
alert. This message
Ukraine
has been
needs to win,
generated
and
with
for Ukraine
municipal
to win,
data.
Ukraine needs more stuff. It's very simple. It's a very, very trivial syllogism for people to understand, I would hope. Right? Russia needs to lose, Ukraine needs to win. For Ukraine to win, Ukraine needs more stuff. David, what is the plan again? Restate it for us.
I will do in a moment, but I'm going to mention that it was the German helmets, which is the bit that made me perk up, really. And by the way, right, so none of this is German bashing. This is German politics bashing, really. So initially, the request came from...
the Germans are
I'm making sure that
this message has been generated
Germans
with
listening know
municipal
that this is really what I'm saying. But where the helmets were concerned, Ukraine initially asked for 50,000, right? So, and then what happened was that the message came out. No, you can't have 50. You can have 5,000, and going to do 10% of what we do or what is needed is going to come from us because we have to do something, but we're not going to do a lot. That was the message that was being sent. Of course, under the disguise of, look, we're doing something, which is pacifying the people who want to do something. But it was an absolute clear statement. We're not going to do anything. Now, later on, in all fairness, Germany then went on to send, I think it was 23,000 helmets, right? Kevlar helmets. But they didn't say anything, right? And this is the point, isn't it? So if you were fighting against a horrible bully and you were doing something, you want that person to know, you will tell them, right? But that 23,000 helmets, that was disguised in the communication somewhere. So they just wanted Russia to know we've only sent 5. It's real insidious. But anyway, to get back to what we were saying, to summarize it, right? The problem with the West, NATO, Europe, all the countries that could be helping is that our politicians keep saying we can't give more, we've got to keep equipment back. There might be something that happens when it's absolutely unequivocally clear that clear and present danger is in Ukraine. It's Russia killing Ukrainians. If Russia, or if Ukraine does not push Russia out, Russia is going to carry on and come in. We should be sending 50% of what we have to Ukraine now, keeping our stocks for use because we might need it when we might need it now makes no sense. It's stupidity beyond all bounds.
Thank you, David. Perfectly put. Okay, Aaron, transition us to military matters. We have Imperius up to the proper update. So, Aaron, go ahead, and then we continue with Imperius.
I'll let Imperius go. I'll go after him.
Oh, fair enough, Imperius. Let's start the big military discussion. What happened over the past 15 hours or so on the ground in Ukraine? What's number one?
All right. Well, sort of summing up, Russia is likely to begin to attempt to transition out of its operational pause that they've been in over the past few weeks, recommitting to attacks in the Donbass. Ukraine continues to grow its strength in Kherson as they make steady advances and deny the river crossings via long-range precision artillery strikes that we've seen. Russian positions overall are generally tenuous, and contained counterattacks by Ukrainian units are generally successful in driving them back. Over the past 12 hours, there's been limited Russian progress on all fronts, some minor advances south of Bakhmut. Russian forces also seem to be redeploying out of the Izium-Seversk frontage through Borova as replacements move up into Donetsk and Luhansk, reducing their presence in the occupied areas there, perhaps also moving their forces to the Kharkiv front or down to the south, as we've seen some more activity there. Russian logistic lines continue to be heavily struck with HIMARS, but the Ukrainians are also moving to direct attacks on frontline positions. Bridging operations in Kherson continue, but they're unlikely to relieve the precariousness of Russian positions on the western bank of the Dnipro. In Luhansk and central Donetsk, the Ukrainian defensive line east of Seversk has stabilized on a line stretching from Kryurivka straight down to Ivano-Darivka and Berestove. Muscovite forces are generally unable to force entry into the towns, and all the fighting is taking place on the eastern side so far. They've been trying very hard over the past couple weeks to try to advance towards Seversk, but they've only managed to attrit themselves on the Ukrainian strongpoints. Moving a bit to the south, the northern section of the line along the T1302 highway is stable. However, Russian forces have moved into Strapivla and Novokamyanka, which are on the approaches to Seversk, striking west to Bakhmutske. Pokrovske is also currently heavily contested. Moving further south towards the Luhan River, frontage in the area around Bakhmut is under heavy assault. Russians have traversed over the E40 highway to attack Vesela Dolnya. And, oh, sorry, I'm missing the name for the other one here. Vesela Dolnya and Vershina, sorry, but have been more or less unsuccessful. Wagner units had a little success yesterday in breaching the perimeter of the Vulaherska thermal power plant, but Ukrainians are still holding the position, and the Wagner troops weren't able to actually exploit that breakthrough. Novoluhansk, on the southwestern edge of the sort of area of the Luhan River where it opens up into that sort of lakey area, is being attacked from both the west and the south, but the Ukrainian positions there are still anchored around the
west and south or east and south?
Pardon?
West and south or east and south?
West and south. The Russians sort of came up through Holmivsky and took a right turn through Dolomitne.
Right. Okay. Sorry about that. Carry on.
Yeah. So they're kind of following the Luhan River up, but then also coming in from the due west. Also, Ukrainian forces carried out a HIMARS strike on a fuel depot in Budanivsky in central Donetsk, deep behind Russian lines. That's the strike. Many of you have probably seen footage of over the past 12 hours. In Kherson, multiple long-range fires have been directed onto Russian frontline and logistics positions,
Siren alert update.
including two
Cherkasy.
Russian HQs.
All clear.
In
This message has been
Berislav
generated with
and
municipal
Kherson
data.
districts of Kherson Oblast.
And there's also one further north, right?
I believe so. Would you happen to know which town that was?
The one at Pyatikhatki.
Yeah.
Right, Pyatikhatki, just for reference, that's about, let's say, halfway between Vysokopilya and Novokakhovka, in that sort of area, to the between Davidiv Brid and the Dnipro River somewhere.
Yeah, there have been around 7 to 8 strikes, HIMARS strikes in the Kherson AO over the past 12 hours.
And I would argue that's an increase compared to typical
Siren
over the
alert
past couple
update.
of weeks, right?
Cherkasy.
Yeah.
All clear. This message has been
What does that
generated
tell
with
us about
municipal data.
Ukrainians' intentions in Kherson Oblast? Probably.
Well, they're working their way down the target list at this point, and they're probably 2/3 of the way through it now, given that they're actually striking forward troop concentrations. So they're starting to shape the battlefield for a potential committed offensive in August, since we've generally heard the Ukrainian staff setting that
Siren alert update.
as a start
Cherkasy.
point for
All
a committed
clear.
offensive.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
The Russians are attempting to bring up reinforcements up from Crimea and through Melitopol, but they've been hampered by ongoing partisan operations. So, for example, the forces coming through Melitopol are basically having to drive all the way. The Russians also continue to continue their pontooning operations across the Inhilets, but also there's one across the Darivka crossing, which I believe the bridge has also been taken out at. In Mykolaiv and Odessa Oblast, Russian cruise missile strikes hit a auto carrier facility and some infrastructure buildings
Odessa, all clear.
around Mykolaiv
Dnipropetrovsk,
to
all clear. This
complicate
message has
Ukrainian
been
civil
generated with
logistics,
municipal
but
data.
it doesn't seem there were any strikes on actual military positions. And in Odessa, civilian centers in the resort town of Zatoka were struck. With a view to the foreign aid coming to the Ukrainian military, the first tranche of Gepard AA vehicles were confirmed to have arrived yesterday. 3 out of 15 expected. So we've had a lot of complaints about the complete failure of the Ringtausch arms transfers to materialize, but we finally do have some Gepards in the combat zone. Hopefully they're going to start to be deployed to
Air siren alert
provide
update.
close-in air
Odessa,
defense around
all clear.
critical infrastructure and urban
all
centers.
clear. This message has been generated with municipal
And
data.
we've also had news today that Ukraine is going to have an increase of HIMARS systems to a total of 8 batteries with 16 launchers amongst them.
Okay, so Imperius, let's talk a little bit more about the Zatoka strikes. So Zatoka is a resort town, and when I say resort town, I really mean resort town. It's to the west from Odessa on the Black Sea coast. You've heard the name before because that's where the bridge is that leads across the Dniester, not the Dnipro, the Dniester estuary. The Dniester is the river that flows through Ukraine and then through Moldova and separates Transnistria or Pridniestrovie from the rest of Moldova. That's the original Russian FSB-run quote-unquote separatist quote-unquote republic back from the early 90s. So today they didn't even strike the bridge again. I don't think they've struck the bridge about 12 times, but they struck straight into the middle of the resort town, and it's just massive destruction of all of these little houses and holiday bungalows and the like. It's completely senseless, and they just burned down the resort town just because they could, because they don't have any other means of actually militarily affecting Ukrainians, and especially in Odessa Oblast, but most other places in the south. So instead, they just went and attacked civilians again.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just another fit of pique. If they can't have the nice Black Sea resort towns, then no one can, right?
Yeah, exactly. And actually, Zelensky put up a video of this morning as well, showing the buildings afire and the destruction that this caused as well. So let's scroll back to the pontoons a little bit, because David, I think maybe should jump in on this. Did you say there's 2 pontoons? So we know of the one across the Inhulets River at Darivka. Is there a second pontoon somewhere?
Air siren alert update. Zaporizhzhia, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Oh, sorry. I think I doubled up there because I was looking at the Darivka bridge crossing, and I wasn't aware that it was over the Inhulets.
Yeah. Okay, so that's just the one pontoon then, because.
Yeah. I mean, I believe there's also still the pontoon sort of hiding around somewhere near Kherson, but I don't think that's actually being used to cross the river yet.
Is that pontoon that was hiding? Is that not the pontoon that was
siren
at
alert
the
update.
Inhulets?
Zaporizhzhia, all clear.
So I guess the question is the one on the
generated with
Konka, right? Did they
data.
move it up to the Inhulets River, or did they still have it on the Konka and there's a different one on the Inhulets?
I mean, it's an important question, right? Because if they have the one on the Konka River, which they started building, right? I assume that's what they moved to the.
Да, это так. И это надо воспринимать не только как угрозу, хотя это, естественно, и угроза тоже, но как отражение действительности. Продолжение процесса сепарации Крыма означает для крымчан...
Air siren alert update. Zaporizhzhia, all clear. This message has been generated with
it's only
municipal
7k
data.
from where the Inhulets River is, where the crossing at the Inhulets is, and it made complete sense that that they would build. I mean, actually, no. So it would only make complete sense to a madman that they would build the bridge there. But where they could get the pontooning equipment off the train. There was a nice little track that goes down to the Konka River and an easy pathway for them to get to the Inhulets. Right. So the bit I'm thinking of is if they're separate, I'm wondering, where did that pontooning equipment come from to pontoon across the Inhulets River? Do we know? It's not. I'm saying it because I'm interested, because it means that they're getting pontoon equipment from somewhere else as well, and knowing that would be really useful because it would be an indication of that they're planning on pontooning somewhere else.
Yeah. So the one at the Konka, is entirely separate from the one on the inlets. So I assume they must have already had some in the area and deployed that across the inlets.
Okay, and so the one at the Conker River, and what information are you using for that? Is that the satellite picture, or is there a more recent, as in yesterday, satellite picture to say that the one at the Conker River is still there?
These were reports from yesterday that with satellite footage of.
Okay.
We don't have.
So we have satellite footage over the one over the inlets, but we at the same time yesterday there was also footage of the one at the Conker.
So I saw the footage from over the Conker, but the footage, the new picture was from the day before, right? And it showed that it looked like there was another section. So then I assumed, we've got that picture, and now all in that period of time, that would be enough time to take the two sections over to the inlets, right? So on an intel scale, we're at a point of going. There could be two.
This message has
but
been
it's
generated with
likely
municipal
one.
data.
What we need to do is confirm if the pontoon still exists at the Conker. If it doesn't, then it's moved to the inlets. If it does, then the interest point is, okay, so what are they doing with that? Are they building even more, which would be an indication of them putting a pontoon across in Curzon, or are they keeping that as a spare to go directly to the inlets? That's really interesting stuff.
So there's one other thing about pontoons. So yesterday, some information reportedly from locals around Kherson came out that apparently the Russians are building a pontoon across the Dnipro. I don't know how verified this is, but hear me out, David.
Air siren
and
alert
they're tying
update.
it
Mykolaiv.
to the pillars.
All clear.
Of the
This message has
road
been
bridge.
generated with municipal
So
data.
basically, they're using the road bridge above them. I think it's the road bridge, not the railway bridge. Maybe it's the railway bridge. It's not entirely clear because they both have the same name, right? And they're a few kilometers apart. And if it's the railway bridge, it would make a lot of sense because that's right next to that section of the Conker River, and where that section of the Conker River where we observe the pontoon connects up to the Dnipro, right? So it would make sense if they're getting stuff to the river on the Conker and then segment by segment to the railway bridge. But if not, the road bridge is only a couple kilometers downstream, actually. So it's really easy to get stuff there. So they're apparently using the bridge, the main bridge, as the protection for the pontoon bridge for any incoming fire from above. Have you ever heard anything like this before?
Well, so here's the thing. So I wonder. So I can't remember the guy's name who he posts a bit of OSINT stuff, and one of his posts suggested they didn't say they had started doing it. His idea was what they would do would be to pontoon it and to brace it against the pier legs, right? Which in some ways might make some sense, except you have to understand, right? So the space between those pier legs, I haven't counted it, but I can work it out at some stage. Let's call it 50 meters, right? So, but the minimum bracing point that I've seen when the Russians are doing it has been one tug per 3 pieces of pontoon, right? 3 sections, right? Which is about 21 meters, right? So if they're going, we're going to brace this every 6 meters, then you run the risk of it snapping, right? And disappearing, or whatever you've got on there, just disappearing down to the bottom of the river.
You should note that the Yenisei that video was from is a much faster flowing river on that section than the Dnipro at Kherson is. I think that's an important component here as well.
That is very interesting, right? So as I understand it, right? So the Dnipro is doing about 1 meter a second, right? So the maximum flow rate that they say that the Russians have said that they've got is 2 meters per second, right? That they would cope with. I assume that is based on a certain number of tugs per piece. But hear me out. So I completely understand the point where they would go, let's put it right next to the bridge, right? Because that would give it some protection. Makes complete sense to you in some ways, right? Because if the HIMARS are coming in directly down, that would give them some protection, but they don't know where the HIMARS are coming from, though, right? So if they were coming from a southwest direction, that isn't going to work. But I get it. But what I'm just going, bracing, leaving. Firstly, it appears if they're bracing it, using strops or whatever, steel wire strops that would go around the piers and the rest of it, that means they don't have enough tugboats. And it also means they're running the risk of part of it snapping at some stage, because you'd end up with quite a bit of bow. So everything, there's always some tolerance of movement, right? And metal moves as well. So as soon as you start having calling it the bracing is more distanced out, you run a risk of something snapping somewhere, which would be a catastrophe.
I just wanted to add, I'm not entirely confident that the Russians are going to brace against the bridge, since that there's a road coming off the highway over the river, and it seems to be, and this is newly constructed, so it seems that they're going to try to pontoon across that section. So they might, as Doman said, be using it for cover, and then once they're ready, they're going to move it downstream a little bit and then sort of hook it up across the river.
Of course, there's the difference, though, isn't it, as to whether bracing or holding it or however they keep it, because the big deal is always keeping it in position, right? And as Mr. M will say, right, you normally would use tugs to keep it pushed, right? To push it against the force. If you're using strops, that would be a valid way of doing it. However, it's the distance between that's the problem that could cause the thing to fail at some stage. The strop is unlikely to fail, but the actual pontoon could fail because you're forcing it to bow out, and they're not really designed to bow long distances. I mean, look, right, all of this we'll know is if we can get one of the OSINT guys has a satellite photo that shows us this.
So Defmon3 on Twitter, just a couple of minutes ago, literally as we were talking, put up some interesting stuff, and I'm gonna just share this to the nest because this way everybody can get to it. Give me a second. It's going to be up in about 30 seconds. It takes a little while for everybody to be able to see it. But he's been noting some interesting stuff, and this is about the pontoon bridge over the Inhulets. Nina, I'm really sorry for the wait. We just need to clear up this pontoon stuff, and then we'll be right with you, I swear. I know, you're the best. You're the most understanding always. So apparently looking at the Sentinel-1 pictures, and I think by now you see it in the nest, the pontoon bridge over the Inhulets was removed by evening yesterday, 18:45 local time yesterday. And he's indicating that by, there should be an echo there, and there wasn't an echo there. So that's interesting. And he's suggesting that that's because the pontoons are being transported back into hiding somewhere, the one on the Inhulet specifically. I think that's a really interesting point and a really interesting note. And maybe that's what's going on with those pontoons as well. David, can you see the thing in the nest now?
Oh, well, I'm on his. I'm looking at his profile and looking at the stuff he's posted. Give me 5 minutes and I'll get on and have a look at what he's got. It's really interesting stuff, that.
You would be mad sorry, I'm just going to inject it. You would be mad to put one across that river now. Definitely when Ukraine got it zeroed in.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that, Aaron. Do you want to expand on that a little bit, or shall we go to Nina while David inspects the satellites?
Go to Nina. She's been waiting.
Nina.
Thank you, Domin. Yeah, it's been interesting to hear this, and my question is, how much can this pontoon bridge carry? Can it carry like a tank, or what is it meant for? Like, I understand that, of course, they can carry people, but how much weight can they take? And like, how do they keep together if there is a tank or something? Thank you.
I think David would be best explaining that.
Yeah, but
Well,
David
I can
said.
wait for David.
Aaron, do you have any idea how you keep a bridge together? Have you ridden on one?
Nope.
Okay,
right,
so
1 second, so I can quickly explain that. Right, so obviously it depends on the design, but basically, normally, think of it as very large metal pins that go through. So there'll be a slot where a metal pin will go through, and you'll put a metal pin in. Now, sometimes they're a little bit more sophisticated, but essentially that's what it is. They can be little like crocodile jaws that fit in, slot in, and pull the thing tightly together, and make it like a zip, sort of a metal zip, but it's not zipping, right? But it will do that, which would hold it together. They can. So the Russians do have some pontoons that can take serious weight. They've got a pontoon that will take a train, right? Which is very, very heavy. So they've got pontooning equipment that will take tanks happily. The stuff I think they'll be using will take several tanks. There was in the nest a video of they've got, and I think there's probably over a 300, maybe 350 meter distance. They had 7 modern tanks on it, all travelling along. They don't travel very, very quickly. They might be doing 10 mile an hour or something like that, or 15 mile an hour as they're going over. But they can take the weight. Of course, the thing is that so not only so depending on how long you're going to make the pontoon and the speed of the water all impact on this, right? Because obviously if you put more mass on something, right, and the water's fast, then you'll increase the pressure on the joints, right? And that's the real thing. Most of these things are made out of some sort of composite aluminium alloy, right? And if it goes beyond their the loading they can take, they'll just snap, and that's the real problem. I assume that in wartime, if they were desperate, they might do so. They might, you might try and push the tolerances, because listen, as we know, when you buy your food and it goes right, eat before, you know that at 12 o'clock on Monday, it doesn't suddenly go bad, does it? Right? There's always a tolerance built into something, and depending on what that is, that tolerance could be very high, which is like on bridges when they say that
Да, это так. И это надо воспринимать не только как угрозу, хотя это, естественно, и угроза тоже, но как отражение действительности. Продолжение процесса сепарации Крыма означает для крымчан в первую очередь очень большую опасность. Там будет война.
Surprising that they can do such like strong pontoons, but if the Ukrainians can destroy the bridges with the HIMARS, it shouldn't be a problem to destroy the pontoons either. But also I was thinking of this is also, I'm sure, a weather thing. If there would be like really hard rain and the water level would start rising and it would like flow faster or something like that, or if they would just have some dam or something that they will let the water suddenly flow a lot more. I don't know if they have any.
Nina, you're right about it's about the rate of water flow. The level doesn't matter that much. You just might need to make it a little bit longer if the level's higher, because it means that also the river usually gets wider, especially when you're in the sort of area like around Kherson, right, where there's quite flat land both sides of the river and there's basically floodplains. However, remember there's a big dam up at Nova Kakhovka that the Russians currently control and also control the flow through. So if there was a big rain further upstream, it wouldn't matter so much because the dam still wouldn't be letting more water through. And that's because there's a big reservoir. If you look on a map, Nina, that dam at Nova Kakhovka, that kind of backs up water all the way up to Zaporizhia and even past the city of Zaporizhia, further north. So it doesn't matter that much in this respect because that has that's a huge accumulation lake and it has so much capacity. It's not even funny. There's no way that's going to be relevant now in the summer, which has been relatively dry. That's just not relevant right now. It might get relevant if we get to winter, but then we're going to be talking about different rivers and not the Dnipro at Kherson, I'm pretty sure, because Kherson really should be freed way before then.
Thank you, Domen, and also the HIMARS.
Aaron, do you want to talk about what HIMARS can do to a pontoon bridge?
Well,
completely
yeah,
destroy
why
it,
not?
even though I don't think they would use it on it personally, but other people will disagree with me.
Why don't you think they would use it?
I just don't think they would waste the pods on it, really, when you can take it out with artillery, 1.5.
Oh, of course, because it's a lot less resistant than a normal bridge, right?
I was going to say, to build up that length of bridge would require a lot of vehicles and equipment, and with the amount of assets Ukraine have on the ground, they'll see it straight away, report it back to headquarters and say, look, it's going to get built here, you know, zero in to this mark and get ready to fire at some point. Then they'll see it before they build it.
Makes sense.
Well, can they do something about the dam where the Russians are keeping it, just like bomb the dam?
I don't think personally would, but I could be mistaken.
I'm not quite sure this is something you want to do. I mean, this would create potentially a rather sizable tidal wave that could not only take the bridge with it, but a lot of civilians. And, well, here, I'm not sure there's appetite in the Ukrainian government for killing potentially tens of thousands of Ukrainian civilians.
Exactly, Ben. But also, the dam is really hard to take down. Dams are built to be really strong. Now, Ukraine's probably going to be hitting the top of the dam where the roadway is a little bit, or at the very least that little bridge that's on the left bank between the dam and the left bank, let's say. They've hit it before, right? There's no way for Ukraine to take out the dam, right, Aaron?
If they would hit it, they would hit it with cluster munitions or high explosive rounds, if anything.
There's no way to take down the dam, basically.
They wouldn't use nothing too heavy on it.
Peace for Ukraine.
Hello, good afternoon. I hope you all faring well. And Slava Ukraini. Here's my reply. There you go. Thank you. I have a crazy idea. You know, let's say HIMARS is first option to get that down the pontoons. Second option, maybe because David was mentioning that is basically it stands on some sort of it floats, but there's some sort of pin. So if there's water, or let's say a larger object, or potentially a small explosive charge that would arrive on the pontoon and get rid of those pins, then all the rest will blow down, I would suppose. So let's say we have a few, the water is not very clear of the river, and there's, like you have those small motorized boats that we see on the lakes in the parks, but instead of small boats will be small submarines or small or miniature torpedoes that actually go and attach themselves to the pontoon, blow those pins, and there goes the pontoon. I don't know if this is an option, but I have the feeling I've been here in this space for way, way too long because I'm getting crazy ideas on this photo. Sorry.
Well, yes. So yes, whilst that would work, all you have to do is put a hole in it, though, right? So you could do that with anything. These things work off displacement, i.e., you are displacing the water. That's normally done by you have some sort of it could be made out of metal. You could make it out of anything, but you could make it out of concrete if you wanted to. But basically, you have some sort of cylinder section that's filled with air that does the displacement. So if you put holes in it, and you could do that with these things with just machine guns, right? Eventually, they're going to fill up and it would sink. The really simple thing would be, and the easiest thing to do would be to just put some artillery rounds on it. If you put an artillery round in the middle of one of these things, then what you do is you just blow up that section, and it would go. However, I commend you on the original thinking that you've used, right? Because that's essentially what we need is other ideas, because there could be in this, if it was hiding underneath the bridge and being protected by the bridge, you'd need some other way of doing it. I mean, if only we had some way of being able to replace the pins that they use just with ones that don't work so well.
David, would you use HIMARS on that bridge?
The point where they're travelling over it, I would use anything. Because then the point is just to stop it. I mean, HIMARS that's massively mobile. So the idea that they could hide under the bridge seems to me to be a little bit ludicrous, right? Because they would just put themselves in a place where they would send the HIMARS at an angle, right? That would hit them, right? And here's the other one. So, let's just assume that they're going to use tugs for the pontoon, which is what they normally do. So there might be a bit of validity in the using the pier legs to hold them and the rest of it, and use big steel wire strops to keep them in place. But if you've had any HIMARS going in, so the tugs aren't going to be protected by the bridge, and if you start losing the tugs, because they would be sticking out, then you don't have anything that's bracing the thing, and it's going to disappear down the river as well. I mean, basically, most of the options I look at end up with a pontoon disappearing down the river.
Thanks.
Wonderful.
Thanks.
It's just an incredibly the thing is that it's just incredibly vulnerable, and I guess this is really a metaphor for the Russians across the river. In Kherson Oblast, they're just incredibly vulnerable because they've put themselves in a place that has very few escape routes, right? And then, lo and behold, and to much surprise, a nation that's been incredibly intelligent about everything they do, know what they're doing, and have denied their routes to them. How the Russians in the command didn't think this was going to happen, I've no idea. I can't think of if you'd have taken any Sapper section, right, to the lowest Sapper, and they'd have gone there, they would be looking and going, "Why are we here?" Right? Because how are we going to escape? What are we going to do? As I said very early on, if it was me, I would be going over the bridges, I would be swimming for it, and I would start running. I know that in 2 hours' time, even in my kit, I could be 16 miles away, and that is exactly what I would be trying to do.
Thanks a lot, David. Peace, you understand your mission now? You've got, I'll give you an hour to come up with 10 good ways of destroying this bridge. They need to be entirely innovative. Go. Meanwhile...
Oh my goodness.
Go ahead. No.
I'll do my best. I'll try.
Yeah. Chop.
But I can promise. I already had two ideas. So I'm only, my balance is 8. Do not discuss with an accountant on balance. Thank you.
All right. Nina, you have another question?
Actually, I would like to have a crazy suggestion because Peace for Ukraine started this. Would it be possible for, in the night, for example, for somebody who can dive with these oxygen tanks, dive under the bridge in the night and put some explosives in the...
Yes, so I'll stop you there. I know what you're trying to say. So yes, okay. Listen. So this is exactly what you would do, and it is exactly what in the days of when I was in Germany we were tasked with doing. Right, and it wouldn't just be for a pontoon; it would be for bridges. Right, you would drop you off a couple of kilometers off and see what you could do. The thing to remember is when you're diving, there's only limited amount of resources you can take with you, right? So unlike when you're you turn up somewhere in your truck or your APC that could be carrying large amounts of explosives, if you're diving, hopefully not dying, there are only small amounts, but you could just you could put pretty much anything. One anti-tank mine would take it out. Right, it would make a very big hole, and it would all start sinking very quickly. So pretty much anything would do it.
That's one big thing to be swimming about with, though, isn't it, David?
Oh yeah, you do, yeah, and you certainly don't want to be going deep because you might set it off, right?
But it would be a lot easier to blow a pontoon than it would be to blow a bridge, right?
Much easier. Right, so the pontoon would be pretty simple to get rid of. Yeah. I mean, there's so many ways that you could do it. But yes, that's exactly what you do. But you probably wouldn't be sending just one person. There would be more than one. But the thing to remember at the point where you're doing that, because there's a lot of inherent risks with those things, and you probably wouldn't be doing that if, say for instance, artillery was nearby, because it would be really simple for artillery, right? They go bang 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 and the thing's gone, right? In somewhere like Kherson, where you might have spotters on the phone, and okay, so the first round misses and they just direct the fire in, right? And they could, the artillery themselves could, though, when we're not sure, we could just cover this area, this 50 meters by 100 meters, and just roll it in like a walking artillery barrage. They could do that just to ensure they've hit it.
Yeah, and you don't need to know how to swim to use a gun, which is
exactly right. I mean, if you're at the point where you're sending in people who are finning down river and the rest of it, then it's a lot of risk, and there's a very, very serious problem, and it probably.
Самого центрального міста України. Калуша.
Would be, if they were going to send in divers, would be to check if the Kherson road bridge had been, that any demolitions had been put on it. That's what the bright thing would be to do. And if it has, you just pull it off, or don't even have to pull off the explosives. Just get rid of the detonators, or even the deck cord. These things aren't done by remote control with a radio or a mobile phone or something like that, because all these things can be jammed. They're basically a physical line. A physical line is way safer and easier to use than using some smart technology or whatever, which invariably is going to fail. So the point would be, find where the deck cord is, cut it, or just remove it. I mean, if you were a bright person, you might just cut it, right? Because someone might just tug the other end of it, see that it's still attached. So you might just attach it at the bottom of the river to something, right? So when they tug it, oh yeah, it's still connected, but it's not connected.
You're devious.
That makes sense?
I mean, it perfectly makes sense that you're very devious. I like it.
Yeah.
Peace, don't tell me you've already managed to reach number 10.
No, I have two more, but one, it's going to sound silly, for sure. The first one is...
Okay, stop. Break. Peace managed to reach number 10. So that matters. Instructions unclear. Peace, please continue. This is a binary joke.
So two more, which is first one is if you release a upriver and try to give it a bit of an impulse, a series of wooden logs that will go against the pontoon and force it and create additional strength. Just a stupid idea.
Depending on water speed and how big those logs were, that could very well work, right? Because you're adding a force from a different direction. So if you had so some of these giant redwoods that they shouldn't be cutting down, but they still insist on cutting down in North America, going down the river at speed, right? Because mass times velocity. Right, that could very easily work. Your only problem is making sure that the log hits it in the right, not sideways on, end on. But yeah, that could work.
And let's just remember here that Russians control the dam at Novokakhovka, and obviously anything will get stuck in the dam. Ukraine currently doesn't have an access to the Dnipro. I don't think on any of its tributaries either. That are wide enough that it could flush, big logs like that downriver on, and that would reliably actually end up in the Dnipro and hitting that.
I think you're nitpicking now, Damon. I think you're nitpicking. They could just helicopter all those logs in at some place and drop them in.
No, we know a few beavers. We have a few beavers, Canadian beavers in this. In the space, we just need to.
We have Eurasian beavers.
We have. Do we?
No.
Yeah, we do.
Okay. I was thinking of a Quebecois beaver that we have. He's well trained and he knows his stuff, so he could do a lot of damage.
You faster to drop the logs.
Equally, though, right? It's just throwing it out there because we talked about logs. If you had all those logs, right, you could improvise a little floating platform, put something like a BMP with an auto cannon on it, and just float it down and just start shooting them as you got nearby. That would probably be a big surprise to them.
So I have two more in the meantime. Can I?
We're ready. This is good stuff.
So The second one would be, I don't know if that exists or not, because I have zero knowledge on guns, ammunition, or whatsoever. But does it exist that you have, for example, if you use a sniper rifle, is there explosive bullets that would, if you put enough in certain points, will diminish those pins or those areas, that then just a less strong bump with whatever is possible to do will then break the pontoon? I don't know if it exists.
Okay, again, you don't. If you're trying to shoot, you don't have to worry about the pins. All you need to do is put holes in it, and you don't need a sniper rifle. The Germans have just supplied these things called Gepards, right, which do have explosive bullets, and they fire a lot of bullets at a very, very fast pace, a fast rate, and any one of the bullets that they use, because they do have some armor-piercing ones, would work, and you would go, and pretty much the pontoon would be gone. They're very, very, they're unsafe places to be, pontoons.
You wouldn't have enough explosive mass from a sniper bullet as well if it had HE on it.
No, but it would make holes though, right? And if you could make holes in it and fill it up with water, then you've solved that problem, right? But I mean, pretty much any machine gun is going to make holes in it.
Okay, so last one, which is the more, perhaps the more cookie one. Small, like, like small on top of the pontoon that crosses it. In the dark of the night, you would have like small controlled, like small controlled cars that are silent, not cars, but like toy cars, but they are not toy cars. They'll just go, they have explosive charges, and then...
Radio controlled cars.
Yes, exactly.
With explosives.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's possible.
Well, here's the thing, they could work, and guess what, right? Ukraine has been doing the aerial version of this for the whole war, and they have these drones that just drop these, the VOD bomb, which is an armor-piercing bomb that costs not a lot. So that equally could work, right? So, yeah, I mean, most of what you're saying would work. The thing to remember is... pontoons, as I said, they're made out of an aluminium alloys normally, maybe some bit of magnesium in it. They're not the material you make tanks out of, right? So they are very, very vulnerable to pretty much any sort of fire. I mean, if you had a 2.2 rifle, as in just a 2.2, it probably wouldn't make a hole in it. But anything else probably would. And if you put enough holes into something, eventually it's going to sink. And that's all they really need to do. Put enough holes in it. But yeah, let's just say, because let's face it, we do know they're a little bit lazy at times, right? There wasn't there weren't lots of guards around it, and you put a radio controlled car with a bit of explosives in it and put it on the top, that would work. You'd have to put it in the right places, and you'd probably want more than one, right? But it would certainly make big holes everywhere and cause a problem, right? And once you've got big holes in it, as soon as the point where you start driving tanks over it, and here's an interesting point. So the Russian pontoons, they have a concealed feature, right? So what they can do is they can allow a certain amount of water into the voids they've got, because they know how big the voids are. So the actual pontoon sits below the surface. And they use that as an attack for when they're attacking some places. They may put a pontoon in a week or 2 weeks before an attack. It's below the surface of the river. No one knows it's there except for them. Right, and they come along and drive the tanks over it whilst it's still a bit lower in the water. But of course, if you put holes in it, right, it'll sink.
I'm out of ideas. Sorry, Ben, I will not achieve the target of 10. But
No, I think I believe in you. I think you can do it.
Oh dear, I can't. On top of it, I will have a meeting in right about 25 minutes that I need to prepare for. Sorry, guys. I will leave you now. But very entertaining. I will be back late. Thank you.
Thank you, Peace for Ukraine. David, can we scroll back and go back to what we know about the pontoons currently on the Dnipro or anywhere nearby to Kherson on other rivers? What's currently going on? Because I think lots of people are tuning in now over the past few minutes, just starting lunch hour in various countries.
Oh, right. Okay. So you hang on, because I got all agog because it's quite an enjoyable conversation. How many different ways you could take as a pontoon, right? So where we stand at the moment, right? It appears that the pontoon sections at the Conca River have moved. And they move somewhere else, probably to the inlets. But there is evidence that they put also some pontoon sections by the railway bridge, but these have now gone as well. So it appears that they've maybe decoupled the pontoon pieces, and they'll be hiding them in the locality. The thing to remember in this is that absolute stupidity of what the Russians did, because they started building it. If they'd have just because we didn't notice, this was all seen by satellite, right? If they'd have just left these 7.2 meter sections around the little tributaries where the Dnipro is, no one would have known about them, right? But because whoever it was took the sections off and started going, let's build it, we knew about it, right? So the cat's out of the bag for them now. But the likelihood still remains that they will attempt to pontoon the area next to the bridge going over the Inhlets River, and then maybe look at pontooning elsewhere. We still don't know. It's interesting at the point where they talked about maybe bracing or holding the pontoon in place around the pier lakes. Now, Doman, so I was thinking that we were talking about the road bridge where we talked about bracing, but that's on the railway bridge, isn't it?
It's unclear. I think it could be either the railway bridge or the road bridge that's being used for that. I'm not sure. It's unclear from the observations and the text that we got yesterday from someone allegedly close to Kherson is unclear on that.
Okay, so the railway bridge makes much more sense because
it's right next to the staging ground as well.
Yes, exactly, right. And they why put a load of work in, right? And it makes other reasons because I think the pier legs are a lot closer together, and they may be a different shape design, which would make it easier to do. Because it's all putting intel together is all about all the other information. Remember that we had those images of the north and south banks of the road bridge, where there were these areas that looked like they'd been cleared. Can you remember that, Doman? No?
Yes, I can. I just had wet hands from washing an apricot. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, right. Yes, So for anyone who's listening, the Antonov road bridge, there were some satellite photos that seemed to show that they'd cleared an area that underneath the bridge that went down to the water, to the water's edge, right? Which would sort of indicate one of two things, right? One is they're trying to make a position so their tanks could swim. So Russian tanks can swim, right? They're not very good at butterfly. They sort of do a very, very floppy backstroke, but they can swim. And coming out of the water, they would just, get themselves out. So it looks like they've prepared themselves for that, or it's an on and off ramp area for if they do put in a pontoon. All of it is all still a little bit futile. As it stands, so I'm just going off what I hear. I don't know exactly what the water speed on the Dnipro is, but it's as I hear, about 1 meter per second, right? So, but to give people an idea what 1 meter per second is, right? So, a decent club.
Приписывает крылатое изречение «Крым будет украинским или безлюдным».
Да, это так. И это надо воспринимать не только как угрозу, хотя это естественная угроза тоже, но как отражение
Don't have propellers. All they're using is their tracks to help them go along. Right. So 1 meter per second is probably beyond their abilities to swim. Trying to think of anything else. No, I think that's it.
Thank you, David. Thank you for the rundown. I think it was very helpful to anyone who's just tuned in. Luis, do you have comments or questions about the pontoons?
No, Dolman. I actually have something else that I just read that says that the Russians say that the first group of foreign fighters from the UK sentenced to death for crimes in the DPR were taken to execution this morning. Do we know something about that? Is it confirmed?
No. I think we know that they said that, and that's it. There's no real way to verify it beyond that for obvious reasons, because they are deep in occupied FSB controlled territory. Aaron, do you happen to know anything else?
No, I don't. But if that has happened, then you watch. There'll be a bit of escalation involved now. If that is true.
Yeah, I think you're right, Aaron. The British and US publics specifically do not respond kindly to terrorists, and they do not back down from terrorists, right?
Well, they were even classified as a terrorist state, and it's gloves off at that point.
Yeah, it's exactly the same thing as what happened with ISIS, and you remember the terrible case of this, I think, Jordanian pilot. I think that one day they executed him. That's the day they lost everything, because they there is a few sacred things in this earth, and the respect of POWs is one of them. And this would be a terrible loss for us, because Cossack countries and its partner are great guys, but this would have massive consequences for them.
I think if they threaten to execute the American prisoners they got, then you'll see a bit of a stance change from America.
Okay. It's a heavy subject. Unfortunately, we have no information about it, and we need to keep all calm. There's a great study some time ago about how markets move when they don't have information, and it's pretty amazing. Even though there's zero new piece of information people tend to react like crazies to silence. So let's be firm. Let's be and let's wait without letting our minds go astray. David, I do have a question for you. If you're not observing at the moment the pictures that Domin sent you.
Oh, sorry. What was that?
Ben, you're cutting out.
I thought it was me.
No, it's Ben.
Sorry. Strange. My microphone keeps switching on and off on its own. Never mind. I was wondering if I could ask you 2 questions, or if you were looking at the pictures Domin sent you.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, fantastic. I don't know if you're aware, but apparently the region around Sochi, which is on the Black Sea on the other side, on the Russian side, has been hit.
Give me a second.
Yep.
Let me open up the map. So Sochi, did you say?
Yeah, Sochi, where the Olympics were held in 2014, the Winter Olympics, the ones that the Brits do not care about, except for skeleton. So they're having some a special diluvian operation there, right, Ben?
Yeah, exactly. It's raining like I've never seen anything rain before.
Yes, so sorry, they had huge floods, didn't they?
Yes, exactly. There was an actual Lada Armada in the streets.
Okay. So sorry. So what's the question?
The question is, well, surely it's not very good. It's on the other side of the Kerch Bridge, and surely it's not very good for their logistic operations. Do you have any way of knowing whether it is affecting their capacity to convey and transport war freight and stuff to the front lines, or is it just beyond our capacity to perceive?
Well, I guess it's beyond our, but we could probably think it through, couldn't we? Right. So we know. All right. So I found Sochi. All right.
So the question is, I guess, how extensive are those floods beyond Sochi and its immediate area? Because Sochi itself, important as a tourist resort, somewhat important as a transit hub if you're going from, say, Abkhazia to further north. But if it didn't go further north than Sochi, it doesn't really matter so much. The really important areas there are the cities of Krasnodar and Stavropol. Those are much more important, as well as obviously further north, like Rostov and so on. But just Sochi on its own, if it's actually limited to that little section between the sea and the mountains, that's probably not that impactful, I don't think.
No, and sad for the people in the region, right? But given they're Russian, we don't feel that sorry for them at the moment. So yeah, I guess there are. So there'll be meteorological services that will let us know how much rain that is happening in a region at any one time, right? But you have to think that these things are like floods like this are typically localized to small areas. So often, like you'll see, you might see a flood, in a town in a in Spain, for instance, right? But it'll be in that 10-mile square area, and the people around it would just go, well, there was only it was only spotting outside, as opposed to over 100 square mile area or something like that. That's not to say it doesn't happen. Australia had that happen just recently, didn't they? But typically they're in more localized areas.
And also Sochi is on the coast of the Black Sea, right? It's on it's on the western side of the continent, effectively there, right? It's on the eastern coast. Predominant winds are coming in from the west towards the east, and it's backed by mountains. But that often means that, you know, clouds can hit the mountains, empty out. And when they empty out, what you're going to have is lots of water concentrating right down the hillsides, down towards the little bit of flat land between the mountains and the sea. And I think that's probably very localized also because of that.
Mm-hmm. You have to agree with that, right? And you can see, I mean, if you look at the map and you're looking at the terrain, then you can see how those mountains have been carved out by, you know, wind and rain, can't you?
Exactly. I think what we should be looking at is Krasnodar. I think, if I remember correctly, I don't have the map in front of me, but the connections between, say, Makhachkala and Elista both run through Krasnodar. And they're going to Rostov, and that's probably more important, the connection. I don't think Russia is getting all that much stuff up through Abkhazia, right? Even the other stuff that's coming from Georgia. Maybe. So this is an interesting point. So, Ben, I thought of something. The thing I've thought of is that...
Yeah, I agree with you.
Before I've told you what thing I've thought of.
Well, your brainwave was so strong, I actually felt it from here.
Excellent. Good. See, we're getting that telepathic connection set up. So, Ben, what I've thought of is a few months ago now, 2-3 months ago, we've heard that Russia-Georgia truck traffic has massively increased. So basically, the Georgia is one of the places that's being used as a bypass for sanctioned goods for Russia. Right? Instead of sending it straight to Russia, they send it to Georgia. Georgia inexplicably has kind of a pro-Russian government, which is insane, seeing that something like 15-20% of their territory is under Russian occupation in Abkhazia and South Ossetia. But that truck traffic has massively increased. And my thinking is, actually, Sochi could kind of be relevant here, because there's only really two ways to go between Russia and Georgia. And both of those, to my memory, lead through the occupied territories. There is the tunnel between South Ossetia and North Ossetia. North Ossetia, Alania, is one of the constituent republics of the Russian Federation. And that tunnel between Tsinkhvali and Vladikavkaz, that tunnel is the primary route, I guess. The other one is on the coast, and that means going through Abkhazia, and then from Abkhazia north towards Sochi. I don't recall any other ways to get through, because you're crossing the main bit of the Caucasus Mountains. And the Caucasus Mountains are a pain, because they're really hard to get across. So I would be thinking, actually, this might be somewhat impeding that traffic that's going from Georgia through Abkhazia and up towards Sochi of the sanctioned goods. Now, David, you're looking at a map. Are there any other main big roads between Georgia and Russia?
Hey, can I just weigh in there?
Sure.
I hitchhiked through there. There's a road running down from Vladikavkaz.
The one that goes through the tunnel to South Ossetia, right?
No.
Or a separate one?
No. There's a parallel road. It runs from Vladikavkaz through 100% Georgian-controlled territory.
And that goes goes across the mountains? There's no tunnel there, right? So it has to scale the mountains to go there.
Right back in the middle, right parallel to the South Ossetian one. That's how
I see.
Most of the Russians go to Georgia for holidays, because a lot of them just drive across. And yeah, I hitchhiked through Russia from Kazakhstan down into Georgia, and I lived in Georgia for a year, so I know that.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. Yeah, I was wrong in my memory. You're completely right. There is the big highway from Vladikavkaz down to Tbilisi that bypasses South Ossetia entirely. See, I didn't have a map in front of me. Now I have a map in front of me, and yeah, that would be the principal way by which things go through. Things go through from Georgia to Russia, of course, because that's the mainline highway.
Yes, it's the only legal way from a Georgian perspective to go through between the two countries. And completely incidentally, it's one of the most beautiful roads in the world.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by seeing where it goes through, right? The mainline Caucasus Mountains. It must be glorious. Thank you, Aaron. See, this is what happens here. We say something wrong, somebody jumps up to correct us, quite rightly so, and thank you very much. Yeah, no, that just means the Sochi really wouldn't be that relevant, because I would doubt that they would be sending stuff through Abkhazia. I'm guessing that border is not very happy.
Yeah, no, it really isn't. And when I was there's blocks on the road. Like there's, when I was there, because I also went into Abkhazia a few years ago, you have to walk across. They did build a new bridge, but I didn't see any traffic on it. But everything I saw was only pedestrian.
He's not listening, because he could come up and give us all the updates on exactly what the situation there is now. Because remember that Georgian Dream Party, the sort of pro-Russian party in Georgia that's running things. God knows what else.
From what I understand of it, it's not really pro-Russian party. Like, I'm not sure if there's any pro-Russian faction in Georgia. I think it's more of a
relative terms
relative to Saakashvili's party. But I wouldn't necessarily call it pro-Russian from what I understand of it.
What should we call it then? A peacenik party?
One that
rapprochement party, maybe.
I think it's more of a party that just thinks that they'll want to continue pursuing their European and NATO dreams, but the reality is they got their ass handed to them in the war, so they just need to live with their northern neighbor, whether they like it or not, and they need the tourism from Russia. So it's more just pragmatic than pro-Russian.
Fair enough. I mean, I guess that's a way to put it. I think Kafteli would disagree. Sadly, he's not here. It's very sad. It's too early for him, I think. Danny came up. Danny?
No, I just wanted to ask if we've seen Alex Kafteli at all the past couple
of
weeks.
Yeah, he was listening a couple of days ago. He didn't have time to come up, but I'm in touch with Alex. Don't worry, Alex is well.
Oh, that's good, because I was kind of missing his perspective from what's happening in Georgia.
You and me both.
Yeah. So I have a question, guys. Do we know if the latest advances on Kherson have kind of restricted any of the water flow into Crimea at all?
No, not at all.
Not at all. So I was wondering if you guys think that might be something that the counteroffensive will be focusing on as well.
So the canal starts on the left bank of the Dnipro, not the right bank. So it would be very difficult for Ukrainians to do it unless they manage to cross the Dnipro and take a big, and take up a strong head on the left bank by Novokakhovka, right? If the new front line will be the river, then they won't really have a capacity to shut it off properly. I mean, I guess they could with artillery or something. Maybe David can comment on that a little bit. But unless Ukraine crosses the river at Novokakhovka, they can't really do that very well, because you need to be on the other side to do that. I think the principal objective right now in Kherson Oblast is probably kick them off of the right bank of the river and not have them in the city of Kherson. Right, that's probably before anything to do with North Crimean Water Canal.
Understood. Thanks.
Ben?
Yeah, just on that point, I think this sort of canal, especially in these sort of places, must be silting up really, really fast. So just preventing maintenance and maybe helping it with some of the wood that the weavers are bringing could be enough to block the canal. Because, although you're immediately downstream from a dam, so there's maybe a bit less silt, but still, preventing maintenance might be the same as closing it.
Danny?
Yeah, on the point of silting. So I've understood from Special Kherson Cat yesterday that it's not really a big issue in Ukraine right now, and the river levels are not that low that you might expect it would be. I certainly know that the Danube is very low. I've just seen some images yesterday about an area which is closer to Călăraș, is a city in Romania, where previously you would not have seen silting, because it was usually covered by a large layer of flowing water. But now I've seen images of the bottom, basically, of the Danube, and it's extremely silted up, and it's very clear that it is because of the low level of water. So I think we're faring worse in Central and Eastern Europe than Ukraine is. I guess their water flow is not as affected as it is for us.
Remember that the Dnipro gets water from elsewhere, from a very different area of Europe than the Danube does, right?
Right.
So it's not. So even though they flow into the Black Sea and the estuaries are close together, the actual principal water sources are very far apart, and that's why you wouldn't necessarily, have a high correlation between one and the other.
Right.
Like
Very
even
true.
though. So even though the temperatures in like the Balkans and in Central Europe are much higher this year than in a typical summer, or say the UK, right? They have not actually been super hot in Ukraine, for example. So that's also probably why there's not that much less flow. The other factor is, remember that dam at Nova Kakhovka, right? Look at how big the accumulation lake behind it is. It is gigantic. It is 20-30 kilometers wide at points. It's 200 kilometers long. It is huge, and just the sheer volume of water there, God knows how the Russians that are currently in the control of the dam are operating it, but there's no good reason why there can't be a consistent flow of water through there, because there's just so much water accumulated behind there.
Right. It goes from north to south, and it's wider than anything that I can see on the map.
Exactly. And also remember, the dam also moderates silting. The silting will happen upstream of the dam, right? Downstream from the dam, there just isn't that much capacity anymore for silt to come from anywhere. Yes, it can come on the little tributaries from either side, but simply you won't get the silt from farther upstream on the Dnipro. If you compare that with the Danube, what's the lowest hydroelectric plant that has a proper dam across on the Danube? There isn't, right?
Yeah, Chernavoda, I think there's one there.
Is there a full dam across the Danube there?
No.
No, right? It's one of the side ones.
Yeah.
What's the dam across the Danube? And I'm gonna say there aren't very many, because the Danube is navigable all the way to the Danube-Main Canal. Now, of course, sorry, the Danube-Main-Rhine Canal, I guess it is, or something like that. And the important factor there is, right, you have hundreds of kilometers before you get to Romania of damless river. And the damless river means lots of capacity to accumulate silt, especially since that river flows through effectively the Pannonian Plain, which is quite affected by winds, quite affected by aeolian deposits straight into the river. There's quite a bit of loess, there's quite a lot of sand around, and that silts up really well. The Dnipro similarly but it's a bit different just because of the way the flow is structured, right? And because you can have quite consistent flow because of that dam with the giant accumulation lake at Nova Kakhovka, I would just venture a guess, and I don't have any proper information on this, but I would just venture a guess that it's less of a problem also because of that.
Yeah, the latest big dam is the Iron Gates Dam, which is.
And there's a canal that goes around, and that's between Romania and Serbia, right?
Exactly.
Where the Danube is the border between Romania and Serbia.
Very true. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, thank you, Dom, and I understand the situation a little bit better. Yep, thanks.
Hey, happy to help. Right, where were we? From dams to pontoons, there's floods at Sochi with the Lada Armada going downhill. Yeah, it's lots of riverine and fluvial things going on. There's an ammo dump that went up in flames somewhere in occupied areas of Kharkiv Oblast as well, just in case you were wondering about that. My understanding is Ukrainians hit it with some HIMARS, but it's not necessarily HIMARS. There's just a massive explosion in a field somewhere in occupied Kharkiv region.
Вони вже окуповані, захвачені. І туди люди все життя дожили, ягоди збирали, ходили в ліса один до одного, в гості. Тут така ситуація, Київ є мотиваційний момент, щоб іти з нами воювати. Але так, вони втратили свою незалежність як таку. Тому вони зараз будуть...
Ben, have you ever finished reading that economics document that you sent me yesterday?
I'm in the process, and I'm actually tweeting it as I'm reading it. So if you go to my Twitter profile, you'll have a breakdown, like it's basically one tweet per page, something like that. I'm a third through, and yeah, but at the moment, I'm meant to.
Fair enough. I guess we can dive into that tomorrow. Then it's not going anywhere.
No, it's actually very interesting. It's the second time it happens in a matter of days. That there's a very thorough, very interesting documents, but as I read through it, I'm like, yeah, just listening to Domin and the people, the guest speakers and Axel, I know about 150% of what they're saying. So you guys are doing a fantastic job in conveying a lot of information to us, and to the extent that we can remember it. Because please, no one ask me what is the main, what are the main cities on the road from Georgia to St. Petersburg, because I would not be able to, even though Domin just told us.
What are the main cities on the road?
Well, Moscow, obviously.
There's a tunnel.
No.
I remember the tunnel.
There's a tunnel, but see, the thing is, I was wrong, right? The tunnel connects South Ossetia with North Ossetia, but there's actually a much bigger road that just leads straight through the mountains that Aaron told us about, that sort of bypasses South Ossetia, kind of hugging the eastern border of South Ossetia. And I think that is very interesting indeed. But yeah, the cities going through from Georgia to St. Petersburg, I guess Vladikavkaz, and then somewhere close to Stavropol, and then up through Rostov and Voronezh to Moscow and then St. Petersburg, something like that. That's probably roughly the way it goes. But see, I can't actually tell you that because I can tell you all the cities in Ukraine by now, which lie on which road. I've been spending way too much time looking at those maps. All of that doesn't really actually matter so much. Now, there have been some reports over the last couple of days that Russians have been spending quite a bit of effort on fortifying parts of Zaporizhia and Kherson Oblasts. And I think that they're also doing this on the left bank in Kherson Oblast. Already months ago, we were talking about Russians apparently digging themselves somewhere around Oleshki Sands, that big national park, whatever it is, that's more or less across the Dnipro from the city of Kherson. right across the Dnipro from the city of Kherson, there's the smaller city of Oleshki, and right next to it on the map, there's a big yellow area called Oleshki Sands or Oleshkivsky Peski, and Russians have apparently been fortifying that months ago already. So I think that they have kind of come to realization already in maybe March, maybe early April, that at some point they will have to withdraw, probably from the right bank of the Dnipro, from the west bank of the Dnipro, and have to take defensive positions on the east bank. And I really wonder how that's going to look like. And I still really think, David, that they're blowing up the bridges behind them at Kherson, at Antonivsky, and just taking up artillery positions on the left bank, and then they're going to be shelling Kherson from there for
And I have to apologise. I didn't hear a word you were saying because I was reading an article about Dmitry, the guy who's been doing all the Russian translations, and how he's probably being doxxed because his account was deleted yesterday. And there's an article in the Estonian Express that's been heavily changed. So do you want to say that again?
Yeah, sure. I was just saying about how I think that the Russians, if they withdraw from Kherson, they're going to blow up the bridges behind them, despite that maybe being quite difficult. But Ben, maybe you have something more on Dmitry.
No, I don't have anything on Dmitry. What I was wondering is, to what extent is what you're describing, the defensive line, the same as the Stalin line from 1941? Cannot be that far, and it didn't hold long. The
Warmate is equipped with control modules ensuring autonomous operation and support during targeting. Outstanding mission agility, power and precision make Warmate a destructive and effective tool on the contemporary battlefield. We passionately create technology.
It's a very, very difficult process. There's the fighting retreat, i.e., so defensive retreat, whatever you want to call it, is whereas you have the someone who's fighting to stop the troops who are escaping from being overtaken, and it's a very, very dangerous situation to be in. If the Russians start legging it, and they start legging it quickly, then there's always going to be that as a distinct possibility. The blowing the bridge up, we still don't know if they prior dammed it up. There's some indications they may have, some indications that they might not have. So that would be quite interesting. You have to think that at the point where they start disappearing towards, I was going to say, not Mykolaiv, the Melitopol, right? Then they're in a serious problem, aren't they?
So, first of all, Ben, Stalin line. I thought in Ukraine that was to the west of Odessa. I thought the Stalin line was like on the Dniester somewhere, not the Dnipro. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that all of Ukraine was on one side, or basically all of pre-1938 Soviet Ukraine at least was on the same side of the Stalin line. I don't think they had it on the Dnipro, right? I think.
Actually, I have a doubt. I'm checking.
Well, let's see who was right, but I'm pretty sure it was in the Dniester, not the Dnipro. It's just fine. I used to confuse the two rivers all the time until I learned about Transnistria when I was 12 or something, and then I realized, oh yeah, this is really convenient because now I finally know which one is which. Apparently, the internet in Kherson is down from about 10 a.m. this morning. And could be just the Russians depriving people of information, but it also could be Russians not wanting to have Ukrainian civilians that are still left in the city tell anyone about what they're up to with regards to, say, the pontoon bridges and the like. Now, obviously, you can still see it on satellites, but maybe it's just one little bit making Russians' lives a little bit easier.
And amazing they haven't done it earlier, right?
Oh, they've done it several times. It just always came back. Yeah, it's be difficult. It seems difficult for them to do it, permanently. They do it and then it's off for a few hours or a few days, and then it's back again somehow magically. I don't really know how. Not entirely sure about that. Perpetuitatem, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I was curious about. It's been a while since I've looked at it, but there was some data on Russian use of VPNs, and I was wondering if anybody's been following that, or anybody's kind of kept up with if that in use is still steady, or I don't know that it would be increasing, or maybe what the demographics. I would assume it to be younger, but is that anything that anybody can speak to?
So I did read something about this about maybe a month ago. I mean, it could even be 6 weeks ago, where the suggestion was that the increase in VPN usage in Russia had gone up many factors from what it was. I didn't look at it as numbers. It was more along the lines of the percentages. I can't remember what it was, but I remember thinking, oh gosh, that's a really big number. And also at the same time, when I thought about it, I thought, so the idea that people don't know what's happening in Ukraine is probably debunked when you see these numbers. But I can't give you any other information past that, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Yeah, it increased very steeply at the start of the war. Of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, of the wholesale invasion of Ukraine, but then kind of stabilized, and that's about it. There's lots of explanations of what the actual intent behind people opting for VPNs was, and most of it didn't really have much to do with access to information, just to let's call it more personal entertainment more than anything else. I guess that's a good way of encompassing all manner of things.
Yeah, that's a good point. I hadn't really, because there were, younger demographics probably we would assume, but maybe trying to making some income off social media type apps and things like that may have been banned. So I hadn't really considered that angle. But yeah, I was just.
Have we lost your audio?
No, I just kind of stopped mid-thought there.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Sorry, I thought we lost you. Yeah, I think that's about right. We did see some pictures of Russians selling like thumb drives with particular types of music on them and the like, for sort of pirated music on thumb drives on the wall of a convenience store in Russia. So I'm guessing not quite everyone has adopted the concept of a VPN, or maybe they came about it too long, or maybe they they changed their minds a little bit about it, but maybe they simply don't understand how it works. Could be. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, Ben?
There was something else recently, which was that there was a scare going in the Russian public that actually some of the VPN had been breached by the Russian government, or had been even distributed by the Russian government, and as a result, they weren't sure that you weren't downloading an actual spyware on your telephone. So that may also explain the stalling and the fact that people are only using it for non-political stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It's primarily other things that they're interested in, not so much, not so much that political stuff and the like. I guess that's worthwhile noting.
That's David, it's actually amusing that you mentioned the fighting retreat and the question of retreat, because yesterday, I don't know if you got the opportunity to listen to Victor, the journalist who came as a guest and talked, and who was a great guy, but he also was part of a unit. He was more than part of a unit. He was second in command in a unit that at some point got surrounded and managed to fight through and hold the line while fighting through. And you could hear it in his voice that he had to be smart and really meaning it to manage successfully this sort of maneuver. And I don't think there are many victors in the Russian army, and I mean it both literally and whatever other definition you have of victor in English. Well, whatever. No, but yeah, it's, if you have not heard it, I strongly encourage you to go and have a listen to this interview. The guy is great, and his story was the stuff of legend. He was extremely modest. He was extremely nice, and I'm still surprised that the New York Times or the Washington Post or the Wall Street Journal has not pounced on the opportunity to hire this guy, because he's really good, and he knows his stuff, and he knows his stuff from inside out, both as a journalist, as an observer, and as a former fighter. So yeah, pretty unique skill set, and I hope we'll be able to read his prose very soon.
So I heard half of what he was talking about. He's a very interesting man. Victor's in New York now, or Washington, or something
Detroit.
like that. Right? Okay, yeah, very. The bit I caught was very interesting. Very interesting. And yeah, like escaping somewhere is always a position of extreme danger, isn't it? Because really, you're going in the other direction, and someone's chasing you. And if they're going faster, of course, if you're not when you're going in that direction, you're not looking at what's behind you, and then there's all the questions about who do you leave, who's going to protect you. We've got a thing it's called pepper potting going backwards, right? So normally you would and this is a very small scale. Let's say it was a street, right? So you turn and leg it back 50 meters, turn round, and the people who were there were firing to give suppressing fire. They leg it back, and you're giving suppressing fire. Turn round. It's just a point of extreme danger, and there's the point: is at what point do the Russians accept that when they need to go, right, and when they start legging it? If they're in the streets and they start legging it, then there's even more danger for them. If the people in the city are able to do something.
Кремлівські куратори планують задіяти підконтрольні медіаресурси, щоб охопити своєю пропагандою про фейкові заходи понад 50 мільйонів глядачів з Росії.
I think there will be a lot of people there to mop them up.
Планують перекинути до регіону більше 1,000 російських експертів і добровольців для
Yeah, we hope, I guess.
За даними СБУ, вони мають організувати незаконні.
Okay, I think it's time for some announcement. We have 3 guest speakers with us today. First, at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, that is 6 p.m. Central European Time, we'll be joined by Professor Dr. Stefan von Kramon-Taubadel, who's an agriculture economist at the University of Göttingen and specializes in all things grain and logistics, really. And he used to be also an advisor to the Ukrainian government. Then an hour later at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we'll be joined by Karl Woloch, who's a Ukrainian political analyst and businessman. And then at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, we'll be joined by Roman Semysal, who is a Ukrainian soldier in the 17th Tank Brigade near Kherson. He's a famous Ukrainian actor, and he was also fighting in Donbass in 2014-2015, just like our guest yesterday, Viktor Kovalenko, except Roman is now back in the line of duty serving in the Ukrainian 17th Tank Brigade. So 1 p.m. Eastern, we'll be joined by Professor Stefan von Kramon-Taubadel, an agro-economist. Then it's 2 p.m. Eastern by Karl Woloch, a Ukrainian political analyst and businessman. And then at 4 p.m. Eastern by Roman Semeysal, a Ukrainian soldier currently serving near Kherson. Busy calendar today, isn't it?
It is. I'm a bit sad not to be able to listen to the good Professor Doctor, but I'll have a listen on YouTube, and I count on you to ask all the good questions.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, Ben. Our YouTube channel is up and running. Find Maria Report on YouTube. And there's also, I think, the first tweet in the nest, the farthest one to the right, has a link to the Maria Report YouTube channel as well.
Splendid. I'll make sure to listen to it tonight. Domin, do you remember I sent you a map regarding the people's trust in their newspapers and the media outlets?
Yes, I do.
What struck you the most in this map? What was the first thing you remarked?
Very, very low trust in the media in France, as well as Slovakia and Hungary.
Yeah, we're talking like a third lower than you would have in most of the other countries, like the low 30s, I think, in some cases, whereas in places like Norway and Sweden, as usual, you're closer to 70%. I'm talking from memory, but I think that's the sort of level that was reached, and I could try to venture an explanation for France. Do you have any idea for Slovakia and Czechia?
Well, it's more of a case, as in many countries, right, of great levels of disillusionment. I think in Slovakia that correlates very highly with absenteeism or low rates of turnout at elections, especially European Parliament elections. I think Slovakia had the lowest rate of turnout, or at least.
Тобто він не ховається і не маскується. Це протитанкова міна, і таким чином техніка зупиняється для того, щоб якимось чином розмінувати чи зняти з дороги цивільних шлагбаумів. Коли воно зупиняється, вона отримує вогневе ураження.
Місцеве населення відривали там трактора, екскаватори свої застосовували, вантажні автомобілі, блоки, будівельні матеріали. Наприклад, командир однієї з ДФТГ, не буду називати, в нашому районі, мав будувати будинок.
Of support for Ukraine correlated with correlated negatively with a number of how do you call those? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm blanking.
Okay, I'll let you remember. I'll go to Knockers in the meantime. Knockers, go ahead.
Oh, it was just to follow up on what someone was asking about Dimitri, the translator chap. Apparently, he has deactivated his Twitter temporarily for personal reasons, and his website, The War Translated, is still up and about.
Thank you, Knocker. So he's fine, and his account is fine. He's just taking a little bit of a break, maybe because it's late July.
It does look like he was doxxed, though, by the Estonian Express, though. So they've heavily changed a lot of the article that they had. Now, I'm not reading the Estonian version because I only do one language and I do that badly. But the Google Translate does a good option. But it does look like someone released quite a reasonable amount of personal information about him.
That might be the personal reasons he's speaking about then.
Has he put the article on his own website, has he? Explaining it?
No, there's been something said by somebody who has met with him apparently yesterday, and they've tweeted out that he's perfectly fine, there's nothing wrong, but he will put out a statement in a couple of days about his personal reasons for...
Oh, that's good. I sent him £1 on PayPal with a message of going, let us know that you're okay. I mean, he's worth a lot more than £1, but it was more so I could get the message through, right? First class stamp. Okay, that's good news.
He is replying to emails if you send him an email through his website.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Knockers. It's good news. Thanks for sharing that. Ben, did you remember what you were thinking of?
Actually, yeah, no, I could not finish the sentence. I'm sorry. I probably need to take some me time as well. No, but I did see something on Twitter which was literally warming my heart. I think it was in Donetsk or in the Donetsk area. Some burning carriages.
That was in the city of Donetsk. It was in one of the outlying areas of the city of Donetsk, I think, if we're thinking of the same fire.
Probably. And that was nice because, again, hitting the logistic lines again and again, to the point that hopefully the fighting abilities of the Russian army will be not only degraded, and somebody will be able to put some offensive vector through them and get rid of scum. I'm using a lot of military terms because I'm reading the book of General Front of the Show, and I would advise anyone to have a read at it. It's General Mike Ryan, who wrote War Transformed, and it's really a very good book. I would recommend it to everyone.
Thank you, Ben. Specifically, the thing that we were just referencing, Special Kherson Cat has it on his profile as well. If you want to check it out, everybody here knows to look up Special Kherson Cat and where to find him. But there's an oil depot in the Budyonovsky district of the city of Donetsk that got struck. It's right at the end of one of the rail lines, and they had a big fuel storage there. But I mean, that's kind of silly. Only 7-8 kilometers from the front line. Aaron, please.
Domen, do you want to take a guess of what piece of military hardware Poland are going about that they want to buy?
Is it an F-15?
It might well just be, yes. Their military spending is out of this world at the moment. The amount of new military hardware they're getting is crazy, really.
Він видимий, його завжди бачать, тобто він не ховається і не маскується. Це протитанкова міна, і таким чином техніка зупиняється для того, щоб якимось чином розмінувати чи зняти з дороги це мінаційну базу. Коли воно зупиняється, вона получає вогневе враження.
Sure, I just want to say, people remember, yes, Poland is deciding to do a lot of military spending. However, this isn't all for this year. This is largely spread over the next 4, 5, 6 years. Ben, yeah.
I think I haven't been able to listen to the space very much over the past 24 hours, and I think there have been quite a few mentions of gas and of some people accepting to cut their consumption and others not so much. Can you give me can you tell me what the field looks like at the moment? Who's for it? Who's against it? And has there been noticeable contribution to the debate on the space?
Sorry, what field looks like?
The discussion related to who should cut on gas consumption and who shouldn't, or who should be spared the cut on gas consumption.
окупованих територій Сходу нашої держави. Як свідчить масив інформації, зібраний співробітниками української спецслужби, для проведення так званого волевиявлення ворог планує використати...
So, yes, I can. There's a proposal from the European Commission that all countries should reduce their gas consumption by about 15% for this upcoming winter season. And there's a number of countries that aren't too happy with that, with Portugal, Spain, and Greece at the helm. Now, yesterday, there's I don't know if the Prime Minister of Spain or one of the other ministers from Spain that basically came out and said, why should we change, or why should we have to suffer for when Germany was the one living beyond its means? And this is very pointed rhetoric, which was basically throwing at the Germans exactly the sort of rhetoric the Germans used to use with regards to Spain and Portugal and Greece during the financial crisis 10 years ago, give or take. So all of those, the Spanish minister was basically invoking the German rhetoric from a decade past that used to be levied against them. Now, from a very technical point of view, and we should highlight this, the very technical point of view is that Spain and Portugal reducing their gas consumption doesn't actually really help. And it's a very political point. To the best of my understanding, I might be wrong, and if I am wrong, someone please correct me, but the pipeline leading from Iberia to France and then onward to the rest of Europe is tiny. It can barely move any gas at all out of Iberia up into France and into other countries. Iberia gets its gas from various countries in Africa, some of it by pipeline under the Mediterranean, some of it by ship, that is LNG, right, liquefied natural gas, most of which I believe arrives in the port of Sines in Portugal, in Alentejo, south of Lisbon. So, by reducing the amount of gas that Spain and Portugal consume, you're not actually reducing your dependency on Russia in the slightest, or almost in the slightest, because they can't really transfer that gas to any of the other countries. Indeed, what would be a lot more practical would be to increase supplies to Spain and Portugal as much as possible, and then be able to use the existing gas-fired electrical power plants in Spain and Portugal as much as you could during the winter season to cover all of those, peaks and troughs in the European electricity consumption, which stem from, the normal fluctuations during the day. That just need to be covered by something, because it'd be better for gas to be burned in Spain and Portugal, despite the transmission losses. Yes, transmission losses are important. Than burning gas in, say, Germany, where primarily, the spare gas comes from Russia. So it's just a very generalist proposal. It seems that isn't very practical and seems to primarily be scoring political points. And then, of course, you have people from, politicians from the south of Europe that have been had the political points scored against them for a while by, say, politicians in Germany, claiming that they were living, say, beyond their means when the debtor crisis struck a decade ago, are very much using and very happy to employ the same rhetoric back at the Germans. Spring, please go ahead. And I need to do some writing and stuff on the side. So, Ben, I will be counting on you to respond and discuss this stuff further. Spring, please.
Okay, I'm in Spain right now, so I can tell you that Spain has actually 6 ports prepared to get that liquefied gas. So both of the countries were prepared. The Portuguese Prime Minister traveled to Poland and Germany to try to export that gas that could be exported in small ships to the north of Europe. Only the Polish were interested. And it's actually true that we don't have any connections. The connections are very poor quality. from Iberia to France. And also at the same time, we are with a severe drought in Iberia. For several months doesn't rain anything. Our hydrics are not working, so we need the gas to transform it in electricity. Spain uses some of the gas to warm the houses, but in Portugal we don't even have almost any central heating or any kind of use of gas. What we'll need the use of gas is for home consumption, for cooking, and for transform it in electricity for our daily use. We are not used to have central heating, so it's completely insane for me that people speak about European solidarity in this case.
Thank you. And there's probably something else to be taken into account, which is that, for instance, a lot of German companies have subsidiaries in Spain. So up to an extent, they could transfer production to the subsidiaries. I'm thinking of my own sector of specialty, but there's probably a number of others where just by shifting from one supplier to the other, or from one factory within the same company, from one factory to the other, you could actually transfer production where where energy is cheaper and more abundant quite easily. And if the Spanish companies are ready to do this, this is probably something that should be taken into account. And somewhat cookie cutter approach where you just so okay, 15% across the board is probably easier to sell politically as possible, but not very smart in practice. Yeah.
And let me, sorry.
That's free.
Okay, no, it was that actually it's useless to we diversified our buyings of gas. Right now, Portugal is receiving gas from not only Nigeria, but also Trinidad and Tobago, and also from United States. I don't know why the Germans didn't prepare the winter. It's for me insane. And they have nuclear power plants. We don't have anything like that.
Well, it's not exactly true to say that the Germans have not prepared anything. There was earlier this year the famous tour of the Bundeskanzler Scholz to Senegal. I must have gone to Nigeria as well. The Germans are looking, they're scouring the world for extra gas, which is potentially one of the limits of the Southern argument, which is that it's not impossible that the German LNG ports are not at capacity, and that they could potentially be receiving some of.
For all of you. Oh, thank you. We rescue babushkas. Fuck.
How can Europe balance its gas? Is it strictly a question of supply, or is it a question of our ability to receive extra LNG?
That I can help you, Ben, because I have been reading about that. Is that Germany only doesn't have any specific port prepared to receive NGT. They only can put in to work a temporary solution, something like that. Nothing more than that.
They don't have a single port with LNG?
Gosh. No, they don't.
There are 3 planned. 2 should be up and running by December-ish, and then 1 maybe mid next year. I believe something like that.
That's going to be tight. And so all the rest goes through either, I assume, Rotterdam or Gdansk?
Yeah, but generally, I mean, just the LNG capacity in Europe is very low. Everything else is pipelines, right? From Russia or Norway or whatever.
Wait, Norway is not LNG? I'm getting confused. Okay. No,
There's the new Baltic pipeline that goes to Denmark and to Poland.
So, Spring, within Portugal and Spain, where you are at the moment, what's the political discussion like? Is everyone saying, okay, it's time for the Germans to pay, or are there some people who say, well, let's bite that bullet, or what does it look like?
It's a mixed. I would say 50-50. Some say, okay, the Germans should learn with what they made us pass, that we are still passing actually, because the crisis has not completely over for the nationals living in Portugal and in Spain because of what we are paying for our debt. And there are others that less skeptical than I am, that think, okay, they need the gas, we need to help them. But actually, in countries like Portugal, I don't know what can we cut, but it's another issue. I have to read more from Portuguese experts in what cases can we cut gas, but it's not much and it doesn't make much difference. That is for sure, that I have read, because we don't have capacity to send it through France. The pipeline that runs from Iberia to France is very low capability.
Yeah, although the interesting thing with gas is that it's used either directly, be it for industry or personal use, or it's used once transformed to electricity. And I assume that for the direct usage, it's not that easy to find replacements. But this is also something that the Germans use a lot more, because they're a number of sectors of their industry do use this gas introduces the gas rather in the mix that they use to produce their output. Whereas when it comes to using it for electricity, there are always alternatives. I know France, for instance, is talking about potentially using coal for the winter. I know that coal and gas are not an exact substitute one for the other, but at least it could limit the consumption a bit further without affecting the consumer in any other way than price-wise. And I think that for both Portugal and Spain, it's a bit the same thing. They don't use gas as for industry very much, or and to a very small extent for personal use. Most of it must be used by electric plants, which again can be probably transformed. It's not exactly clear who in Spain or Portugal would pay, or at least it's not clear to me who in Spain or Portugal would have to change their consumption, and how, if the gas consumption has to be slashed. Do you know that, Spring? Like, have the newspapers run some scenarios of what could happen?
People is concerned, especially with the November months, because when it started to be cold, not so cold in South Europe, but in any case cold enough. And what the Portuguese case is a bit different, because we use gas to cook at home. Electricity is very expensive, so got used to get gas to cook, and we will need it in any case. right now, because of the severe drought this year in Iberia, we are using the natural gas to transform it in electricity because we need it right now. It has not been rain at all. It's completely all dry. If you fly from Portugal to Spain, it looks like you are in the North Africa. Actually, it's everything completely dry. So they are saying in Portugal that the first cuts will be in the industries, and only in the last cases will be to the consumer, the ordinary consumer.
And not the plants, not the electricity production.
Well, so, right, that this is the thing, right? It really shouldn't be electricity production. If anything, there should be as much of an increase in LNG imports to Spain and Portugal as possible, and then using the gas there to burn it there to make electricity to then send electricity onward, because there aren't enough LNG capacities elsewhere in Europe to bring more gas in there, and whatever has to be done there is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the. I think it's a scheme that is more or less in place whenever there's an alert or a problem like this, which is basically Spain produces electricity for France, France produces electricity for Germany, Germany produces electricity for Poland, and so even if Poland does not produce electricity directly through this this sort of musical chair system, it's always possible to help one of the countries that is short on energy. So basically what you're saying would be for Spain to burn gas during the winter and send that electricity to France, and France to give nuclear electricity to the rest of Europe.
It could be a solution because actually the electrical connection between France, Spain, and Portugal works quite well. We can export also electricity to Spain in some days of the year, so it's quite common in those changes. And sometimes we also receive electricity from France.
Well, there, problem solved. We're sending a letter to the EU, and we can address the next issue. What's the next problem? The labor market. Here we go.
Okay, I have to leave you because it's lunch hour around here. It's very late, but I am in Madrid, so nothing unusual. Have a good time.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Spring.
Spring.
Have a good time likewise.
David, did you manage to have a look at those what do you call them? It's not nuclear, it's satellite images.
The pictures. Yes, I'm looking at some more now as well, because Doman has sent me another
a different
suite,
pontoon bridge.
A different Tom bridge, which is up in Kharkiv, right? Or Kharkiv.
It's close to
right?
Izium. It's close to Izium,
yeah.
for anybody wondering. And it seems the Russians have disassembled another pontoon bridge quite well behind their lines. But it seems that now their lines of supply are going to get a lot longer for a section of the front, sort of from Izium in the Sloviansk direction. And maybe that was affected somehow or somewhat by Ukrainian action as well. It's unclear what happened there. I haven't heard anything from that area for a while anyway, so I'm not entirely sure what this is about. But whatever it is, it's certainly interesting, isn't it? It's close to Yaremivka for anybody curious. So if you make kind of a line from Izium towards Sloviansk, let's call it halfway between those two. There's a pontoon over something. What river is that? I'm not sure what river that is. But they seem to have dismantled it between Studenok and Yaremivka, on the border, effectively, of Donetsk Oblast and Kharkiv Oblast. Well, close to the border between Donetsk Oblast and Kharkiv Oblast. And I'm not entirely sure with what purpose they've dismantled it, but Maybe it was struck. Let's call it 5-10 kilometers behind Russian lines on the Russian side.
Sorry, I'm concentrating. Give me a second. Oh, but the one up in Kharkiv Oblast, you have to think that it wasn't that the Russians dismantled it. It was more of a different nature, isn't it? Because why would you make your supply lines harder, right? Unless you've just moved it so it'd be less of a target for some reason. But it's still gonna make life harder, isn't it, for a period of time?
Maybe, but maybe then again they might not have needed it anymore because they've decided that their attention should be paid to somewhere else instead. Who knows? It's quite unclear. Let's say quite unclear.
Yeah, exactly.
Наверх полезем, подожди, сейчас в этот.
Right, okay, so I finished reading. So I thought I'd reread what I'd read before. So essentially what DEFMON 3 is saying is that the pontoon bridge, pretty much what we said a little bit before, the pontoon bridge that was going over the Inhulets River appears to have disappeared. The imagery is really quite useful. It's quite interesting because obviously he's using different satellite imagery to look at stuff. Basically saying there should be you should get an echo, but there is no echo. Right? He goes on to show in his if anyone I'll send the link to. In fact, I think Doman's got the link, but I'll send it to him again so he can put it up into the nest if anyone wants to see it, or if he deems it's useful to go in the nest. But in the picture, so DEFMON actually gives you an example of a pontoon bridge and what it looks like on the satellite, and then shows basically it's not there in the inlet, so it's just disappeared. You have to think that it probably wasn't destroyed. Otherwise, we might have heard that there were explosions in the area, and that the Russians have worked out that getting rid of it and putting it back to its component parts and hiding those parts is probably the sensible thing to do.
Yeah, I've already put it up in the nest. So if you want to see how it should look like, just check up in the nest. Check that thread a couple of tweets above. A couple of tweets below, and it will kind of show you what you should be looking out for and why DEFMON is quite sure that both that pontoon bridge over the Inhulets, which is just north. It's not north of Kherson, is it? It's more east-northeast of Kherson across the Inhulet River in Darivka, as well as the one close to Izium that we were just talking about, the Yeremivka, that they both used to be there. We know they used to be there. There's previous satellite passes over there that showed them there, and now the current one no longer does, and that is of some meaning, I guess. Well, it is of some meaning. Certainly the one over the Inhulets, close to Kherson, to the east-northeast of Kherson. But there's also that other one at Yeremivka that seems to have vanished likewise.
Yeah, and just so anyone who
Очень страшно. Я с Балаклеи, мы не отсюда, мы как бы приехали с оккупированной территории. Да. Мы уехали, думали, тут более спокойно, но оказывается, здесь тоже неспокойно.
You want the best resolution you can get, but that's really expensive. And if you're doing a lot of searching, you could probably mortgage your house in a day or two, right? So some of this detail we're getting is very, very interesting, but someone somewhere has spent a decent amount of money to try and find it. It's very interesting. As I said, where the pontoon's concerned, they come in 7.2 meter sections. Why they built it immediately and just didn't hide those sections around the Conca River? And if you go to Google Maps, go to Kherson, right, you can find the bridges and then zoom in a bit. You'll see there are loads of little areas around there where you could hide stuff. Some of those, and they might look like streams. They're not streams. These things are, in some places 50 meters wide, 20 meters. It really, you'd be pretty easy for you to disguise some of this stuff if all they had done is broken them up and pushed a piece 50 meters over there, 100 meters in another direction, and they could have easily have had enough dotted around the river that people wouldn't have noticed. So again, a bit of gross stupidity on the Russian side, but we know that they don't. Their first immediate action isn't what's common sense. They make the mistake and then they're corrected.
Thank you, David. Yeah, it's interesting to see what they're up to, and it's very curious, right? So they've put up that pontoon over the Inhulet, and then they've taken it down. And we're still wondering, and CJ is gone sadly, but I'm still very much wondering what that was all about yesterday, where they apparently put up a pontoon over the Dnipro next to one of the two Antonovsky bridges, unclear whether the road bridge or the rail bridge, using it possible for support, but more importantly, to deflect incoming artillery fire from above. Right, very interesting indeed. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, anybody who'd like to jump up and speak, just request to speak using that button in the bottom left corner of your screen, and we can bring you up. We can and ask you any questions about Ukraine. Doesn't have to be about pontoon bridges. Other things are all right as well. And we can also change the topic away from pontoon bridges. But if you want to talk more about pontoon bridges, that's it's very good as well.
So I'll just chime in quickly. I'm off to go and cook some food, so I'll be back in about 90 minutes or something like that. As always, it's a pleasure and an honour speaking to you, Doman, and you, Ben, and well, I'll speak to you later.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to come up and speak, the panel is empty, shockingly enough, so please jump up and click that request button. In the meantime, remember, this is the Maria Report. We're here covering Ukraine and the war in Ukraine 24/7, and we support mariaaid.org. mariaaid.org, same, well, not quite the same name, similar name, taken from Maria, which is Ukrainian for dream, and also the name of that Antonov 225 plane that got destroyed at Hostomel in the first days of the wholesale Russian invasion of Ukraine in late February this year. We're here to support mariaaid.org. mariaaid.org is a charity organization run by, among others, several serving Canadian Armed Forces officers, including Lieutenant Colonel Melanie Lake, the most recent commander of Operation Unifier, Canadian Armed Forces training mission to Ukraine. And hopefully we'll have her on again very soon indeed. Quick announcement. Later today, we'll be joined by 3 speakers back to back. First at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, we'll be joined by Professor Dr. Stefan von Kramon-Taubadel, an agricultural economist at the University of Göttingen, previously an advisor to the Ukrainian government. After that, we'll be joined an hour later at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, that's New York time. We'll be joined by Ukrainian businessman Karl Voloch. And after that, we will be joined by Roman Semeysal, private in the 17th Tank Brigade, currently serving near Kherson. Previously a veteran of the 2014-2015 war in the east of Ukraine in Donbass, and otherwise a Ukrainian actor. He'll be joining us at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. So 1 p.m. Eastern Time, Professor von Kremon Taubadel, a cultural economist. 2 p.m. Eastern Time with businessman and political analyst Karl Voloch. And 4 p.m. Eastern Time, Roman Semeysal. So very busy afternoon ahead of us. Bertrand Russell's puppy, go ahead.
This is going to be an extremely dumb question, however, an extremely newbie question, but since I saw that the panel is empty, I can't help asking, why in the world are they building a pontoon bridge when, they must know that missiles can strike to a precision apparently centimeters. So why are they building a pontoon bridge? Maybe there is some reason that my very naive understanding of the situation does not fully grasp.
Це протитанкова міна, і таким чином техніка зупиняється для того, щоб якимось чином розмінувати чи зняти з дороги цивільних шлагбаумів. Коли воно зупиняється, вона отримує вогневе ураження.
Місцеве населення відривали.
Domen?
Yeah, thank you, Papi. So it's interesting. Okay, let's talk about the bridge over the Inhulets River to start with, right? There's that bridge at Darivka, which was initially there at which was struck. When was it struck? I think either Friday morning or Saturday morning. This wasn't the original bridge near Kherson that was struck. It's the bridge that was struck a bit afterwards. So the original bridge near Kherson that was struck was the Antonovsky Road Bridge, and that was struck on 2 consecutive mornings. Different parts of it, but they did kind of a strike across much of the roadway the second time. It looks like they unloaded the whole HIMARS Pod 6 Gimler's missiles onto that roadway kind of across. Then a couple of days later, after those strikes, they struck the bridge at Darivka, which is the lowest bridge across the Inhulets River, before it runs into the Dnipro. It joins the Dnipro a little bit upstream from Antonivsky Rail Bridge. They did a strike where they put, I think, 6 holes into the roadway, basically in a line along the roadway. Okay? And what seems to have happened is they weakened that already not very strong bridge. It's on the E57, E59, something like that. It seems that they have weakened it sufficiently with that it can no longer take heavy military equipment. And the supposition is that they put a pontoon bridge right next to that bridge in order to be able to get things like tanks across. So a tank weighs about 50 metric tons. That's much heavier than, say, a car, which weighs about 1.5 tons. Right? It's a big difference in mass, and obviously the bridge is still good enough to support your typical 1970s, 1980s Zhiguli that's still knocking about. It's not good enough to support your 1970s, 1980s Soviet tank that's still knocking about. So I think that's kind of the difference between the two of those. So there's that, and then also notable is that pontoon bridge over the Inhulets seems to be located, or was located until it was taken down sometime before yesterday evening, right at the point where there used to be a ferry that used to operate over the Inhulets River at Darivka. So that bridge at Darivka isn't that old. Until maybe 10-15 years ago, especially Kherson Kat was telling us about this yesterday in the afternoon in Europe. And he was saying that there used to be a ferry going across there, and so there's a strong road leading down to the riverbank on both sides, and that they're putting the pontoon bridge across there. So that's a very convenient place for them to put the pontoon bridge, because it means that the bank's already fortified at those locations and can actually take heavy traffic. But they've since deconstructed it. So that's kind of why, because apparently the bridge itself isn't strong enough for heavy military equipment anymore.
І туди люди все життя дожили, ягоди збирали, ходили в ліса один до одного, в гості. Тут така ситуація, Київ є мотиваційний момент, щоб іти з нами воювати. Але так, вони втратили свою незалежність як таку, тому вони зараз будуть змушувати Росія. Але ворога ні в якому випадку.
Thank you, Papi. Then John.
Ми це розуміємо і чітко.
Yeah, thanks. Good afternoon. I have a theory why they are building this as an answer to that, or why they are maybe pretend to be building it. Maybe they have secret masons fixing the bridges from underneath. So we should look at those potholes and see so they're not getting filled overnight. Just a theory.
Wait, so are you saying that they're using the pontoon bridge to access the normal bridge from the underside?
No, I'm saying that they are scattering pontoon bridges around the river, so we look at them instead of them fixing the bridges.
Oh,
no, it's
I
a joke.
see.
So it's a joke.
Honestly, I don't think that'd be very useful because I don't think I don't think that those bridges really can be fixed, right? What Museum's been telling us, and Museum is the other ex-British Army engineer, who's not called David. He's been saying that it's quite clear that the tensioning cable has been cut there. And when the tensioning cable has been cut, that means that you would need quite a lot of effort in getting that fixed because you need to tie together the tensioning cable again, right? Which obviously you can't do that easily, and you certainly can't do by just filling in the pothole, so to speak, just as they were doing on that bridge next to the what is it? The dam at Novokakhovka. So on the left bank, there's a little bridge that leads across a sluice that's to the left of the dam. Or lock, maybe it's a lock, maybe it's not really a sluice. I think it's a lock for ships, so ships can transit the dam. And there's a little bridge across there, and Ukrainians have also been hitting that, of course, and that's where we saw those images of them just filling in the roadway as though it was a mere pothole and nothing else. So that's why that was there, I think.
Yeah, I wasn't really serious. I just put something out to have something to say. Well, sorry.
No, it makes sense. Then, John, I have a question for you. Judging by your call sign, you're interested in archery, right? Have you seen any archers actually in theater yet? I don't think I've spotted any.
No, I haven't. I haven't seen any. I'm just hoping to see one day. So, but rumors has it that we are actually sending 24 out of 48, but I don't know, that's just rumors. Let's see.
Makes sense to me. I hope it does actually end up happening because it'd be very beneficial to Ukraine to have more modern equipment, more modern howitzers, right? Wait, is CJ listening? I need to see if CJ is listening. No, CJ, alas, is not listening. Because I was hoping that we could get CJ up to eulogize about the various howitzers now.
Yeah, one thing about artillery and Sweden. We actually used to have, I don't know if it was thousands of them, but they were all scrapped. I think the last ones around the millennium. And then we had nothing for a couple of years. Now we have those poor archers. So let's see. I guess we're going to get more in the near future.
And you have thousands of artillery. How many of those were self-propelled?
Actually, I'm not sure it was thousands, but I mean, we had a big defense. I think we could muster up to almost 1 million soldiers at the peak, and a lot of equipment. But I don't think we had that many self-propelled. I think it was mainly towed, but many. I know there were many artillery regiments spread around the country, so it all went to scrap because there was no threat anymore.
was that in the 90s and early 2000s?
Yeah. So I think I read that the last artillery regiment was closed in 2004 or something.
People read Fukuyama and thought, oh yeah, it's all fine now.
Exactly. Yeah. But now it has changed, I think.
Так само сьогодні були вночі обстріляні знову місто Чугуїв, Чугуївський район, Харківський район, селище Циркуни, крім того, Дергачівський район, крім того, і відповідно Богодухівський район так само. Нагадаю,
right, because 48, I believe, were manufactured, 24 are in service in Sweden, and 24 initially went to Norway, but there was a manufacturing delay, and the Norwegian government said, we don't want them anymore because they're late, and we're going to go with something else. Like Paladins, maybe, something like that. And then Sweden got stuck with an extra 24, right?
That could well be the case, yeah.
Makes sense. So, apparently, in news today, 10 minutes ago, the new head of Roscosmos that succeeded the genocidal maniac that is Dmitry Rogozin, said that Russia is going to exit the International Space Station after 2024. So that's his first new big deal. But we're also joined here by Cossack sisters from Zaporizhia. Cossack, go ahead.
Yeah, hello everyone. I have a question of military field. Probably some of you may see videos where Russians, they brought back from storage howitzers, old Soviet howitzers called Pion. I think they're 200 millimeters. And it's interesting to hear how may they impact battlefield and what equipment or what artillery systems do we need to counter them, because I read on Wikipedia that their firing range, normal firing range, is about 37 kilometers, and it's pretty a big number even for Caesar. It can be only countered by, I think, Excalibur shells, which we probably do not have at this time. Thank you.
Okay, so first of all, Ukraine does have Excalibur shells, so it says anyway, and it has an unspecified number of them, but it got some thousands of Excalibur shells. Secondly, what did you say the range on the Pion is? About 35-40 kilometers?
It's about 37 kilometers range, but it can...
Yeah, exactly, right? So
it can shot, I think, for 2 or 3 kilometers more. Спасибо. Извините, я думал, вы проехали.
So sorry about that. So the range on the Caesars and the like, with regular rounds, non-Excaliburs, is about 40 kilometers. So Pions are actually the only Soviet-manufactured guns that can reach roughly as far as Caesars can reach. Now, Ukraine, as you're probably familiar with, has some Pions. Actually, one of our regular contributors here, Konstantin, he used to run protection, basically, right? He used to be a rifleman associated with one of these Pions and kind of tasked with protecting one of these Ukrainian Pions back in 2015 or so. So he's very familiar with them. I think he's not quite awake yet because he lives in the US now, or maybe he's just not on the internet yet. But I'll see if we can get him on soon to comment on it a little bit. So Russians are bringing them in because it's the only tubed artillery that can actually reach as far. anything like as far as what Ukrainians already have now, right? With the Caesars, the Panzerhaubitze, even without these modern munitions, even without stuff like Excaliburs, they have about the same range. Now, the shells that Pions have are gigantic, right? They're 8-inch shells instead of the 6-inch shells that are usually used. They're absolutely huge. 203 millimeter shells, just as you said earlier. And they take a whole lot of charge behind them, and they're very heavy and they're very destructive when they fall. So it's presumed that Russia is just going to use them for what they normally use things for in artillery terms, for sort of area bombardment, right? Where they fire, they're trying to just destroy a wide area. They don't really care about precision that much. And I don't think that these Pions are good enough for counter battery fire. I might be wrong, somebody will correct me on this, but I don't think that these Pions will really be good enough for counter battery fire, in the sense that they're just not precise enough. Now, the blast they deliver is big, but they might not just be quite precise enough. Russia already had plenty of rocket artillery that had range, well in excess of what Pions have. So something like a Tornado that has a range something like double of what a Pion has anyway. So it's not that meaningful from that perspective. They're just bringing more of them in because they don't have all that many other pieces of artillery left that are well supplied. I'm guessing they just still have a lot of those 203 millimeter rounds lying about. But also I think they're just bringing more in because the ones that have been in theater for now have been getting kind of worn down, right? A gun can only take so many shells before the tube is worn out and not really fit for service anymore. And Kozak, over the last few days, you've probably seen, I think yesterday or the day before it came out, a picture of a Pion, actually a Malka, so an upgraded Pion, a 2S7M, with its barrel blown up. And if you haven't, let me know, and I'm gonna send you the picture of it because it's very interesting. Have you seen it?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, exactly. I thought you would have. Right. So I think that actually they've been using the ones they had so much that they simply don't work very well anymore. And they're probably thinking, well, one barrel blew. The rest have been shooting just as much. More barrels are probably going to blow up soon. Or maybe just won't be very precise anymore. And it's a good idea to just get more artillery in. I don't know. But Yehuda's coming up. We can ask him. Because maybe he knows more about these things than I do. I mean, he undoubtedly knows more about these things than I do. Let's see if he gets connected. Excellent. Yehuda, so question for you. There's a video of a train full of 203 millimeter Pion self-propelled howitzers going across Russia towards Ukraine. Any ideas of how important that is, how relevant that is, how much it's going to change things for the Russians, and what Ukrainians need to counter that? That's a question from Kozak.
All right, let me put on my CJ hat here. Hold on. Oh gosh, that's a great question, and I'm glad you asked it. Being an artillery officer in the Rangers is a really neat experience. How diggity. No, I'm just kidding. I love CJ. I don't know the answer. I don't know what I don't know the brand, the model. I don't know what it does. I'm sorry. I don't want to speak to it. I'd love to do a CJ voice and impersonation. I mean, that guy just reeks wholesome. It's really gross. And he's really good at what he does. I know he would know exactly what it is. How many units are there of them?
Kozak, do you know? I think it's some dozens, maybe 3-4 dozen.
Yeah. Okay. So it's a lot, but I mean, it's, do I think this will, look, you have the ammunition, you have, if they're sending these back, it's a good sign in the sense that they're desperate, right? Because normally for an army of that size and supposed caliber, they would have, contingency plans and things should be in certain places. So it means that in their wildest dreams, they never expected to be in the position they're in. So it's good news in that sense. What effects those weapons can bring to bear, I have no idea. But I do have another point I have to bring up, and I need to do a fan out to our Maria Report world for all of those who want to help Ukraine. As you know, we do a lot of humanitarian things. We arrange for medical evacuations. We arrange cultural and artistic displays for the government of Ukraine in the United States and the world. There's one event that is happening in September and October. Unfortunately, we do not have a good immigration lawyer available to us. If you do know of an American immigration lawyer who is definitely 100% committed to the cause without equivocation, please let us know. What we are looking for is we are going to have visas for, we need visas for these government employees, or some of them are like one of them is one of the genocide museums, Holodomor, the director of that, plus the mother of the Azovstal photographer. So the photographer, gentleman, soldier, photographer who took those amazing pictures, wants to come to America to display her son's photographs for the world. And so we're going to need two things. One, we're going to need help with the visas because it's just temporary, 2-3 weeks. I think the maybe a Ukrainian cultural organization can write memos or whatnot. We're trying to dig up support from our usual suspects, but just it's always prudent to have a course of action 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 if we need to. So what we're going to do is we're going to have these individuals, about 5 to 10 people, come to the States for 2-3 weeks. Similarly, just because Ukraine is spending every dollar it has on defense and protecting itself from extinction, if there are Ukrainian groups or like-minded people that could host in the Washington D.C. area or in the New York City area a handful of Ukrainians who will be doing the righteous work of promoting Ukraine on the international stage, I really would appreciate it. And I know there are a lot of you in the room that know me and who are Ukrainian. And if you want to reach out to me on Signal, I'm just doing it instead of individually. Usually I individually message people on Signal, but I have carpal tunnel finger syndrome now from so much texting. So this is a fan out. If anyone wants to help a great cause, some really interesting and amazing people should be coming to the States to promote this very shortly. We have talked about it in the room in the past. And if there is a decent, even a kind-hearted immigration lawyer that can make the time to
Air
do
siren
this, we really
alert
appreciate
update.
it.
Zaporizhzhia. Full alert.
Have the
This
information.
message
I
has
have the
been
information,
generated with
obviously.
municipal data.
We'd have to vet people who help. As you know, there's a lot of Russian misinformation and disinfo agents online, but that would be fantastic. It would be a really, really huge help. And it's part of the reasons why I've been on a lot, because I'm doing stuff in the background to help out. These are cultural organizations, and if anyone can assist, please do reach out to anyone. If you can't reach me, reach someone else. If you want to, we have a Maria Report emails. I'm not sure if these emails are up yet, Doman, but that would be great if they were, because we can have a general contact.
Air siren alert
but do
update.
please keep this in your
Zaporizhzhia.
mind. It's a
Full
really
alert.
important thing.
This message
This
has
is
been generated
coming
with
right from the top
municipal
over
data.
there. They want to make sure the world sees just what's going on in Ukraine, and the least we can do is give them the platform to use their own voice. They're not even asking us to be their voice. They have their own voices. They just need help to platform them and get them into the States. I think if a cultural organization was so inclined to invite them, they would write a memo, a letter saying, obviously after learning who they were, and then they would these people would then take that information to the U.S. Embassy in Kiev and say, look, so we're going for this thing, and then we're going to promote it. And we're going to promote Ukraine, and obviously they're back to Ukraine to fight the war. So again, Doman, any questions? Does that sound coherent, or am I just rambling?
No, Yehuda, that sounds absolutely excellent. I think it was very clear. Anybody who's an immigration lawyer, please talk to Yehuda. If you're an immigration lawyer in the U.S., right? You need U.S., not Canada.
And in the United States, or even who knows, immigration people at whoever deals with that. We do need, to get these people in. They aren't trying to come latelys. They're very well known in Ukraine. It's not like this is Bob from down the street wants to visit the White House. These are people on a mission, right? And if we can get support for that, it makes it a lot easier. And I did have an avenue, and that avenue is no longer available to me or to Ukraine for whatever reasons. And so we need to course correct and keep pushing through. We need to get those people here. I really appreciate it, and thank you so much. If you can help promote, talk about it, like our and follow Maria Report. We're doing, we're not doing good things. We're helping out to have other people do great things. and that's more than fine. Us sitting in the background and enabling the Ukrainians to fight their own war and to speak their own story, it's super, super important. But sometimes people just need a leg up. And again, if you're in the DC or New York area, New York City area, and you can help by hosting some of these great Ukrainians, even for a couple of weeks, that'd be fantastic. Maybe it's a group of you. You could do 1 week, 2 people stay by you, and another week, another 2 people stay by you. They won't. Your silverware is safe. These are good people. Definitely would love to have you support us in supporting them. And again, reach out to any moderator. If I'm not on, or if you're told that you want to, maybe you don't like me. That's fine. Hey, it's even better. It's less work for me. If you don't want to help out, contact someone else. Someone else that you know. Really, the cause is bigger than any one person, and we need to help Ukraine. Thanks so much. Oh, CJ. Oh, I was talking bad about you, but I wasn't. It was actually almost like. Did you hear me try to answer it?
No, I bet you did great though. So maybe we don't have to talk about it.
CJ, I think Kozik would appreciate if we talked about it.
That'd be great.
Well, I unfortunately don't have long, but I do have one update, Dolman, based on your bridge question earlier.
Please do.
Well, in some very confusing news, so just to clue everyone, there's been a lot of bridges in Kherson that are important and a lot that have been blown up. So the most interesting case to me was the Ingolets one. So basically northeast of Kherson City, about 15 or 20 kilometers. This is a key junction and transport hub on the way to the front that was hit by HIMARS. And if you may remember the picture, basically they had hit it the long way. So 6 evenly spaced shots along the bridge. Additionally, the Russians had built a pontoon bridge, or in the process of it, right next to it. And as of today, it is gone. So basically what happened, it looks like, based on a combination of the pictures taken at the scene and the satellite imagery, is they put it up for about 2 or 4 hours, shoveled about 40 vehicles across, and then disassembled it, which is something that I brought up a couple days ago as like kind of really the only method that Russia's going to have any success in crossing all these waterways while they're under artillery and HIMARS strike, is to basically set up pontoon bridges when they need them and disassemble them and hide them when they don't. So Russia's clearly adapting, and this thing is far from over, of course, but to only have a bridge up for 2 or 4 hours a day is not a good situation, let's say. I mean, it's not a long-term solution. So, but yeah, that was the only update with that I saw.
Thank you, CJ. I swear we already talked about it. Yehuda, can you just give me a second? I'm very sorry. We have Professor von Kramon who's joining us later, just up to see how the mic works and the like. Professor, if you want to click that button in the bottom left corner, that allows you to mute the mic when you're not speaking. That's a really useful feature. And then press it again to unmute. How are you doing, Professor? How are you finding your first days on Twitter?
Fine, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me clearly. I can hear everything that's going on at your end very well. Thanks.
Perfect. Loud and clear. I think it's a good arrangement, whatever you're using. The combination of your internet connection and microphone. Yes.
Okay, great. Well, then we'll tune in later this evening for me, later this afternoon for you. Looking forward to it.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Okay, just real quick, CJ, 3648 of some Russian gun on a train on the highway to hell, heading over to Ukraine, and the gentle people in the audience wanted to know what the impact of these weapons would be, and obviously I don't know the platform. So Beyond. I don't know. Is it Beyond Meat?
Yeah, it's a 2S7 peon or peony in Ukrainian or whatnot, like the flower, since all of the Soviet artillery pieces are for some reason named after flowers for the most part. So yeah, so 2 interesting factoids about it, right? It's the kind of gun that Konstantin protected during his time in service in 2014, 2015. It's really the largest caliber artillery gun that exists in most modern armies, right? It's 203 millimeters. So it's about a 200 to 400 pound round. I mean, it's just gigantic. and it can shoot up to 50 kilometers. Some downsides, of course, is it's wildly inaccurate due to shooting that large of a charge that far. As we saw the other day, the barrels can crack quite easily since you're putting so much gunpowder through there. But they're mobile, so they're a little bit harder to find. So what does it mean that Russia's putting them on trains? Well, based on the satellite imagery from Kopshor, he kind of pointed out there's only 2 or 3 places these sort of giant Russian guns are kept. And basically over the last 4 months, they've been emptying their stockyards down from a total of around 260, 270 down to about 100. So this is not a weapon system that they have a lot of, and they don't necessarily have a lot of ammo for it. Additionally, while the Ukrainian army has these as well, Russia has a lot more of them, but these things are prime targets for HIMARS and other things because they give off a massive radar signature when they go off. What does it mean that Russia is bringing to the front? Well, it means they're running out of that other type of ammo. If Russia could have it their way, they would really just use the 152s and then also their 122 millimeter rockets because they have that in the greatest quantities, and they'd prefer to have, a little bit shorter range fire, but much, much more of it so they could sort of mass and concentrate. So if they're going to these bigger guns that are wildly inaccurate, it means that they're running lower on ammunition for these other things. Because the last bit of relevant information with this is this sort of cannon type is about 70 years old, the first prototyped in the 50s. And while recently, at least the last 4 or 5 months, they've been using an upgraded version, the 2S7M, I believe, that was finished off in the late 70s, early 80s. The ones they're bringing out right now are the older model, right? So the ones from the 50s. So it would be one of the oldest artillery pieces Russia has brought to bear yet. So even more inaccurate, even more prone to exploding. Definitely if they get a direct hit, it's going to cause a lot of damage, but that's not necessarily something I would worry about when these things are 50 kilometers away. So they're really great for rubblizing cities, but not really great at hunting other artillery or doing anything with any kind of precision.
Thank you very much, CJ. Kozak, did you have any sub-questions for CJ now that you got a proper answer from somebody qualified? And the other one, I meant me, not Yehuda. Kozak?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I was in transit on the public transport and I couldn't talk at that moment. I got the answers that I needed. Thank you, Yehuda. Thank you, CJ, for your opinion on this topic. No, I don't have any questions. As you know, I'm from Zaporizhia. If you have some questions to me, I have 20-30 minutes and I can answer or tell you what is happening here in my region from civilian perspective.
Are you there right now?
Yeah, I'm in Zaporizhia right now. Yeah.
Wow, amazing. You're on the front line, bud. Good. Stay safe.
No. not exactly front line. Not exactly front line, yeah.
You know what I mean, yeah. Still, you're definitely you're a brave person, I'll tell you that. You're pretty darn close, so God bless you.
Well, I need to tell you honestly that, you can think Zaporizhia is like pretty close, but if you compare us, my city, to Mykolaiv and to Kharkiv, we are like the lucky ones because we don't have that much shelling and bombardment and all that shit is what is happening there. Thanks to our soldiers and first of all, thanks to